Chapter 701 Old and New Shall Work as One. At this moment, it seemed to be the period of the calm before the storm as many beings moved about and prepared. The clone of Alexander used the medallion that granted the authority of an imperial ruler to occupy the fortress that the imperial adjudicator had given him. This Danicus fortress was filled with protectors and maids as it brimmed with life, but like much of the Nexus galaxy, Noah would not get to enjoy it too much. He thought this because even though he had been in the Nexus galaxy for over half a month now, he had only remained in the bright gold monarchy realm where the core of the Imperials resided. Even though this was the location where the most powerful gathered, there were still millions of other realms and billions of worlds in the starry space of this galaxy that he did not explore, simply because it wasn't his focus and he did not need to. Noah was lamenting this fact as he loved exploring and enjoying the cultures of different beings, but his focus had been very narrow and locked on as time passed. Even now, the clone was helping with enhancing his realm by absorbing cores at the rank of black hole, utilizing the loot he received from the fiends himself. His manifested black hole merely devoured all the coming cores as it only got larger and enhanced its gravitational force, or even as Noah took out and absorbed the quasar-ranked cores that shone with multicolored splendor and were the size of his head. His black hole only grew ever larger as the oppressive air it released increased. But he did not break through. Traversing through the realms while keeping oneself at grand completion was hard, or the resources required to advance were even more numerous. This was why Noah had to absorb the cores of multiple beings a stage above him just to obtain the manifested black hole while advancing forward. If I have to butcher tens of quasars or even a lower-tier galaxy expert to advance, so be it. His gaze was cold as he said these words, continuing to absorb the many cores as he thought about the body of Noah in the Novice galaxy. Because of wanting to bring as much firepower as possible to the galaxy he wanted to besiege, he would have both his bodies work together on the raid mission of the Burning Domains galaxy. This was also because if he did not put his other body to use, it would mean that an hour of invulnerability gets simply wasted as both his bodies shared the effects of the traits he held. With his split origins, some things between his bodies were separate, but the inscribed traits given by his home galaxies were one and the same. An example was the progression realm being somewhat interlinked but separate, or how some skills like Ancient Blood Clone were treated entirely separate as he gained clones past the limits because of both bodies. The inscribed traits of Infinite Mana and Protagonist were the things that were shared when he activated the Plot Armor ability with the body of Alexander. It would also apply to the body of Noah in the Novice galaxy as under traits. Both bodies were one and the same, so why not have his other body participate when there was no threat to his life? Thus, he would have both the old body and the new one work together as they procured the most loot. This was especially so since in the past few hours after the body of Noah in the Novice galaxy obtained the wisps of the Tao of Summoning, 2 additional pets were also summoned. His origin in the Novice galaxy summoned and contracted the Animus pets without any problems, whatever universal rules or Tao existing not being able to stop him as his 2 bodies exceeded possible limits on this aspect as well. The Animus summons brought forth by Noah were just as shocking as the ones the body of Alexander summoned, with 2 ultra-rare summons being brought forth. Since he began on the path of a summoner, not a single common or rare pet, but all his pets had been of the ultra rank or above. He even considered the Noah in the Novice galaxy unlucky as no prismatic summons took the bait for him. Yet the summoned pets had their own splendor as both of them held ancient bloodlines, variant Oculothorax, ultra-rare, and Animus summon at the Black Hole realm. Its body is primarily an eyeball, and this particular Oculothorax has undergone a mutation through pure willpower after rejecting its grotesque appearance, mastering the laws of light and fate in an effort to change its destiny. It contains a dreadfully strong soul as all its abilities carry potent soul damage. Abilities include Eye of Doom, Fate Extinguishing Light, Millennium Calamity Bear, Ultra Rare, and Animus Summon at the Quasar Realm. A unique species of bears that takes on the mantle of Calamity. This summon has mastered the laws of life on Earth as its body can barely be penetrated by physical attacks. Within it, the bloodline of the archaic Void Calamity Millennium Bear dwells. Abilities include Shield of Beginning, Hug of Life and Death. From his 2 summons, Noah was able to bring forth 2 ultra-rare pets, with one in the realm of Nebula that he raised to Black Hole, and the terrifyingly large Millennium Calamity Bear standing at 300 meters large that was already at the Quasar realm. All he did for the Calamity Bear was enhance its realm to grand completion, his heart trembling in excitement as he looked at its tanky abilities that would even be able to withstand attacks from a lower-tier galaxy expert once he merged with the pet. You read that right. The defenses of this Millennium Calamity Bear seemed terrifying enough that after Noah merged with it and enhanced its strength, he expected this summon at the Quasar realm to be able to at least defend against a lower-tier galaxy realm expert. As for the Oculothorax, all he could say was that it was extremely interesting. What should have normally been a grotesque-looking summon as it was an eyeball floating in space actually contained within it the brilliant light of fate. Resplendent white wings erupting on the back of the eye as the pupil shone half gold and white. Who could have imagined that he could summon pets with such uniqueness? He was looking forward to advancing through realm quickly so he could summon even more, wanting to catch as many unique animus summons as he could. Chapter 702 Old and New shall work as one. 2. When looking at the current number of summons he held, one might be asking themselves how exactly he planned to utilize them when besieging a galaxy. The effect of plot armor would only apply to him, not his pets. If he wanted it to apply to them as well, this would only be possible while utilizing the skill, one body, one soul, to merge with them, but that would mean that only 2 pets would be able to be utilized by the bodies of Noah and Alexander. That is, if he didn't have clones that could exhibit 100% of his strength for both of his identities. This meant that as his domineering raid mission began, all 4 pets would have a body they would merge with as he would release for combatants that each carried power capable of reaping the lives of Quasar realm experts, and in the case of the bodies merging with the Void Serpent and the Calamity Bear, 2 of him would even be able to match lower-tier Galaxy Realm experts. 2 of his main bodies and 2 of his clones, each one merged with an animus summon, as all of them had the status effect of invulnerability, as they wreaked havoc in the Burning Domains galaxy. Can one even UCKNG imagine this sight? It would be an event for the ages as Noah finalized his plans and monitored things on both galaxies before moving out. The Novice Galaxy continued its era of peace as the chosen extras were rapidly forging their stars in the nebula realm. Noah didn't know if they would have the talent of forming 100,000 stars even with all the effulgent star pearls given to them, but all he cared about was that they already passed the average benchmark of many beings as they garnered above average strength. They could break through into the black hole realm whenever they wished, and Noah was already thinking of ways of getting his own people to step on the path of the Tao early. He could pass down his Tao of Summoning Traverser and the Animus Summoner Trainer skill tree as they were normal skills, but the absolute skill that summoned forth the pets in the first place could not be passed down through the library feature. He would have to possibly create another skill that would have the same function if it wasn't insanely expensive so that the strength of his subordinates can explode even more. But aside from those in the Novice Galaxy, preparations were getting even busier in the Nexus Galaxy as the Imperial Adjudicator felt a sense of impending loss, not finding any options to save him and the 2 women he could not live without. They reinforced their defenses as they prepared. The genius imperial ruler known as Alexander being given time to consolidate his rapidly enhancing strength as they hoped he would soon be able to stand as a pillar for the Nexus Galaxy, yet they didn't know that at this moment, the being in question was finishing chugging cores at the black hole and Quasar realm as he brought himself to his optimum strength. The body of Alexander rose in the hidden star in the starry sky galaxy as around him, a shimmering 3-legged fate crow plucked its fiery golden feathers while an enormous 500-meter-tall void serpent literally vibrated with strength as its scales shone with a terrifying luster. His eyes shone as the image of a stat panel that could only be seen from the Noah in the Novice Galaxy reflected on his eyes. Checking this panel after what seemed like a long time even though it had only been over half a month, Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, Variant, Grand Controller, Fate, Grand Controller, Chaos, Grand Controller, Ether, Controller, Fire, Water, Traits, Infinite Mana, Protagonist, Incomplete, Daos, Tao of Summoning 0.008%, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Primeval Tree of Old Yggdrasil, Young Tree Stage, Primeval Tree of Death, Young Tree Stage, Ether Particles is 10 million, Karma Lines, 6,353,924, Fate Lines, 10 million, Chaos Particles, 10,000,000, Origin Cores, Light 7, Dark 7, Fire 10, Water 10, Earth 9, Air 9, Domains, Life, Death, Ether, Karma, Fate, Chaos, Light, Dark, Space, Time, Fire, Water, Earth, Air, Vitality, Black Hole, Focus, Infinity, Strength, Black Hole, Laws, Life 31%, Death 13%, Ether 100%, Karma 63%, Fate 100%, Chaos 100%, Light 75%, Dark 75%, Space 78%, Time 69%, Fire 100%, water 100%, earth 98%, air 98%, authorities, ether lord, fate lord, chaos lord, karma lord, space lord, time lord, light lord, dark lord, flame lord, water lord, earth lord, air lord. Many laws were nearly fully comprehended, as he would soon be able to follow the shocking methods laid in the page of ruination he obtained to begin the process of assimilation for all his laws simultaneously. He had become a grand controller in the law of ether as this law was fully comprehended, and planned to see the extent of the help of the intensed of the combined supreme laws would be in the coming battles as he chained multiple words. He would be able to freely do this without worrying about those watching, which was the reason he still somewhat held back while taking care of the fiends in the stellar sky galaxy. He had laws, boosts from numerous skills from, which had especially potent abilities when it came to matching those a realm above his own. He just had many things he would be using as he would try to go all out for his siege mission, Rumble. His summons were taken into the swirling rift on his chest as the enormous snake and shimmering young golden crow appeared within his origin, his figure teleporting away from the hidden star in the stellar sky galaxy. When he reappeared, he was in a region of the chaotic void that wasn't too many light years away from his target, the burning domain's galaxy. Around him, a clone from the body of Alexander appeared as a second later. The body of Noah and his clone also made their appearance in the chaotic void, for bodies, a single being. As he looked at his four bodies, a deadly smile filled with wild excitement could be seen appear on each of them, their thoughts one as they prepared to do something grand. Chapter 702 Old and New Shall Work as One. 2. When looking at the current number of summons he held, one might be asking themselves how exactly he planned to utilize them when besieging a galaxy. The effect of plot armor would only apply to him, not his pets. If he wanted it to apply to them as well, this would only be possible while utilizing the skill, one body, one soul, to merge with them, but that would mean that only two pets would be able to be utilized by the bodies of Noah and Alexander. That is, if he didn't have clones that could exhibit 100% of his strength for both of his identities. This meant that as his domineering raid mission began, all four pets would have a body they would merge with as he would release for combatants that each carried power capable of reaping the lives of Quasar Realm experts, and in the case of the bodies merging with the Void Serpent and the Calamity Bear, two of him would even be able to match lower-tier Galaxy Realm experts. Two of his main bodies and two of his clones, each one merged with an animus summon, as all of them had the status effect of invulnerability, as they wreaked havoc in the burning domain's galaxy. Can one even fuckng imagine this sight? It would be an event for the ages as Noah finalized his plans and monitored things on both galaxies before moving out. The Novice Galaxy continued its era of peace as the chosen extras were rapidly forging their stars in the nebula realm. Noah didn't know if they would have the talent of forming 100,000 stars even with all the effulgent star pearls given to them, but all he cared about was that they already passed the average benchmark of many beings as they garnered above average strength. They could break through into the black hole realm whenever they wished, and Noah was already thinking of ways of getting his own people to step on the path of the Tao early. He could pass down his Tao of Summoning Traverser and the Animus Summoner Trainer skill tree as they were normal skills, but the absolute skill that summoned forth the pets in the first place could not be passed down through the library feature. He would have to possibly create another skill that would have the same function if it wasn't insanely expensive, so that the strength of his subordinates can explode even more. But aside from those in the Novice Galaxy, preparations were getting even busier in the Nexus Galaxy as the Imperial Adjudicator felt a sense of impending loss. Not finding any options to save him and the two women he could not live without, they reinforced their defenses as they prepared, the genius imperial ruler known as Alexander being given time to consolidate his rapidly enhancing strength, as they hoped he would soon be able to stand as a pillar for the Nexus Galaxy. Yet they didn't know that at this moment, the being in question was finishing chugging cores at the black hole and quasar realm as he brought himself to his optimum strength. The body of Alexander rose in the hidden star in the starry sky galaxy as around him, a shimmering three-legged fate crow plucked its fiery golden feathers while an enormous 500-meter-tall void serpent literally vibrated with strength as its scales shone with a terrifying luster. His eyes shone as the image of a stat panel that could only be seen from the Noah in the Novice Galaxy reflected on his eyes. Checking this panel after what seemed like a long time even though it had only been over half a month, Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, Variant, Grand Controller, Fate, Grand Controller, Chaos, Grand Controller, Ether, Controller, Fire, Water, Traits, Infinite Mana, Protagonist, Incomplete, Daos, Tao of Summoning 0.008%, Bloodlines, Vampire. Progenitor, Primeval Tree of Old Yggdrasil, Young Tree Stage, Primeval tree of death, young tree stage, ether particles is 10 million, karma lines, 6,353,924, fate lines, 10. 0,000,000, chaos particles, 10,000,000, origin cores, light 7, dark 7, fire 10, water 10, earth 9, air 9, domains, life, death, ether, karma, fate, chaos, light, dark, space, time, fire, water, earth, air, vitality, black hole, focus, infinity, strength, black hole, laws, life 31%, death 13%, ether 100%, karma 63%, fate 100%, chaos 100%, light 75%, dark 75%, space 78%, time 69%, fire 100%, water 100%, earth 98%, air 98%, authorities, ether lord, fate lord, chaos lord, karma lord, space lord, time lord, light lord, dark lord, flame lord, water lord, earth lord, air lord. Many laws were nearly fully comprehended as he would soon be able to follow the shocking methods laid in the page of ruination he obtained to begin the process of assimilation for all his laws simultaneously. He had become a grand controller in the law of ether as this law was fully comprehended, and planned to see the extent of the help of the intensest of the combined supreme laws would be in the coming battles as he chained multiple words. He would be able to freely do this without worrying about those watching, which was the reason he still somewhat held back while taking care of the fiends in the stellar sky galaxy. He had laws, boosts from numerous skills from, which had especially potent abilities when it came to matching those a realm above his own. He just had many things he would be using as he would try to go all out for his siege mission, Rumble. His summons were taken into the swirling rift on his chest as the enormous snake and shimmering young golden crow appeared within his origin. His figure teleporting away from the hidden star in the stellar sky galaxy. When he reappeared, he was in a region of the chaotic void that wasn't too many light years away from his target, the burning domains galaxy. Around him, a clone from the body of Alexander appeared as a second later. The body of Noah and his clone also made their appearance in the chaotic void, for bodies, a single being. As he looked at his four bodies, a deadly smile filled with wild excitement could be seen appear on each of them, their thoughts one as they prepared to do something grand. Chapter 704, Spam all the buffs. A magisterial sight was taking place in the chaotic void as a stellar void serpent adorned with a golden crown appeared. Numerous runic sigils branded on its purple-blue scales as the pressure it released was not something a quasar realm being should have. The other pets looked at each other in excitement while observing this scene, turning their eyes to the three remaining Noahs as each of them smiled calmly while calling out, "One body, one soul." Rumble, a light that linked the original body of Noah and the two clones to the three remaining pets shone out, another three fusions of summoner and pet occurring as the blinding light spread out for miles. Incandescent Emperor, Incandescent Emperor, Incandescent Emperor. The descent of the strong golden light of fate then came down as the runic lines were carved like archaic tattoos on each of the pets. A shimmering golden crown adorned on each of them as they shone with ridiculous power. CAA, the cry of the future golden crow resounded as the chicken grew twice as large, its wings shining with even more golden light. But it seemed tiny in comparison to the enormous void serpent as well as the calamity bear that looked like an archaic king while now sitting at 500 meters while adorned with a golden crown. Its obsidian-colored fur seemed thicker and stronger than the rarest diamonds as its face was filled with a regal aura, its thick bear claws shining menacingly as the essence of life and earth abundantly leaked from it. Meanwhile, the oculothorax's shimmering crown nearly covered all of this creature, the huge eye shining even brighter as it gained enticing beauty to those who deeply favored eyes. This power, the ancient voice of the void serpent was filled with surprise as it sensed its aura actually nearing the lower tier of the galaxy realm even before it used its abilities. With such supporting skills, if they last long enough, numerous thoughts crossed the ancient creature's mind as at this moment, the voice of its master rang out. "We aren't done, Yggdrasil." Rumble. His word was filled by the repetition of the same word by the other three merged pets, the colors of the dark chaotic void changing as above them, rivers of the essence of life dripped down like a broken dam as it went to coalesce around them. Thick branches and leaves beginning to shroud their four bodies as they didn't take the form of the enormous tree of life, but instead, the thick branches and leaves wrapped around them as they began to form a primal-looking visage. The form of the tree of life was that on an ancient armored visage that went on to fully cover every spot on the bodies of the four merged summons, each of them gaining a thick layer of protection as the main use of this covering was to reinforce their power. Enormous amounts of life essence pumping into them every second as they looked like huge creatures of the forest. The aura of power they released continued to shoot ever higher as from the body of the void serpent. The aura it now released was no less than a being at the lower tier of the galaxy realm. All the other pets were releasing horrendous aura at the peak of quasar realm that threatened to spill out to galaxy at any time. One must recall that Noah himself was only at the black hole realm, manifested black hole, yes, but still at the realm of black hole, yet combined with his pets and while adorned with incandescent emperor and Yggdrasil, one of his pets already released an aura able to match a being at the lower tier of the galaxy realm, while the others could reap the lives of quasar-ranked experts with ease. Yet even at this juncture, stupidly and unbelievably, Noah was not done. He ridiculously wasn't fuck done. Death scythe, WAA. The immense aura of death began to permeate out as before the rivers of the essence of life could even finish granting the primal armor of Yggdrasil. A flood of the essence of death rumbled through to wrap around the bodies of the summons as above their crowns, the illusory image of a shockingly long scythe began to appear. The death scythe was constantly thrumming as it released a thick barrier of death around the bodies already layered with numerous buffs, this being a new ability that Noah obtained from the techniques of the law of death. One must recall that previously, we only mentioned the cultivating ability of but not the other abilities that came with the techniques from the Imperial Library. The skill he just cast one that came from the skill tree under the techniques of the law of death. The boosts of the ability were also very similar to Yggdrasil, Death Scythe, 5/5. Death is something no being can escape, something that many run from but never find success. This ability grants the user an illusory protection in the form of a scythe, this protection giving them the possibility of interfering with death. While active, the user gains 3000% physical and soul defense, 3000% to all damage, 1000% extra death essence damage, 3000% increased attack speed, 100% universal laws resistance penetration, 100% to all universal laws resistance, and all enemies struck by you abilities gain the Death Leech status effect. The user will also gain a death shield after every 10 minutes this ability is kept active. The skill is currently being enhanced by the Death ability. It was literally just the boosts of the Yggdrasil abilities with a few extra additions or differences, but it contributed even greater percentages of boosts as aside from the primal verdant armor given by Yggdrasil as the scythe constantly pulsed and released a layer of death essence to cover all the pets. As Noah got to this point, he could feel a tremendous strain on his soul as he knew these transformations were the max that he could do even while being reinforced with the souls of the merged pets, that if he tried to add the Terror of Ether form, or the Archdemon Lord form from the 7 Deadly Sins abilities, he would only get a momentary boost before his origin and soul could not keep that many transformations together as they would fall apart in the next minute, but what he had now should be more than enough. When he looked around at the 4 summons he had merged with, each of them looked like a primal archaic beast that could tear apart anything they faced with ease, as the strongest Void Serpent and Calamity Bear seemed particularly monstrous. The layers of boosts from merging Incandescent Emperor, Yggdrasil, and Death Scythe made them and the 3-legged Fate Crow and the Oculothorax look so damn sturdy and ancient. They looked so fuck sturdy as they emanated a horrendous pressure that seemed to say nothing would be able to bypass them. Chapter 705, The Siege begins. Immense auras of shocking proportions were pulsating in the chaotic void a few light years from the Burning Domains galaxy. This was especially so for 2 of them, the Void Serpent and the Calamity Bear. The Void Serpent was already releasing a suffocating aura that only those in the lower tier galaxy realm could release with the boosts of Yggdrasil, but with Death Scythe on top, this suffocating aura approached the peak of the lower tier galaxy realm. This was what an animus pet of the prismatic rank and holding an archaic bloodline could achieve when supported by tremendously powerful skills. The Calamity Bear that was also only at the Quasar realm, similar to the Void Serpent, but did not have a ridiculously powerful bloodline, like it was only able to release the aura of a being at the lower tier galaxy realm after the last boost of Death Scythe. Its enormous towering body seeming like a building that would destroy anything in its path. The 3-legged Fate Crow and the Oculothorax each shone menacingly with their golden crowns and fully covered up bodies, each of them releasing shocking auras at the peak of the Quasar realm. Even though they stood in the realm of Black Hole, the pressure that each of these pets released was suffocating, as on each of their bodies, the manifested black holes and quasars could be seen swiftly rotating, as each of them were at the grand completion of their realms. With this, we are ready. With this, we are ready. With each of them spoke the same sentence simultaneously, as the minds of all of them were linked by a singular being. Their goals made clear as the animus summons followed Noah's will, while keeping their shock and surprise to themselves for now. At this moment, the memories of the fiend rulers Noah had taken down flowed freely into the minds of the summons as multiple locations on the Burning Domains galaxy were seen, and each of them would be sent to separate locations that held CLU.S. Tours of powerful fiends for them to rampage. Across the dark universe, the galaxies were innumerable with the numbers of beings as vast as could be. In the fringes of the dark universe, there existed the burning domains galaxy, which had unique stellar bodies that were filled with abundant essence of flames. Shockingly, each of its stars carried with it scorching environments as they created for many domains of CLU.S. Tours of stars, granting it the name of the burning domains galaxy. Within this galaxy, the singular race of fiends were the ones reigning supreme, with them being the only beings that thrived and survived in the scorching atmospheres. Among the fiends of the galaxy, 6 domains were known as the most important, or an elder fiend ruled each domain with strength and valor. This was how things were a few hundred years ago, but they had changed rapidly with the advent of an entity coming to reside in their galaxy, this entity overtaking their entire power structure as she inserted herself on top and used shocking abilities to increase the power of all the fiends as she gained their unfilial loyalty. The elder fiends that ruled the 6 domains were elevated to the ranks of low-tier galaxy, with many fiends at the levels of black hole and quasar being produced, and even more numerous fiends at the realm of black hole. Among the many galaxies around it, the burning domains galaxy actually had an overpowering battle power that could easily take down any that it set its sights on. Yet after showing some of their power by releasing a single elder fiend to take care of a few galaxies, they unexpectedly met with loss as the entity above them was filled with wrath. The 6 domains were in a bustle of activities as numerous fiends moved in each of them while continuing to train, every now and then bringing themselves to a unique glimmering green body of water that was placed in the middle of each of the 6 domains by the hands of the entity. The green bodies of water were placed on the starry space of the 6 domains, at the very center as they looked like an enormous green liquid star. The fiends would make a trip away from their planets and realms as they dove into this green body of water as they came out of it extremely rejuvenated, with their cells screaming for them to continue cultivating, as this was how their rapid growth came to be through the hands of the entity proficient in the Tao of Vitality. At this moment, only one of the 6 domains did not have an elder fiend presiding over it, this being the low-tier galaxy realm expert that had fallen by the hands of the Aurora Galaxy Dragon. But on the other 5 domains, an elder fiend at the realm of galaxy presided over the training of the many fiends as they oversaw numerous realms and planets surrounding each of the green bodies of water filled with vitality that they termed vital life water. Across the many realms and planets on each of the domain, the fiends continued their battle-driven lifestyle as in one of the domains. An elder fiend situated on an asteroid stationary on the starry space who was observing the fiends coming and going into the planetary body they called vital life water in their domain. This elder fiend felt spatial fluctuations that foretold of a long-distance teleportation being cast, and the being utilizing it was particularly large as the senses of the fiend spread out towards this fluctuation a few 100,000 miles away. The fiend then abruptly rose as a wild pressure released from it, the eyes on its head incredulous as its senses told it that an enormous coiling being in the form of a serpent had appeared at that location. The aged eyes of this serpent briefly looking over its direction as the elder fiend was actually ignored and watched on with his aura as the serpent delved towards the nearest realm that was filled with fiends and ranging from the ranks of quasar all the way to the lower ranks. At the same time, the incredulous elder fiend could distinctly pick up words that seemed to travel through space, and the words said simply, plot armor, rumble. A brilliant light shone on the body of the void serpent right before it dove into the realm filled with fiends. Something similar happening onto the bodies of 3 other beings as at this moment, a terrifying siege had begun in the burning domains galaxy. Inside 3 other domains where other elder fiends oversaw the enormous bodies of the Millennium Calamity Bear, Variant Oculothorax, and the 3-legged Fate Crow all made their appearance as the moment they entered. A unique light that represented the ability of plot armor went on to cover them, their eyes blazing with a domineering light as some dove into the nearest planet or realm that held a multitude of fiends, while another summon went on a completely different mission. On the bodies of each of these creatures, a potent armor of life that represented Yggdrasil, and a horrid scythe released deathly essence while situated atop shimmering golden crowns floating on top of each of their heads, making these creatures looking like archaic kings that had come down to rain judgment. At this moment, the siege had begun. Chapter 706, A Light Tears Through Space, A Galaxy Falls. The next set of events have to be described separately, but they happened simultaneously the moment that 4 archaic animus summons descended on 4 separate domains of the Burning Domains galaxy. Each domain was under the rule of a galaxy rank elder fiend, and the animus pets teleported into the domains as they descended on the nearest realm or planet that held training fiends. Enemies move in a particular domain. An enormous void serpent that was hundreds of meters descended into a realm filled with a blazing atmosphere and an abundant amount of fiends, this realm holding 2 fiend rulers at the quasar realm. The eyes of the void serpent buffed with multiple skills shone as it moved at speeds that its enormous body should have in no way been capable of, going to the center of this realm where the two Quasar fiend rulers resided. As the fiends sensed his terrifying aura and began to mobilize, rumble, essence flew about wildly as not too far away from this realm. The elder fiend at the lower tier of the galaxy realm was already moving as a streak of light towards this realm that was only a few 100,000 miles away, and he would be getting into it in a matter of seconds, but these seconds would be extremely crucial, as the reason that this elder fiend was hurrying towards this enemy was because it could sense the horrifying aura that was no less than its own from the spot it stood. Few seconds. But in these few seconds, Noah, who was merged with the void serpent, came across the fortress where two Quasar fiend rulers stood. Fiends of lower levels spread out all over this realm as they all staked towards Noah's aura fearlessly. Hold until the elder arrives. The two Quasar fiend rulers shone with power as their eyes remained unshaken at the rushing enemy, their bodies reinforced with potent abilities as they threw out their most powerful attacks to stop the advance of this enormous snake just for a matter of seconds. But the moment the void serpent neared them, its eyes shone even brighter as it seemed space came to a halt, an aged voice resounding out from all angles as a skill was cast. A single skill. One that stemmed from the animus that held the bloodline of the galaxy-devouring serpent Jormungandr, annihilatory death-devouring. A mixture of the extreme essence of chaos, death, and ether overflowed from the body of the void serpent. It felt like space and time had come to a stop as the fiends were held captive. The eyes of the Quasar-ranked fiend rulers only seeing one thing on their sight: the mouth of the enormous void serpent adorned with a golden crown and deadly scythe. Overtaking everything they could see as from it, an appalling devouring force assisted by multiple laws erupted out. Rumble. The force affected the surrounding miles as any and all fiends, no matter their rank. From Epic and the way to the two Quasar fiend rulers, all of them were frozen in space as a second later, they instantaneously disappeared, devoured, not one at a time, not while the strongest at Quasar struggled. All at once and without question, devoured instantly. Crack, a horrid sound seemed to occur the moment that the void serpent closed its wide jaws, seemingly brought to a close with difficulty, but the moment they fully closed, the lives of all those devoured were fully lost as the appalling cracking sound represented their very souls shattering. At the same time, loot from all the devoured fiends appeared in Noah's expansive space, as he didn't get any time to even target other fiends. An immensely powerful aura of a being at the lower tier of the galaxy realm that was only a few seconds late finally arriving. Boom! The elder fiend arrived with an enclosed fist that held within it a rotating galaxy, the void serpent turning to meet this fist with its jaggedly scaled and armored tail as the impact between the fist and tail entirely shattered the portion of the realm they were in. Alert the master. In the shattered space, the elder fiend had a disgusted look as its eyes and aura locked in with the terrifyingly large void serpent, its fist that shone with a luster of a galaxy actually trembling as one could distinctly see bloody bones protruding from this fist. A single strike, and a lower-tier galaxy realm expert was left with a bloodied fist, but something worthy of mentioning with even more importance at this same period of time was another area in the Burning Domain's galaxy entirely, moving away from the void serpent that was confronting an elder fiend after reaping the lives of multiple Quasar, black hole, and nebula rank fiends that were concentrated in the center of an entire realm. We have to mention another summon, the summon that held terrifying proficiency in soul damage, the variant Oculothorax. When Noah entered another one of the domains of this galaxy with this merged summon, he didn't delve into a realm or planet that held many fiends at the realms of Quasar or below. He directly teleported to an area from the memories of dead fiends that he knew the elder fiend of this domain would be located. His aura had spread out the moment he appeared, seeing the elder fiend floating a few thousand miles away near a bubbling planetary body of liquid that was filled with vitality. This lower-tier galaxy realm expert noticed the mesmerizing eye that was the Oculothorax the moment it appeared as well, the shocking aura it released causing the eyes of this elder field to open wide as its body began to bubble with power, yet the Oculothorax moved forward with purpose as its goal was this galaxy realm elder fiend itself, its eye filled with the essence of light and fate opening extremely wide until golden drops of blood could be seen tearfully dropping from it. Envy the mighty. First, a skill from the 7 Deadly Sins series, the ability from the Sin of Envy that lowered the abilities and stats of an opponent by 1 stage was cast. At the same time, a golden light that represented the abilities of the Sin of Pride being activated from facing a stronger foe shone brightly, enhanced soul damage. Extreme soul damage penetration. Soul lock. Non-evadable attack. Numerous intents combined from multiple supreme laws were also brought forth. Rumble. the wings of the oculothorax shimmered with immense strength as thereafter, another skill was cast, a skill that caused a brilliant light to tear through the 1,000-mile distance between Noah and the Elder Fiend as it reached its target in an instant. Eye of Doom, Ryup, a harrowing light filled with the essence of fate and light, a light released from a variant animus summon that was proficient with soul damage. A light that was enhanced by the sin of pride, multiple intense, incandescent emperor, Yggdrasil, and death scythe. A light that was directed against a fiend whose abilities experienced a sudden debuff, whose one weakness was its soul. Impossible, a deathly scream was the only thing that could come out from the Elder Fiend as this appalling light reached it instantly, the illusory stars from a rotating galaxy it was trying to summon dimming a second after the light touched him, his eyes that were blazing like lanterns struggling with fear as something that should have not been possible occurred. The blazing eyes of the Elder Fiend that had achieved an extremely high realm shone brilliantly for just another second, before they dimmed entirely. Dead, a single skill from the stupidly enhanced and buffed oculothorax, and an Elder Fiend lay dead. In this domain that the oculothorax had teleported in, it wasn't the weakest fiends that had fallen to it first, but the strongest. This oculothorax was at the realm of Black Hole. Yet. A lower-tier galaxy Elder Fiend lay dead the second it released its attack. Yes, it was extremely proficient in soul damage that was the fiend's greatest weakness. Yes, it had a ridiculous amount of boosts while the Elder Fiend was debuffed by the sin of envy. But still, this was a genuine galaxy realm expert, and it still lay dead. Within the first few seconds of the siege of the Burning Domains galaxy, there was one less galaxy expert within it. One must know, the battle had just begun. Chapter 706, A light tears through space, a galaxy falls. The next set of events have to be described separately, but they happened simultaneously the moment that 4 archaic animus summons descended on 4 separate domains of the Burning Domains galaxy. Each domain was under the rule of a galaxy rank Elder Fiend, and the animus pets teleported into the domains as they descended on the nearest realm or planet that held training fiends, enemies. In a particular domain, an enormous void serpent that was hundreds of meters descended into a realm filled with a blazing atmosphere and an abundant amount of fiends, this realm holding 2 fiend rulers at the quasar realm. The eyes of the void serpent buffed with multiple skills shone as it moved at speeds that its enormous body should have in no way been capable of, going to the center of this realm where the 2 quasar fiend rulers resided as the fiends sensed his terrifying aura and began to mobilize. Rumble essence flew about wildly as not too far away from this realm. The Elder Fiend at the lower tier of the galaxy realm was already moving as a streak of light towards this realm that was only a few 100,000 miles away. And he would be getting into it in a matter of seconds, but these seconds would be extremely crucial, as the reason that this Elder Fiend was hurrying towards this enemy was because it could sense the horrifying aura that was no less than its own from the spot it stood. Few seconds. But in these few seconds, Noah, who was merged with the Void Serpent, came across the fortress where 2 quasar fiend rulers stood. Fiends of lower levels spread out all over this realm as they all staked towards Noah's aura fearlessly. Hold until the Elder arrives. The 2 quasar fiend rulers shone with power as their eyes remained unshaken at the rushing enemy, their bodies reinforced with potent abilities as they threw out their most powerful attacks to stop the advance of this enormous snake just for a matter of seconds. But the moment the Void Serpent neared them, its eyes shone even brighter as it seemed space came to a halt, an aged voice resounding out from all angles as a skill was cast, a single skill. One that stemmed from the animus that held the bloodline of the galaxy-devouring serpent Jormungandr, annihilatory death-devouring. A mixture of the extreme essence of chaos, death, and ether overflowed from the body of the Void Serpent. It felt like space and time had come to a stop as the fiends were held captive. The eyes of the quasar-ranked fiend rulers only seeing one thing on their sight: the mouth of the enormous Void Serpent adorned with a golden crown and deadly scythe, overtaking everything they could see as from it. An appalling devouring force assisted by multiple laws erupted out. Rumble. The force affected the surrounding miles as any and all fiends, no matter their rank, from epic and the weight of the 2 quasar fiend rulers. All of them were frozen in space as a second later, they instantaneously disappeared, devoured, not one at a time, not while the strongest at quasar struggled. All at once and without question, devoured instantly. Crack, a horrid sound seemed to occur the moment that the Void Serpent closed its wide jaws, seemingly brought to a close with difficulty, but the moment they fully closed, the lives of all those devoured were fully lost as the appalling cracking sound represented their very souls shattering. At the same time, loot from all the devoured fiends appeared in Noah's expansive space, as he didn't get any time to even target other fiends. An immensely powerful aura of a being at the lower tier of the galaxy realm that was only a few seconds late finally arriving. Boom! The Elder Fiend arrived with an enclosed fist that held within it a rotating galaxy. the void serpent turning to meet this fist with its jaggedly scaled and armored tail as the impact between the fist and tail entirely shattered the portion of the realm they were in. Alert the master. In the shattered space, the elder fiend had a disgusted look as its eyes and aura locked in with the terrifyingly large void serpent. Its fist that shone with a luster of a galaxy actually trembling as one could distinctly see bloody bones protruding from this fist. A single strike, and a lower-tier galaxy realm expert was left with a bloodied fist. But something worthy of mentioning with even more importance at this same period of time was another area in the Burning Domain's galaxy entirely, moving away from the void serpent that was confronting an elder fiend after reaping the lives of multiple quasar, black hole, and nebula rank fiends that were concentrated in the center of an entire realm. We have to mention another summon, the summon that held terrifying proficiency in soul damage, the variant Oculothorax. When Noah entered another one of the domains of this galaxy with this merged summon, he didn't delve into a realm or planet that held many fiends at the realms of Quasar or below. He directly teleported to an area from the memories of dead fiends that he knew the elder fiend of this domain would be located. His aura had spread out the moment he appeared, seeing the elder fiend floating a few thousand miles away near a bubbling planetary body of liquid that was filled with vitality. This lower-tier galaxy realm expert noticed the mesmerizing eye that was the Oculothorax the moment it appeared as well, the shocking aura it released causing the eyes of this elder field to open wide as its body began to bubble with power. Yet the Oculothorax moved forward with purpose as its goal was this galaxy realm elder fiend itself, its eye filled with the essence of light and fate opening extremely wide until golden drops of blood could be seen tearfully dropping from it. Envy the mighty. First, a skill from the 7 Deadly Sins series, the ability from the Sin of Envy that lowered the abilities and stats of an opponent by 1 stage was cast. At the same time, a golden light that represented the abilities of the Sin of Pride being activated from facing a stronger foe shone brightly, enhanced soul damage. Extreme soul damage penetration. Soul lock. Non-evadable attack. Numerous intents combined from multiple supreme laws were also brought forth. Rumble, the wings of the Oculothorax shimmered with immense strength as thereafter, another skill was cast, a skill that caused a brilliant light to tear through the 1,000-mile distance between Noah and the elder fiend as it reached its target in an instant. Eye of Doom. Ryup, a harrowing light filled with the essence of fate and light, a light released from a variant animus summon that was proficient with soul damage. A light that was enhanced by the Sin of Pride, multiple intents, Incandescent Emperor, Yggdrasil, and Death Scythe. A light that was directed against a fiend whose abilities experienced a sudden debuff, whose one weakness was its soul. Impossible. A deathly scream was the only thing that could come out from the elder fiend as this appalling light reached it instantly, the illusory stars from a rotating galaxy it was trying to summon dimming a second after the light touched him, his eyes that were blazing like lanterns struggling with fear as something that should have not been possible occurred. The blazing eyes of the elder fiend that had achieved an extremely high realm shone brilliantly for just another second, before they dimmed. Entirely dead, a single skill from the stupidly enhanced and buffed Oculothorax, and an elder fiend, lay dead. In this domain that the Oculothorax had teleported in, it wasn't the weakest fiends that had fallen to it first, but the strongest. This Oculothorax was at the realm of black hole. Yet. A lower-tier galaxy elder fiend lay dead the second it released its attack. Yes, it was extremely proficient in soul damage that was the fiend's greatest weakness. Yes, it had a ridiculous amount of boosts while the elder fiend was debuffed by the Sin of Envy. But still, this was a genuine galaxy realm expert, and it still lay dead. Within the first few seconds of the siege of the Burning Domain's galaxy, there was one less galaxy expert within it. One must know, the battle had just begun. Chapter 707, What Can They Do But Die? In another domain of the Burning Domain's galaxy, a piercing cry of a future golden crow rang out in a stellar fashion. CAA, this cry was accompanied with a flaring of wild and brilliant golden flames. The three-legged fate crow that was descending onto a nearby star filled with fiends up to the rank of black hole shining brightly as with every passing second, the flames around it exponentially increased in size as the descent of this animus pet soon seemed like a wild golden sun was forming to strike the entire planet and its inhabitants. Fate Flames of the Void, but a single skill from the merged end. Enhanced Pet was released as Noah already backed it up with multiple specific intensive laws, and the flames called forth by the three-legged fate crow had coagulated around it as they expanded rapidly, burning the very atmosphere it was entering as within an instant, it smashed into the planet. Boom. Horrific flames shone in a cross-shaped manner as from the position the crow landed, the flames had actually spread out rapidly to cover thousands of miles as they instantly covered the entire planet. this entire star and all the fiends on it being covered by scorching fate flames that burned their very souls, the star itself beginning to implode right after, coward, a resounding call. Erupted out the moment the planet became engulfed in flames and imploded right after, every soul within it dead as among the imploding chunks of earth and flames, the glimmering body of a stellar elder fiend instantly appeared above the three-legged fate crow and struck down. The fist carried with it the force of a shining galaxy as it smashed into the body of the crow instantly, a blinding impact flashing as the crow shot downwards for hundreds of miles in the starry space before coming to a halt. The elder fiend looked on with incredulousness after landing the strike with his full power. Multiple illusory stars from his inner galaxy that he had called forth to aid him were still rotating on his fist, yet the enemy he struck did not have an ounce of damage as the moment they recovered from the inertia. The arrogant golden beak on the enemy only rose up in disdain before it completely ignored the galaxy realm expert and streaked towards a nearby planet where more fiends lay. Hold, the elder fiend put away his questions as he chased, passing messages to all other leading fiends as he continued to ask himself how this being was not injured by his strike. But he would never find out, as this was invulnerability. From the casting of plot armor, Noah had invulnerability for the next hour, and there were 4 of him that descended onto the burning domain's galaxy as the fiend would soon be faced with ridiculous enemies that could not even be damaged. In another domain, the mountainous form of a millennium calamity bear had descended into a realm that turned out to be one of the core realms of fiends, holding within it 5 fiend rulers at the Quasar realm with millions of other fiends training within. The calamity bear appeared in the skies of the realm as the mountainous body cast a shadow, its gaze that of solemnity and regality that was unique to its bloodline as the golden crown and scythe shimmering atop its head only went towards increasing its grand stature, as the fiends CLU.S. tiered together with the 5 quasar fiend rulers leading them with wrathful faces. The calamity bear spread its paws out in a welcoming manner as it called forth hug of life and death, the rumble, calmly. The skill was enunciated as it rang in the ears of all the beings in the surrounding miles, a hazy green-gray essence shining out from the calamity bear as its widespread paws and chest shone with an enticing L.U.S.ter. At the next instant, the 5 quasar-ranked experts and a few hundred fiends around them at the realm of black hole and nebula felt a strong gravitational force that they could not deny, a force that wrapped around each of them and pulled them towards the welcoming hug of the calamity bear without question. Boom. 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 The bodies of the fiends were pulled in as they stuck on the covered fur of the calamity bear, their eyes filled with terror as in the next instant, the paws of the calamity bear began closing to tightly hug all the fiends that had been pulled into its embrace, a horrendous pressure grinding down onto each of them as flesh and bones began to tear and break. SQLCH, a shower of blood could then be seen thereafter as the palms of the calamity bear touched, the 5 quasar fiend rules and a few hundred fiends that had fallen into its hug only becoming a mass of flesh and bones as they perished. If one could not survive the hug of life and death, there was only one outcome. The remaining fiends on this realm shook as they saw their strongest combatants wiped out in an instant, their hearts only being lifted as in the next second, a wrathful elder fiend at the lower tier of the galaxy realm made his entrance into the realm, his body pulsating with strength as he bellowed while shooting towards the calamity bear, at this powerful expert making an appearance. The regal gaze of the calamity bear remained as its enormous paw simply waved down with a grand aura of majesty. The battles had begun simultaneously, and only a few seconds had passed in reality as the fiends of the burning domain's galaxy reacted. At the same time, in the depths of the galaxy where the core of it lay, a terrifying entity opened her eyes as a mystical light swam within her, her gaze rising high as it pierced through the veils of space and sensed the commotion while receiving word from multiple elder fiends of what was happening. Who dares rumble? Chapter 709. Merely an entity. In life, many beings have many different ways where they carry themselves, some are servile and some are overbearing, with many more staying in between these extremes as they simply pass through life. Some may confidently raise their heads to the skies while strutting about, while others hunch over and keep their heads very close to the earth. Those who can confidently raise their heads and those who can be overbearing, a lot of the time there is something within their psyche that grants them such a disposition. Something that is there to back up their confidence in the face of anything. Some had wealth or high societal position to back them up, others simply cultivated a strong belief in themselves as they raised their heads high through pure hard work. When it came to the being holding the trait of protagonist, though, his assurance to act high and mighty in the face of a powerful entity was his fear of death being removed, backed up by plot armor. Noah in the form of the void serpent glanced at the entity with his serpentine head held high. The void serpent towered over 700 meters with all the buffs, its red eyes glancing towards the entity who towered over 20 meters. This entity had a humanoid shape with a face similar to that of human females, yet at the same time, it seemed different. The face seemed like a mixture of human and devilish features, as at this moment, it was filled with wrath at having its authority violated, and violated by someone at a much lower status than her. I have traversed the dark universe more than many can even dream of. Seen things that you cannot even imagine. I have fought entities proficient in terrifying DAS and come out alive, conquered multiple galaxies and destroyed even more with ease. Yet today, a creature at the lower tier of the galaxy realm dares to be wild under my gaze? You dare to kill when I say you cannot, or rumble. Each of her words were filled with wrath as the oppressive aura she released rose higher and higher, the space around her trembling as the unique essence of the Tao swirled around her. One must recall that this was an entity. A title that was given to a being that the prerequisite alone was for them to be in the peak tier of the galaxy realm. The power of this being was immense, yet Noah glanced towards her with even more calmness and arrogance as the rising pressure she released seemed to not make him falter a single bit. I dared. Will you continue talking and spreading out that vile aura, or will you act? Snap. His words made all hell break loose as a gray-green light covered the entity and caused her to instantly disappear, her titanic body reappearing right above the head of the void serpent as she pushed out her palm. Only a palm, but it was filled with a terrifying power that would wipe away a middle-tier galaxy expert and heavily injured normal peak-tier ones. Her eyes shone with innumerable lights as her gaze became cold, this palm of hers seemingly eclipsing everything as it expanded to be even larger than the enormous head of the void serpent. It was releasing a devouring power that sucked away all the nearby vitality, even space itself, as it began to turn gray and lose luster, perished, cold. Powerful, boom, the strike fully shattered and devoured the surrounding space as a void was created, the body of the void serpent shooting out like a cannonball as it was pushed back for tens of thousands of miles, eventually coming in contact with a planet as his body actually pierced through the planet and caused it to implode a second later. WAA. Noah only came to a stop after another few thousand miles as he came to a halt, breathing hard as he checked his body thoroughly to find no injuries whatsoever. Raucous laughter erupted in the starry space as the entity reappeared above the void serpent once more, her eyes glowing with a cold light as she shockingly observed the creature laughing wildly. To not have been injured even a little, that was all? Merely an entity. Now move, I have work to do. The body of the void serpent turned into a streak of light as its aura spread out and looked for more fiends in the near CLU.S. tour of stars. He actually ignored the entity who could not injure him as he went to collect more loot. The entity herself hid the shocked look within her eyes as she appeared in the path of the void serpent once more, her palm shooting out as it carried with it fearsome essence of the Tao of vitality. Boom, yet another strike from a powerful entity, throwing Noah back for another thousands of miles before he came to a stop. All he felt when the strikes hit him were a sense of pressure that pushed him away, but no pain or injuries whatsoever. He shook his head towards the fiend as he teleported away. Just stay here and relax for a bit, I'll be done and take my leave after I achieve my goal. He teleported away as he appeared in another quadrant of the burning domains, in the domain where the elder fiend taken down by the Aurora Galaxy Dragon used to oversee. He left behind a stupefied entity that was looking at her palm and sensing the doubt to make sure that she wasn't seeing things. Her face turning ugly as her body disappeared to chase the nearest enemy aura once more. In a few seconds, the entity appeared in front of a flaming golden chicken, the fearsome three-legged fate crow who was going from star to star burning everything down to cinders. Boom, a palm struck out against this unsuspecting chicken as she was thrown back for thousands of miles, but the same thing repeated itself as the chicken only looked towards the entity with an annoyed expression after coming to a stop. That's right. Annoyed, the entity saw this expression as she couldn't hide the stupor on her face anymore, the golden beak of the crow raising up as its voice was heard in passing while its body teleported away. Little entity, don't bother us. We'll be gone in a bit. The aura of the chicken reappeared in another corner of the burning domains galaxy as its siege continued, the entity sensing this with shock and bubbling fury as she went towards the other two attackers. Chapter 710. An entity chases to no avail. Noah Farms. This powerful entity had many questions as she moved, the words on arrogant golden chicken ringing out in her mind as her fury only grew. Little entity, little, rumble, wrath of unbridled proportion erupted out at this moment. In a few seconds, the powerful entity reappeared in another domain of the burning domains galaxy as this time, she faced a kingly bear that was swiping its powerful paws left and right. Each time a fiend falling from it, this time, the entity was careful as she called out, her words changing the very surroundings themselves, one with the Tao. Vitality reversal, rumble. At this moment, It seemed like all the surrounding space and stars lost color, everything gradually turning gray and lifeless as they were all taken towards a singular being. Even the remaining fiends that the Calamity Bear had not taken care of became lifeless husks as in the surrounding thousands of miles. It became a lifeless world, everything in the surroundings became lifeless, except the entity that had cast the terrifying skill, and the regal Calamity Bear that actually gazed towards this entity with disdain. His snout twitched to the side as the paws of the Calamity Bear shimmered, its voice ringing out before spatial essence covered it. So damn annoying. These were the only words left behind as the entity looked on in a wrathful stupor as the Calamity Bear disappeared as well. Numerous thoughts crossed the entity's mind as she tried to make sense of the situation in front of her. I cannot sense anything that would make such a thing possible. A grand Dao? A protective Dao weapon? Many thoughts crossed the terrifying mind of the fiend as nothing made sense. She could not figure out how this being was escaping any and all damage she dealt, even when she utilized the very essence of her Dao to deal horrendous attacks that would shatter a middle-tier galaxy expert in a few moves. Yet no answer came as the entity could only continue to chase the attackers besieging the burning domain's galaxy to no avail. She threw out an attack that drained the essence of an entire star the moment she neared another one of the attackers, and it was the variant Oculothorax this time around. The planet that the Oculothorax was rampaging around in was drained entirely with everything on it, as one could shockingly see chunks of it turning to earth and dust, yet the Oculothorax wasn't harmed one bit by the attack as the huge eye stared at the entity. A light of curiosity twinkled as before teleporting away. The eye was buffed by intense as the ability of Sin of Envy was also utilized. Eye of Doom, being cast a second later as a shocking ray of light erupted out and struck the body of the entity. The light encompassed her as she harumphed. The light of Dao shimmering off of her as the skill that killed a low-tier galaxy expert did absolutely nothing against this being. Noah affirmed his thoughts that he could not defeat this creature no matter what he did at this moment, teleporting the body of the Oculothorax away as he continued his siege to collect more loot. He couldn't take care of the most powerful being in this galaxy, but his goal of obtaining a large number of cores from nebula, black hole, and quasar rank experts was proceeding smoothly. None of the fiends at the realm of quasar could stand against him. And he had already taken down 2 at the low-tier galaxy realm, as the 3 remaining Elder Fiends were among his targets before his invulnerability effect was taken away. So while being chased around by a furious entity that could do nothing to him, he continued to amass more and more loot that would for sure bump him to the quasar realm while keeping his grand completion, and it still remained to be seen whether it would be enough to rise to galaxy when he was running rampant throughout the domains. His 3-legged fate crow appeared near the green planetary body of water that all the Elder Fiends were guarding, glancing over its description with shining eyes. Vital life water, a treasured vital water that was drenched in the Tao of vitality. To those delving into it or drinking it, enhances realm progression by 200%. The vitality essence will gradually fade away after 1 year. Yet another treasure light in front of him as he waved his hands and used an enormous amount of mana to place all of it in his expansive space. He also made it his goal to steal the rest of the vital life water that was in the other domains, the thing that caused the battle-driven fiends to elevate themselves and create many experts over the last hundreds of years. Wretched creature. Boom. The entity appeared before him again as she continued to release attacks without giving up, with his reaction being to ignore her as he knew he couldn't defeat her at this moment. Only collecting information on all the skills and abilities she used while trying to observe the powerful Dao she wielded. Like this, minutes passed in the burning domain's galaxy. There was a powerful entity still recovering from injuries chasing away 4 attackers, while each of them continued to release terrible skills that reaped the lives of fiends over and over again. The loot piled up in Noah's expansive space as he enjoyed the perks of plot armor, moving freely in the burning domain's galaxy while not worrying about the powerful entity attacking him. It was only after half an hour of him scouring the multiple domains that the entity came to stop, her gaze being extremely cold and filled with immense wrath as she only watched the 4 animus summons continue their rampage. Even an entity who had comprehended a powerful Dao had to come to stop, in front of plot armor that granted the carrier of the protagonist trait, invulnerability. What could an enemy do but despair? Chapter 7:11, bearing a heavy toll. Throughout life, one can sometimes hear about treasures piling up as high as a mountain, or learn about treasure troves that would even make the greediest dragons be filled with jealousy. Yet all the treasure troves one could imagine could not even enter Noah's sight at this moment as he stared at the resplendent cores and skill books that he had collected as loot from the fiends. The shimmering cores were piled up together as they formed an enormous mountain, and this was especially so for the galaxy rank cores that were much different than any other past cores. These cores were as large as his own head as they shimmered with a mystical light. each of them showing a multitude of stellar stars rotating within the core as it seemed Noah was holding on to a small galaxy within his hands. Can one even imagine this? Close your eyes as you try and picture the image of your palm outstretched, and on top of your palm there lies a large circular crystal that contains within it a small galaxy. It was truly a majestic sight to behold as Noah could not wait to see just what these galaxy-ranked cores could elevate him to. Other treasures that he chose to take for himself from this galaxy was the vital life water present in each domain, taking this treasure created by an entity proficient in the Tao of Vitality for himself, as he planned to personally use it as well as hand it to his people. Both he and them needed many resources to elevate their realms higher, and this was especially so for him who wanted to keep his realm at grand completion. Continuing forward, after obtaining a manifested black hole realm, if he wanted to stay on this ancient path he had to make sure that he reached grand completion in all his future realms, which meant absorbing as much essence from cores or treasures until his very origin could no longer take it. After that, he could break through as through his realm, he would obtain battle power that was multiple times greater than the same beings on his realm. Of course, when it came to him, he already had horrific traits and abilities that made him unrivaled in the same stage as many others. This could already be seen from how at the realm of black hole, he was already capable of taking down low-tier galaxy realm experts. Of course it was only because of his summons, but at this moment he considered his pets a part of his strength. They were one and the same. They raged through the burning domain's galaxy as numerous planets were destroyed and multiple realms ruined. Noah continuing to move forward with his goals even though he was very well aware of his actions. In his mind, he was erasing the problem of fiends that had waged war first against multiple other galaxies. When they invaded other galaxies and carried out these attacks, they didn't feel any remorse for the lives they took or what damage they dealt. So in his perspective, he was simply taking care of an enemy force. All was fair when one was at war, but he also understood that from the minds of the fiends, they experienced an unknown invader coming to their galaxy as he laid waste to their powerful combatants and destroyed multiple places that many of them called home. It was extremely hard to look at these events without a strong mind, especially when you were the one carrying them out. So every time that Noah moved and reaped the lives of more fiends, his heart only became calmer and calmer as he forged his will and became even firmer in the belief of his goals. As long as there were enemies, they had to be taken care of. Sooner or later, it would be either the fiends and this entity as the victor as the Nexus Galaxy and many others were laid to waste, or it would be the fiends experiencing great loss like they did today. His mindset was such at this moment. Who was to say whether it was correct? How far would the line be blurred from what he did and what his enemies did? By the end of it all, it purely came down to survival. It was kill or be killed, and there were predators and prey. And Noah never wanted to be a scared little prey ever again. Rumble, with a steeled heart, his 1 hour of plot armor was used as efficiently as possible as multiple domains of the burning domain galaxy were besieged, many fiends falling as he collected a multitude of loot. After he used the strength of the merged animus summons and killed his third low-tier galaxy fiend, the entity moved with a cold face as she collected the remaining 2 elder fiends that were trembling with anger and shame. They actually had to be protected by their master from an enemy they could not counter, an enemy that had such shocking defenses that nothing went through him. He wasn't able to get his hands on the other 2 elder fiends as they were kept by the side of the entity thereafter, casting him to search across the galaxy and finish off any remaining quasar-ranked experts and below. It was truly a heavy day as he faced the experts of an entire galaxy. His subordinates in the novice galaxy would have never believed he was doing something like this. And even the powerful beings in the Nexus Galaxy had no idea that the powerful force of fiends they knew to be great in number was actually taken care of alone by the new imperial ruler they knew as Alexander. The only threat that would remain at this moment was always the biggest one, and that was the terrifying entity that traversed in the Tao of Vitality. As Noah finished the most powerful experts of the Burning Domains galaxy and saw less than 15 minutes remaining in his stage of invulnerability, he was content with the abundant amount of loot as he looked towards the position where the wrathful entity that could do nothing to him had remained. This entity stayed at this location while protecting the last 2 elder fiends, her heart continuing to breed immense hate towards the unknown creatures that even she could not take care of. The eyes of Noah's summons all now looked towards this entity as before his plot armor ended. He actually wanted to check out the power of this entity some more as he prepared for the future. Chapter 7:12, Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. In the Burning Domains galaxy, much of the central areas of the domains lay in ruin as in a particular domain, the wrathful entity stood in front of 2 trembling elder fiends who had their bodies trembling from shame and anger. they had their auras spread out across the many thousands of miles as they could only helplessly watch while four creatures ravaged their homes. They could only watch as these creatures were extremely powerful, and even their master could not put a scratch on them. After a while, they sensed all of the creatures come to a stop as spatial fluctuations occurred in the same region they were in. Soon after, the images of a kingly calamity bear, an arrogant future golden crow, a saintly variant oculothorax, and an ancient void serpent all appeared in front of their eyes calmly. The eyes of the entity were filled with extreme coldness as her voice rang out while looking at the mystery she could not solve. "Are you done?" The words felt cold and sharp, being words of someone thinking of many ways to cruelly kill the creatures in many sorts of ways the moment she got the chance. Noah listened to these words as the voice of the void serpent resounded out. "Not quite yet, Rumble." Even though he could not defeat this being, it did not prevent him from testing out more of its abilities with the remaining time he had. Aside from the skills of his summons, he wanted to try a particular skill that was the combination of techniques from the law of life and the law of death. The law of life had ashes to ashes, and it mentioned a counterpart ability light in the law of death termed dust to dust, and they came together to bring about a terrific skill. It was a first for Noah to observe as well, something that was different compared to the many other skills he had. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, somewhat different from unique or absolute skills. This is a unique type of skill that grows with the realm of the user, and was birthed from the combination of the two ultimate laws of life and death. Depending on the user, this ability could cause mountains to tremble or it could be utilized to lay waste to stars and galaxies. The ability utilizes the essence of both life and death to release an area of attack that can either cause the age regression or progression of that entire area. Those capable of casting it long enough can regress the ages of the area and everything within it, or progress everything as they experience the vicissitudes of life and death. Those that cannot defend against it will only have one result: ashes to ashes, dust to dust. At the current realm of the user, an area the size of a normal star can be affected. Once one reaches a high enough realm, even entire galaxies can be affected. It was an ability with a lengthy explanation, but one that heavily interested him nonetheless. When it came to its high mana requirements of casting it and keeping it active, he did not have to worry at all as the void serpent raised its head towards the entity and two elder fiends before he called out the words that were drenched with an aura of ancientness. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Ruumble, the starry." Space trembled and splintered as the words were called. The area where the entity floated with two elder fiends changing colors to gain a gray hue that contained an unknown aura of death, and also life, yet everything with the space seemed to be getting older and older, starting with the horrified elder fiends that felt their very bodies and souls aging as their origins calculated the age of their demise getting nearer and nearer. "Master." The low-tier galaxy realm elder fiends called out fearfully as their bodies aged rapidly, seemingly thinking they would turn to ash in a matter of minutes if nothing was done. T-single skill was actually capable of affecting those at the galaxy realm who had no laws or doubt to defend themselves. The only being in the space to still remain with a calm expression was the entity, her body covered by the unique essence of the Tao of Vitality as in the next second. This essence also leaped out to cover the aging bodies of the elder fiends as well. The gaze of the entity was sharp as she seems to have figured out something, nodding towards Noah nonchalantly as if the space around them did not continue to rapidly deteriorate. Possessing a treasure that allows you to ignore the attacks of even someone like me, but possessing offensive power no stronger than a being at the low-tier galaxy realm. Even the treasure you have most likely protects you for a set time, otherwise nothing in this universe would make sense anymore. Her voice was calm but chilling, the essence of the Tao she released only becoming stronger as it exploded out to cover the area where the effects of ashes to ashes, dust to dust were covering. One must recall that this skill that Noah just cast was capable of aging even the low-tier galaxy realm experts. Rumble, yet the aura of deterioration that this horrendous skill released was wiped away with the essence of the Tao of Vitality as the entity continued, merely a skill using ultimate laws, not enough to reach the Tao. You best hope your protection treasure does not run out while you're still here, otherwise. The entity waved her hands as an appalling gravitational lock erupted out for over 100,000 miles, covering all of Noah's four merged forms as she continued. "You best pray that I do not meet you again, or next time, you will not be able to escape my grasp." Noah heard these wrathful words as his eyes shone expectantly, affirming the strength of this fearsome being that held the title of an entity as he nodded. He had accomplished much here today, and did not need to stay any longer and accidentally bring himself harm if anything happened. He wanted to leave this galaxy with a few minutes remaining, just in case his aura or teleportation route could be tracked or anything mysterious like that. He cast a teleportation skill while the words of the entity rang out in his mind. The figures of the Calamity Bear, three-legged Fate Crow, and the variant Oculothorax disappeared with the light of teleportation. Even under the locked space that the entity had laid down, he could still teleport out with ease through the use of the absolute skill. Only the void serpent remained as it raised its crowned head high while its eyes glanced down at the entity. The eyes dripped with confidence as the light of teleportation covered the merged summon, the voice of Noah mixed with the ancient demeanor of the future Jormungand ringing out, "Even if there is a next time, you will not be able to stop me. I will come and go as I please." Words of extreme arrogance that slapped the authoritative face of the entity rang out. And Noah grew even more calmer as he saw the increasingly wrathful face, leaving a few more words before he disappeared to utterly piss off this being. "Just pray that I don't grow to your level before I meet you again, otherwise an entity like you will end up just like the fiends, as dead as you could be, SHIA. With that, he disappeared from the burning domain's galaxy as he laid waste to much of its experts, leaving behind a wrathful entity who still could not explain the mysteries of what happened. Chapter 713. The Overseer is ridiculous as always. In the chaotic void between the Nexus Galaxy and the stellar sky galaxy that Noah had seen when he and the party of Imperial Princess traveled back and forth, the enormous body of the Void Serpent appeared. It shimmered with a powerful aura as it appeared alone in this space, observing the changes around it to see whether the powerful entity was capable of using some mystical methods to track him down. The other three Animus summons had also teleported to random locations in the chaotic void, spending the last few minutes in their invulnerable state to make sure they weren't followed. He even waved his hands as he released the planetary body of the vital life water in the chaotic void, wanting to test if the entity could somehow track this treasure that she used her Tao of Vitality to bring to life. After the minutes went down and nothing occurred, he once more checked with his skills in the Law of Fate as he saw no trouble would come to him. And then each of the summons performed teleportation again as they all had a singular location as the goal, the Novice Galaxy. He appeared with his summons in the central area of his infinite realm, the continent that used to be the largest one when it was still the spiritual world in the past. Rumble. The shocking aura of four Animus summons with shocking power appeared in what could be considered the capital of the infinite realm, the location that many beings knew to be the home of the Overseer. Noah came back to his home galaxy to celebrate the successful completion of an extremely fruitful siege mission. The treasures he obtained being something that was worthy of celebrating. POV change. Hello. It's your favorite Shadowguard once more, Knight. Let me tell you, I was having what could be considered a normal day in this mystical infinite realm, but my heart nearly leaped out of my chest just now. The cause was, of course, as always, the esteemed Overseer, what we call the infinite continent, the area at the direct center of the infinite realm that has continued to expand as more worlds are constantly fused into it. This area was where the esteemed Overseer had built enormous buildings of beautiful aesthetics that he found from many worlds. Buildings as tall as the huge trees one could find in the celestial realm rose to the skies, some looking medieval and majestic while others looked like they came from a technological empire, but they made for a beautiful citadel at the center of this infinite continent. As the largest structure that lied at the very center was an exquisite fortress where the esteemed Overseer would reside. This was the place where you could find the shocking personages like my Queen, Adelaide, or the domineering Barbados and the much too forward vampire Queen Elena. It was the place where the delegations of all fused worlds came to pay respect, as most of the powerful personage in our realm could be found in this fortress or around it. Very few of them ever got to meet the esteemed Overseer themselves, with most of them being seen by the guide, Queen Adelaide, or the protector, Steel Mikhail. But today, above this regal and mystical fortress at the very center of the citadel of the infinite continent, for shocking auras that caused the very skies themselves to tremble appeared. This was the reason for my heart nearly leaping out of my chest, as the power the four auras released was greater than anything we had come across before. I nearly peed myself at the presence of these beings, but gradually calmed down as I saw their bodies reducing in size, losing their golden shimmering crowns, sides, and layers of resplendent armor as the proper images of a crow, bear, serpent, and a floating eyeball appeared. My worries only reduced after a light shone and I observed the forms of the esteemed Overseer appearing next to these four majestic animals while stroking them, a boisterous laugh that shook the skies themselves coming out from him. He was laughing as jovial as one could, glancing at his fortress below him as he waved his hands on the large courtyard and did something that would be inscribed deep in my mind for years to come. With a wave of his hand, large amounts of crystalline shimmering cores flooded into the courtyard as they soon began creating a mountain. This shocking action and the auras of the four creatures already being picked up by all the powerful personages in this citadel as they all came out with agape expressions to watch the spectacle. They came to watch as the esteemed overseer waved his hands, and a mountain of valuable treasures appeared as cores of all levels nearly eclipsed the large fortress. What was more shocking was the power these cores released, where through the use of the intuitive system we gained by joining the esteemed overseer we could see the identity of these cores that made us all the more shaken. This was because among the mountain of treasures cores, we could make out hundreds of thousands of cores. At the star-forging realm, tens of thousands of cores at the nebula rank, and thousands of cores at the black hole rank. Thousands. This number made my legs give out as I fell down in a stupor. As they truly represented a shocking truth, you must know, the strongest experts we had currently were the ladies of the esteemed overseer that had just broken into the nebula rank, where the first appearing black hole expert was actually the Trias Emperor Penguin as he liked to be called. Yet at this moment, the esteemed overseer had thrown down a mountain of treasures where cores at the black hole realm that signified thousands of black hole experts were overflowing, not to mention our eyes picking up on the even more luminous cores that actually read, Quasar Rank Core. Speechless was all we could be as I saw Queen Adelaide appear in the skies and smile sweetly towards the esteemed overseer. The mountain of treasured cores below her seemingly not even entering her eyes as they seemed to be looking at the man in the skies like he was the most treasured thing alive. The Trias Emperor Penguin and others appearing in the skies were among the only ones that shared my unbounded shock as we realized what the jubilant laughter of the esteemed overseer meant as he continued to release treasures in the skies, his hands moving again as thousands of skill books descended down and nearly overshadowed the fortress. As if to say he wasn't done, his gaze also went to the skies as his hand commanded, and we observed as a blue moon ridiculously appeared far in the skies. It seemed like a blue moon, but it was actually an enormous body of water that was the size of a small planet, seeming like a moon as it hanged above the skies of the infinite realm. One must remember that the infinite realm was currently approaching over 500,000 miles in size after many worlds continued to be fused into it, the moon appearing in the skies that seemed like a small star being only a few thousand miles in size and fitting snugly. But his hands continued waving as another 4 of these same planetary bodies appeared, and we would only later come to find out they were called vital life water, a grand treasure that would cause us to break through ranks even faster. As we looked at all of these things, we could only begin to imagine what grand battles the overseer had gone through to bring such treasures to light. But the more important question was, could the esteemed overseer please try not to shock us too much? My legs can't handle such surprises so frequently, you know. Chapter 7:14. Others take years, I take days. In the courtyard of the expertly built fortress reminiscent of the architecture in the Nexus galaxy, Noah stared at the mountain of cores and skill books as the top combatants in his infinite realm came close. Come, let us partake in loot as I tell you all a story. His voice was vibrant as he was in good mood, choosing this time to be as good as any to let them know of the forces outside of the Novus galaxy while his other bodies used their boons to elevate their realms to even greater levels. Off to the side, the nebula-ranked Kazuhiko could not help but tremble while looking at the 4 animus summons that surrounded Noah's multiple bodies. What are they? His voice was tinged with excitement as he glanced at the terrifying pressure the animus pets released, Noah smiling towards him as he replied, pets. Similar to Draco, but much more powerful. I'll tell you guys about them as well. Noah's main body remained for the job of spreading out the treasures and talking with his people as the 3-legged fate crow and the void serpent disappeared with the body of Alexander. This party of Alexander reappeared in a time-space of the infinite realm in an area only privy for him. Waving his hands once more as a pile of cores ranging from black hole to galaxy appeared in front of him, there were many things to be done, but raising his strength came first as with the raising of it there came many surprises and a vast increase in his power. This was more clearly displayed when one thought about the fact that he would be able to summon 2 more animus pets when he entered the quasar realm, and another 2 more after he touched the galaxy realm. His thoughts moved as from the 6 planetary bodies of the vital life water that he stole from the burning domain's galaxy, he removed a circular portion with the diameter of 6 meters from the single planetary body he kept to himself to come outside and drench him as he enjoyed the 200% speed and realm progression that the fiends had been enjoying for so long. With such a thing, he was confident in breaking through to the next level, even if the galaxy realm might remain out of reach after he absorbed even the few cores of the beings at this level. The main body of Alexander had already begun devouring the black hole rank cores first as he would move on to quasar, consuming them until his body released the signal that he could advance into the next realm while keeping himself at grand completion. Meanwhile, the clone of Alexander was taking the questions of the animus summons that were shocked out of their minds. Are you a chosen Tao child? Do you have a Tao treasure? How are we not hurt when facing the attacks of an entity, CAA? CAA. CAA. The ancient voice of the void serpent could finally not help it as it asked, while the future golden crow screeched loudly as she remembered her majestic figure taking the hits of entity and coming out unharmed. Noah smiled as he began discussing with his pets some truths about himself, trusting these creatures as they were contracted with him and a part of his strength. So a multitude of discussions were taking place with Noah as the central character, his clones and main bodies each doing their own tasks, as he considered the most important one to be the task of Alexander consuming cores like pieces of candy. Rumble, his black hole continued to expand and actually became ever brighter as it attempted to form a quasar. The quasar itself was an extremely luminous supermassive black hole that was surrounded by a powerfully gaseous accretion disk. In trying to understand the term accretion, it is the accumulation of miniaturized small particles into a massive gravitational mass like a black hole, and this accumulation of particles attracts more matter in the gaseous form as it forms a disk around a black hole. Such was an accretion disk. Such was the shocking event that was occurring within Noah's origin at this moment. It was the stage of quasar where the active galactic nucleus would be formed, the stage that made one prepare to form their own galaxy. An hour passed as he had swallowed all of the black hole and quasar rank cores, his body feeling vibrant and nearly full as he downed the cores of hundreds of fiends at the same rank as him or greater. But he still did not have that final piece of the puzzle that gave him the signal of reaching grand accumulation of this realm before he broke through into quasar. This made his eyes turn towards the shimmering galaxy cores that were the size of his head, each of them shining with a miniature galaxy as they seemed extremely enticing to him, his very origin calling out to them. He was at the realm of black hole, but he would be consuming a core of a being 2 realms above him in order to break through. Such was the difficulty of achieving grand completion in one's realm. His hands grasped onto the galaxy core without any more weight as a brilliant light shined out, his body sucking in the essence of a ridiculously powerful core for his level as the gaseous mixture forming into a disk around his black hole became ever so denser, a blinding aurora of a gorgeous red, orange, and purple light beginning to emanate out as the process of forming a quasar fully went underway. His body felt extremely full as he let out a wild cry, keeping his realm at grand completion as he now advanced into the next realm. The accretion disk expanded and spun crazily as it drew in the atmospheric essence and the essence of the galaxy core, the potent energies causing its formation to be extremely rapid as in a matter of seconds. Noah's body unconsciously and grandly began to float in the glimmering skies of the infinite realm. On his body, one would distinctly be able to notice an astronomical body of extremely high luminosity, an astral body that would normally be found at the centers of galaxies, being powered by gaseous matter spiraling at appallingly high velocities as they surrounded a black hole. This was a quasar, a vibrant and thrumming quasar was manifested on his body in a stellar fashion as the gravitational forces around him went into a tumultuous fervor. His aura was that of someone in the quasar rank, but its oppressive force was more than 10 times what others in the same realm would release. And this was before he even employed his strength, as he sensed the profound strength within him as well as the majestic quasar manifested throughout his body. The body of Alexander looked like an ancient treasure that even ancient powers would protect as a grand smile could be seen on his face. Others took years to advance through these realms, while he merely took days. Just days. His bubbling excitement only increased as while sensing this power, he felt a shackle being lifted as it told him he could utilize once more to bring about another pet. Chapter 7:15, A Coming Catastrophe. In the burning domain's galaxy that Noah left in ruin, the entity was floating amongst the starry stars as many thoughts crossed her mind. The 2 elder fiends she protected were weaving through the galaxy as they ascertained the damage, but she knew the force of fiends she raised for the past hundreds of years was all destroyed in a single day. Her wrath was just as great as ever, but she contained it as she waved her hand and released an ancient page, a page from the Book of Ruination. She used a unique method as she poured essence into the page, closing her eyes as she wanted to sense something only for her face to become even darker as the rage grew to greater levels. What she had sensed with her unique method was the fact that the page that should have been present in the stellar sky galaxy was actually gone. She could no longer sense that signal even though the 2 galaxies weren't too many light years away, which let her know that within this period of time someone had taken it away. Her bubbling rage gave way to her thousands of years of experience as she thought of multiple possibilities, with the greatest one coming out to be the next strongest power that had just gone into the galaxy to save them from the siege of fiends, as well as the power that was taking over the stellar sky galaxy at this time, puny adjudicator, yes. She began with the nearest possible force that might have taken something hers, and it was the Nexus galaxy that had just provided support in the galaxy that the Page of Ruination used to be in. first an unexplainable assailant, and now mere galaxy thinking they can stand in my way. I have healed enough to be able to withstand another entity if I face one. This time I shall act myself. Rumble, the horrendously powerful entity that even Noah could not stand at the moment, had taken enough time to heal, and her healing was always in terms of carefulness and safety. She would not step out of the burning domain's galaxy if she wasn't confident in being able to withstand another entity, and it was this type of paranoia and carefulness that had caused her to keep her life for so many years. This time, she would be moving herself as she went towards the Nexus galaxy, wiping out the pesky beings that dared to withstand her might and deny the wishes of an entity for so long. She had destroyed multiple galaxies before, this one would simply be among them soon enough. As she looked around the domains of the galaxy she had occupied for the last hundreds of years, she shook her head in disappointment. What a waste of time, no decent force even came out of it. Her aged gaze was filled with disappointment as the light of teleportation filled her body, disappearing from the burning domain's galaxy as she made her way towards a single place, with her goal being to wipe out a galaxy. Galaxies were unique things in the vast universe as they birthed within them multitudes of life, and they were granted senses unique to them as well by the universe. One of such privileges was a sense of danger for the galaxies and all the beings it contained. This sense allowing for a galaxy to try and mobilize its forces before this danger came and wiped everything away. Many destroyed galaxies felt this sense before they were destroyed, where even when they mobilized all their forces they were never enough for an unavoidable danger coming towards them, thus they would be destroyed as they experienced rebirth. Who knew how many years later, birthing within them a whole new generation of creatures as cycles passed over the eons of time. On this particular day, the powerful Nexus galaxy that had its reach across multiple surrounding galaxies and even enjoyed the uses of a unique universal rift, such a galaxy felt an astounding impending sense of danger that told it death was on its for it and all the inhabitants within it, all the formed worlds, realms, beings, cultures, and structures of power that they had worked on for hundreds of thousands of years. They were all about to be torn apart from this coming danger. On this day, the powerful inhabitants of the Nexus galaxy felt a strong calling as their faces turned ashen, where they heard no words from their galaxy, but they were given the understanding that they had to prepare, or they would all perish. This sense traveled to even Noah, who had the body of Alexander in the Nexus galaxy, raising his face up with a dark face as he was about to summon his fifth animus pet in the Nexus galaxy. The imperial princess that had been glued to the Tao crystal for the past few days finally lifted up her face, her body beginning to glow with the glimmer of the Tao as shockingly she had been able to glimpse it and gain initial understanding in a few days. Her drop-dead gorgeous demeanor wasn't happy though, and one could see a hint of sadness on her face as it would make any man run towards her while whispering sweet words of how they could help so that such an expression could never appear on someone like her. She had this saddened expression because even after stepping her foot in a lesser Tao, her home was facing a threat that could destroy everything soon after. She sighed as she rose, her actions taking her mom, Anastasia, out of her stupor as she turned towards her daughter with shining eyes. Just like your mother, you hold some talent. She went towards her as she rubbed the glimmering crimson hair that could be seen on the both of them lovingly, Anna nodding shyly as she looked around her and remembered someone else. Where are Dad and Alexander? Did they manage to step on the Tao as well? Well, a wry expression appeared on Anastasia as she told of the past events, a cuto forming on the face of Anna as in a few minutes, the Imperial Adjudicator appeared in the Blue Plains realm they were in with a heavy face. Something is coming. A danger that poses a calamity to destroy everything we have built. And I am not sure where it is from. His gaze was that of a frustrated ruler and a pained father, his mind feeling a sense of weakness that wanted to make him bellow out his grievances. Anastasia nodded at this as she still held her daughter lovingly. It's all right. We shall go through it together. Call the genius Alexander and assemble all of the powerful forces to gather outside the boundary of the galaxy. We shall see exactly who wishes it harm. Rumble, a coming threat. A movement of forces. A start of something that would lead to shocking results. Chapter 7:16. As trouble looms, I shall summon pets. Noah thought hard about the looming threat making its way towards the Nexus galaxy, the sudden feeling of danger making it very clear to him that if nothing was done, destruction was coming for the galaxy. Such an event was not something he wanted to happen, and there was still the matter of his trait that was not fully completed. Many thoughts passed across his mind as he thought of countless possibilities, his eyes landing on the plot armor skill that had 29 days left on the cooldown timer, and then staring at the Deus Ex Machina skill that he saved for emergencies. If worst came to be, he still had the choice of evading the coming doom of the Nexus galaxy with such a skill. and he would see what possibilities would come out of it, but first, he would continue elevating his strength as he breathed out, getting ready to summon his fifth animus pet. After breaking through to Quasar, he enjoyed the feeling of the vital life water, as he brought more of it out while consuming another galaxy-rank core, feeling the abundant essence of this stellar core rushing towards his quasar as it disappeared into it like a drop of water. That's right, a mere drop of water, and it felt like he had an entire small pond to fill up before he could be considered to have achieved grand completion and broken through into the galaxy realm without issues. If he kept his manifested realm at such a stage, it would mean that he could easily wipe out those in the low tier as he would match the experts at the middle tier galaxy realm. In the case he brought his animus pets into the picture, the thought of it alone made his blood boil in excitement, rumble, since he knew that even if he absorbed the remaining amount of galaxy rank cores they would not help him achieve his breakthrough. He put them aside to absorb later as he went about the business of obtaining his fifth pet. Essence freely overflowed as he pumped mana with wild abandon while activating, causing the opening of a summoning rift to appear in the skies of the time-space he was in. As it got larger and larger, his excitement was so palpable that if someone was there, they would be able to notice his eyes visibly shooting out golden beams of light as he focused on the widening summoning rift, this luminous light only getting brighter and brighter as he noticed the size of this rift to pass one that would give out an ultra-rare pet and actually approach the size of the prized rarity prismatic. He nearly cried out in joy as the first prismatic pet was a void serpent with a terrifying bloodline and was a rank higher than him. As he saw this widening summoning rift that seemed to be even larger than the void serpents who carried the bloodline of Jormungandr, his thoughts wildly moved as he repeated a single sentence: "Please be in the galaxy realm. Please be in the." His eyes were filled with expectations as the summoning rift got larger and larger, a terrifying pressure beginning to be released from it as the fiery golden feathers of the future golden crow had began to tremble, and the gaze of the void serpent curled not too far away was filled with an ancient light as it watched on. Thrum. Space seemed to be getting twisted and pulled apart as the figure of the animus pet came out of the rift, the powerful aura it released attracting the attention of the harbingers of sin that were with the body of Noah far away in the infinite continent. The thing coming out of the summoning rift was truly too attention-grabbing, Noah noticing the oppressive aura of dragons from it as this seemed to only be a portion of this creature. And it was mixed in with even more potent auras that he did not know. The enormous body seemed to be squeezing out of the rift with difficulty as a bright silver light shone out, the vibrant scales on this creature's body flashing wildly as its body became slippery and it quickly passed through, its grand figure being visible to Noah's eyes. His mouth was agape as he didn't know how to even describe it. An enormous body that shone with a silver-colored luster, streaks of black and purple running through it in the form of runic tattoos as this creature seemed to hold a draconic head, but held a body that was so large and wide that it was akin to a whale. At the same time, sharp silver wings spanning hundreds of meters outward shone with a dangerous luster, the eyes of this creature that shimmered with the blue color of the deep blue sea landing on Noah with a sharp light. Colossal Helios Leviathan, prismatic, an archaic animus currently in the low-tier galaxy realm. Being a mythical creature that traverses the Helios-sundering seas of the animus universe, its size alone has yet to reach maturity as it holds within it one of the variant bloodlines of the royal Helios race. Proficient and assimilated with the laws of death, ether, and space-time, this animus is already searching for clues on the path of the grand Tao of macrocosm, and will have initial understanding in such a Tao the moment it reaches the peak-tier galaxy realm and reaches full A. Dul Thud. Its abilities include unremitting fortress, realm depredation. It was something out of pure insanity and fantasy, seeming more like a fortress than a creature, an animus that held traits of draconic origins in the body of a deep-sea creature. A shocking leviathan had entered the stage. I heard a calling, crack, an ancient voice that caused the surrounding space to shudder and whimper. A shockingly large animus that seemed to be growing ever larger in the skies as it took the sight of everything in the surroundings. A prismatic animus summon at the low-tier galaxy realm. Chapter 717, Called to Serve. The aura of a being at the low-tier galaxy realm was extremely overbearing on many beings in the infinite realm. Their hearts shuddering in fear as they could see the creature who had the size of a fortress floating far off in the distance, as others were fearful and nearly pissed their pants. Noah's eyes shone golden beams of light as he released an archaic contract to keep this majestic animus attached to him. A grand light shone out for a few seconds as his enhanced skill that allowed him to form a contract with pets of higher realm than him went to work, very soon feeling the strong connection with This archaic animus as he felt its ridiculous power, interesting, its deep voice that caused space to shudder was reminiscent of the void serpent who had its draconic head raised while calmly staring at the colossal Helios Leviathan. Neither overbearing nor servile as the future Jormungandr retained its authority, a holder of the 9 supreme bloodlines here with me attached to the same master in this universe, and a little chicken that wants to be as bright as the sun, how cute, the archaic voice resounded out in the skies as the starry blue eyes of the Helios Leviathan honed in on Noah. To be able to make all of this possible, I greet my first master. Rumble, a deep smile entrenched itself on Noah's face at this sight. Obtaining a ridiculously powerful pet as there was much to do. In the Nexus galaxy, the inhabitants felt the unknown sense of threat from their own home as they mobilized, numerous forces placed at the boundary of the galaxy ready to move out at any moment. Against a threat that even their galaxy could feel that it could be the end of, they knew they might be throwing their lives away, but they had to fight for their home. The Imperial Adjudicator moved with haste as he called the forces of the galaxies under their command to make way to aid them, numerous reinforcements from the stellar sky galaxy and other galaxies under them already on their way. What was saddening about this whole event was the Nexus galaxy itself, where Noah didn't get the chance to fully explore, as all we learned was the bright gold monarchy realm and the Imperial Citadel where the central powers of the galaxy were CLU.S.tiered. There were millions of other realms and billions of worlds each with their own uniqueness spread throughout this Nexus galaxy that we never got to explore. And now they were all facing a catastrophe. Noah's thoughts were many as the clone of Alexander in the Imperial fortress he was given after he obtained the title of Imperial ruler. This clone received the message from the Imperial Adjudicator as he was called to serve. With a calm gaze, spatial fluctuations flowed out as the clone was displaced by the real Alexander, the smile on the face of this body still prevalent as the surprise of summoning and training the colossal Helios Leviathan was simply too much against the coming catastrophe, which he believed would most likely be the entity of the Burning Domains galaxy making a move. He had a few different thoughts on how he could deal with it. But releasing his brand new low-tier galaxy Helios Leviathan was not one of them. He had seen the terrifying power of the entity proficient in the Tao of Vitality, a being at the peak-tier galaxy realm with thousands of years under her belt and horrendous ways to kill beings and destroy galaxies in her mind. The difference between the 3 realms of galaxy were akin to a realm of their own, where a being in the low tier could never match one in the middle or peak tier normally, until he was fully confident that his Helios Leviathan at the low-tier galaxy realm, while boosted by all of his buffs, could withstand the force of something like an entity. He wouldn't risk it. Even in his heart, as he recalled the description of the entity under the eyes of truth, he didn't think he would be able to match such a creature even if he was at the peak-tier galaxy realm, unless his comprehension in the Tao of summoning rose crazily as his pets were boosted to insane degrees. The difference wasn't just in rank and laws, but the Tao. Simply because of the Tao the entity cultivated, he might be able to attack her and deal damage that would be negligible and heal like nothing with her power. Her Tao of Vitality allowed her to create something like the vital life water that enhanced realm progression by 200%, and the few skills she released against him showed the versatility of being capable of draining the essence and vitality of entire planets until they turned to ash. Or protect beings in the galaxy realm against an attack like ashes to ashes, dust to dust, that directly affected the age progression or regression of things. With all these thoughts, he moved with a heavy heart as he followed the coordinates given to him by the Imperial Adjudicator, teleporting towards the sanctuary of the Watchers where the universal rift of the Nexus galaxy existed. As he moved, the fluctuations of power on his body only showed him to be at the black hole realm, even the manifestation of his realm outwardly on his body still showing a black hole as the unique origin. Ability of the vampire progenitor continued its usefulness even at this stage as it masked his true realm. This location of the sanctuary of the Watchers wasn't too far away from the boundary of the galaxy, and many Imperials and nobles of other households were stationed here ready to move. Noah's new authority allowed him to move past the legions and battalions of Imperials as he appreciated the shimmering armors and weapons they wielded as they stood within their vessels, within the sanctuary of the Watchers that was surrounded by enormous statues. Noah found the core party of the strength of the Nexus galaxy as he passed through many Imperials to enter an exalted area where the aura of the Imperial Adjudicator could be felt. Near the Adjudicator, Noah was surprised to see the figures of 2 veiled women with curvaceous figures, the pair of mother and daughter that could cause the downfall of empires purely with their beauty alone. Even the esteemed personage, Anastasia, had left her hidden Blue Plains realm as the Imperials around them were so respectful towards her it seemed their knees would soon touch the floor in reverence. Noah's entrance caught the eyes of many as the first being to move was Anna herself. this imperial princess coming over to him with hurried steps as her eyes shone beneath her veil while speaking out. You already summoned your animus pets? Show me quickly before I try summoning mine." Even in the midst of a coming catastrophe, the imperial princess couldn't help but allow her fascination with this genius to come out, Noah smiling at this princess as he nodded towards the imperial adjudicator who had a heavy face and the veiled Anastasia. Along with this powerful lineup, the imperial rulers and imperial lords of the Nexus Galaxy were all gathering near the sanctuary of the Watchers close to the boundary of the Nexus Galaxy, with even more reinforcements on their way as they prepared for an apocalyptic encounter with an unknown enemy. Chapter 7:18 An entity brings devastation. For those who haven't experienced war, it becomes very hard to imagine the experience of those in the midst of war feel. It is even harder to imagine the emotions of those who knew that death could be coming to them, but they stayed behind regardless because the place they wanted to defend was their home. Such emotions were being felt by many beings that considered themselves powerful before. As they came from a force that had multiple galaxies under it, yet each of the powerful inhabitants felt the cry of the Nexus Galaxy as it shared with them that it sensed a galaxy-ending catastrophe heading towards them. At this moment, the leading figure of the Nexus Galaxy, the Imperial Adjudicator, was overseeing the operation of this defense where if the feeling of their galaxy was true, it was bound to be a very bloody day. In the sanctuary of the Watchers, Anastasia went towards the body of Alexander as she spoke with shining eyes that were hidden in her veil. "Did you summon your second animus pet?" The question got the gaze of Anna to also lock on him as he nodded with a wry smile, prompting Anastasia to shake her head in wonder as she asked once more, "Its rarity, prismatic." Noah replied to her question with conviction, numerous hidden thoughts crossing his mind as he felt essence fluctuation from Anastasia the moment he said these words. A deafening silence continued for another few seconds as the shock was simply too much, especially so for Anastasia who had lived for many years in the expansive Dragon CLU.S.Tur and knew very well what rarity the majority of summons would have even in the ancient power she came from. The number of prismatic summons could actually be counted in one's two hands, yet this being in front of her claimed to have summoned one right after his first pet that was ultra rare. A genius such as you should not have to perish in such an unknown location. With such talent, it would not be too far of a stretch to say that you can obtain the title of an entity in the future. Anastasia's words nearly pulled in the discussing adjudicator and the Imperials around him as they refocused on their tasks, only the mother and daughter surrounding Noah as he received a telepathic message from Anastasia next. "If you had the choice to be taken away from here and move towards the center of the dark universe, would you take it? There are ancient powers that could mold your talent into something powerful as soon as they recognize you." The esteemed Anastasia that came from the expansive Dragonclose. Uester sent these words to Noah after much deliberation and hesitation, or even she did not know how the next events would play out, but she was very aware of her identity, as she came to reinforce the experts of the Nexus Galaxy against whatever enemy was coming. She would have no problem using her status to bargain with this enemy if need be to save the new home she made, even if it meant word of her being here would get out as she would be taken away not too long after, if this came to B. She did not want her daughter and someone like Alexander to perish for no reason in a place like this. Noah's eyes shone with a hidden light as he was about to reply, when his expression and the expressions of all the beings around the sanctuary of the Watchers changed rapidly as they sensed a horrifying aura approach from far away. Rumble, the aura felt extremely oppressive and vile, and yet it contained within it a breath of life that anyone would seek. The being releasing this aura came in with a grand welcome outside the boundary of the Nexus Galaxy. A lone figure of a humanoid with feminine features appeared, her hand Dr. A.P.Ed with a pulsating green-gray light that emanated an aura of the Tao of Vitality. This entity appeared outside the boundary of the Nexus Galaxy as she ignored some of the forces stationed just outside of it and instead threw forward a fist. This fist was Dr. A.P.Ed with the essence of the Tao thundered towards the boundary of the Nexus Galaxy as a bellowing cry erupted out, "Puny Adjudicator!" THRUUM. Crack, immense vibrations erupted out as in the next second, a sound akin to glass shattering emanate out as the area where the entity had punched towards. The boundary of the Nexus Galaxy was wiped away for tens of thousands of miles as an immense gravitational force from the chaotic void formed. All the Imperials and beings that were close to that area of the boundary when the entity appeared had turned into corpses. The body of the Imperial Adjudicator trembled with anger as his half a step into the Galaxy realm aura flowed out, his body nearly flying out of the sanctuary of the Watchers towards the destroyed boundary as it was the fair hand of Anastasia that stopped him. Anastasia looked up towards the far boundary of the Nexus galaxy that was shattered into oblivion. The edges of this cracked area trying to heal as a pervasive essence seemed to stop it in its place, the bellow of the entity ringing out again as she floated inside the galaxy with her arms crossed behind her domineeringly. Today, I came to destroy a galaxy, rumble. Before I do, I will give the puny adjudicator a chance to give the treasure that he took from the stellar sky galaxy, and maybe I will spare some of you death. Or you can remain in hiding, and everything will perish anyway before I get my hands on what I want. The bellowing words reached out far and wide as the destruction of the boundary of the galaxy at such a scale shook the minds of many beings. The anger of the Imperial Adjudicator only rising through the roof as he was blamed for something he had no knowledge about. Anastasia kept her hand on the Imperial Adjudicator before he could make any rash moves, this being with a unique identity glancing at the entity that was screaming bloody murder as a saddened expression appeared behind her veil. With this development, she knew that her time in this new home would be cut short, and she would only have one chance to use her identity to possibly help them get out of it alive. Many thoughts crossed her mind as she prepared to make an irrevocable move that would forever change everything for her. Meanwhile, Noah, the true culprit in all of this, looked forward with a difficult expression as he sighed and mentally prepared to move himself. Yet, it was also at this moment that he heard a voice in his mind. It was a type of voice he had heard before numerous times, a mechanical voice that only special entities that he entangled himself with could release. Bring, clone, central realm, filled with broken words and seeming somewhat staticky, the voice of the Nexus galaxy that was facing a catastrophe from an unexpected entity had finally called out to him. Chapter 719, You Scratch After My Back. As an entity arrived to lay out destruction upon the Nexus galaxy, Noah heard a call in his mind as his eyes shone with a powerful light. Seeing the extreme danger the entity presented, his thoughts were already moving rapidly as a millisecond after he heard the voice, his clone reappeared near the bright gold monarchy realm of the Nexus galaxy among the starry stars. The eyes of the clone looked around him as he truly did not know where the central realm of this galaxy would lie, but he knew he would be directed by the entity that spoke to him. As his eyes honed in on a distinct golden light that flashed in space, he turned into a streak of light as he followed this flashing golden light, moving as fast as he could as the terrifying entity that had shattered a portion of the boundary of the Nexus galaxy was on the move. Next to me, your lives are even more meaningless than the waste you produce, with your galaxy being even less so in my eyes. I ask again, utter destruction, or will you come forward? Her chilling voice reverberated out as the Imperials of the Nexus galaxy began to move forward with tight expressions and heavy hearts. The Imperial Adjudicator was also about to make a move when Anastasia denied him yet again, this esteemed personage giving a command as she flew forward. All of you stand down. I will have a dialogue with this entity, even if it means revealing my identity. Thrum, the Imperial Adjudicator felt his heart shaking as Anna had a strong expression underneath her veil filled with a murderous aura. Her gaze towards the faraway entity fearlessly as her mother began to emanate a powerful aura at the middle-tier galaxy realm. The entity instant picked up this aura as her eyes honed in, the image of the veiled Anastasia getting closer to her as she moved from the sanctuary of the Watchers and went towards the shattered area where a terrifying gravitational force remained. Her veiled figure looked peerless in the starry space as her languid voice could be heard. Esteemed madam, I believe there has been a mistake, as we truly do not know what we did to earn your wrath. OM. Compared to the rasping deadly voice of the entity, Anastasia's voice was so smooth and powerful that one could be lulled to sleep by it. But this same sound felt like searing heat in the ears of the entity as her face was filled with even more anger. And what type of thing are you? With power at the middle-tier galaxy realm, you shouldn't be someone from this region. Speak. With a commanding tone, the entity spoke out as Anastasia nodded, her essence bubbling as she prepared to summon pets that she had not summoned for a long time as she revealed her identity to this entity. She planned to use her identity as a Tao of Summoning practitioner of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur to negotiate with the entity, or even threaten her when she revealed her high position in the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur if it came to it. But as Anastasia did this, she did not know that not too long ago, the same entity had met with an animus summoner that she knew to be from the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, and this being had laid siege to the galaxy she resided in as the anger she felt could not even be explained. For her to perform her next actions was just, yet at the same time, Noah's flashing figure came to a stop on a CLU.S.Tur of tens of thousands of asteroids, where he noticed the golden light to be coming from a particularly hidden one as he flashed next to it and spread his aura out, finally locating a miniaturized realm gateway that he entered without a second of delay. When he reappeared again, He seemed to be in a grand world as he saw wide expanses of paradisiacal forests filled with abundant essence, his thoughts thinking of how both of the central realms of the two galaxies was and seemed to be areas very in tune with nature. Hurry, the voice entered his mind once more as he swept his aura out, going towards where the essence was the thickest as the trees around him became more and more ancient, their leaves shimmering with splendor as in a matter of seconds, he appeared above a verdant green mountain that opened up its jaws the moment he neared, his body entering as it closed behind him with a clang. When he ventured in slightly deeper, he came across a family scene of the shockingly dense condensation of universal law essence around him. His eyes looking a few meters away as he finally came face to face with an obsidian core very much similar to the one he saw in the Nabis galaxy. Finally, we can communicate with ease. The voice of the entity that was the Nexus galaxy rang out with clarity, Noah nodding with a smile as he knew that this galaxy was very much different compared to his own. The Nabis galaxy was very much different as it violated multiple universal laws and did such things as transfer some of her consciousness to a body like the first infernal lord for her to take an even more active role within the galaxy, and it could communicate with ease unlike the Nexus galaxy as it continued to use the shocking tool that was the Ruination Core. But the Nexus galaxy did not have these capabilities as it had to tell the body of Alexander to bring its clone in the central realm just for a smooth communication to take place. I wish to propose an exchange. We are short on time, so I will make it quick. I will use all my power to consider the requirements of the protagonist trait are completed, in exchange for you successfully using the abilities within it to guarantee my safety from this enemy. Rumble, essence erupted out in a stellar fashion as a galaxy proposed an exchange, Noah's eyes blazing with light as an imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 720, You Cannot Pay the Price, in the central realm of the Nexus galaxy. A conversation was taking place between a clone and the core of the galaxy itself, when such a trait even exceeding the bounds of the highest Omega tier randomly appeared on a being as my essence was forced to initiate it. I set the requirements for the holder to play a central role in this galaxy in order to bring it to completion. I will consider your successfully saving us now to be a central role and complete this trait for you after. Noah's eyes shone as he heard this, nodding as he proceeded with careful words. You can't just unlock it for me right now? I'm sure the abilities of the last stage will give me even more guarantee of saving all of us. It is impossible to unlock it unless the requirement has been met. I would need to bend the universal laws to do that, and nobody can do such a thing. Noah's thoughts moved rapidly as he heard these words, nearly shaking his head to tell this being that their words were somewhat wrong, and that there were ways one could bend universal laws. If they had the right treasures, that is. All right. I'll give it my best. He gave his affirmation as his clone looked up from the hidden mountain in the central realm that he was in, his eyes piercing far in the distance as the scene changed to the main body of Alexander, who was looking at the scintillating Anastasia that was revealing her identity. From essence of gorgeous color erupted out as from 3 summoning rifts. The oppressive pressure of middle-tiered galaxy rank animus pets could be felt. They entered into the world with a grand demeanor. The figured of 3 majestic creatures could be seen. One was a fearsome icefrost moon dragon towering over 100 meters, another was a mystical chaos fox that shone with an enticing luster, and the last one was yet another draconic creature, this one having a more serpentine body as the usual wings of a dragon were missing from it. This last one was a void-rending WIRM that held cold ice towards the entity in front of them. I am a member of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur who is currently residing in this galaxy. I know the beings in here, and I truly believe there must be a misunderstanding. I hope the esteemed madam can give us a chance to talk. While surrounded by 3 majestic animus summons in the same realm as her, Anastasia spoke with a hint of confidence as she knew that any entity should be knowledgeable enough of the ancient powers of the dark universe, and anyone seeing someone like her capable of summoning 3 powerful animus in the galaxy realm would have an idea that she holds a special identity. Especially because a majority of her summons were dragons, where most of the holy children of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur had a lineup of pets such as this. She waited for the surprise and dialogue of the entity when her spread out senses shockingly found a shocking doubt converging around the fist of the entity. Her face seemingly livid after her words as her fist thundered forth with ridiculous power while she bellowed out, "You wretched creatures, rumble!" A fist that devoured the vitality of the surrounding space itself thundered forth as Anastasia looked up in shock, her pets moving with alarm as resplendent skills shone off of their bodies. They wrecked numerous barriers and shields while utilizing multiple elements, or even Anastasia herself cast a skill after she came out of her stupor. Summoner's Bastion, a distinct purple barrier appeared to reinforce all the other defensive skills her pets had cast, a unique energy linking Anastasia to her pets as this purple energy reflected off of their bodies and further strengthened the barrier she erected. It was then that the devouring fist hit, boom, blood sputtered from the three defending animus summons as the barriers they erected shattered one after another, the last purple barrier barely holding on as Anastasia had a grimace on her face while looking towards the entity in shock. When she revealed her association, it seemed to have enraged the entity even more as this being moved with wrath to strike forth. Where is the other one? Bring that wretch to me as well. The bellowing voice of the entity rang out again as Noah in the far distance was surrounded by Imperials and hiding his face, his thoughts rapidly moving as he finally acted and nearly activated a skill, Deus Ex Machina, at the most critical and important juncture as the life of the protagonist is in peril. Casting this ability will bring forth an unexpected power, being, or event that will save them from the seemingly hopeless situation. As with any skill capable of affecting universal rules, there is a 30-day cooldown after every use. Currently, there was an unstoppable force of an entity threatening the whole galaxy of Alexander and everything in it. At this juncture where the protagonist was faced with an unstoppable power, Noah cast a skill to bring forth an unknown event or being that would save him and many others from peril. THRUM. Waves of shimmering blue distinctly came off of him as it didn't even seem like the skill was activated, but as Noah saw its cooldown counting down, he knew it was active. Now, all he had to do was wait. At the shattered boundary of the Nexus galaxy, the entity was preparing another attack as Anastasia looked forward with eyes of cold rage. Her veil disappeared from her face as her crimson-colored beauty became apparent for all eyes to see, going forward fearlessly as her peerless voice resounded out at this moment. You, stop. I am the holy princess of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter. Killing me is tantamount to offending an ancient power that is backed by multiple entities. You cannot pay the price for it, Anastasia called forth grandly as her gaze now turned to one full of anger, the grandeur of royalty and of a being with such a high position leaking off of her dripping outward in the starry space as the bubbling gathering of essence around the entity came to a halt. The entity looked towards the calamity-inducing gorgeous face of Anastasia as deep within her eyes, a sharp light filled with jealousy flashed, and it was very soon replaced with determination even as the entity ascertained the truth of this being's words with the knowledge she held. Humph. The holy princess that went missing years ago? So what? If you die here, nobody will be the wiser. Thrum. The essence of the Tao of vitality resonated within the body of the entity once more as she raised her hands forward, intent on wiping away everything about this galaxy in front of her as the importance of the page of ruination was simply too high. Chapter 721. Who do you think you are, Anastasia? The Imperial Adjudicator called out with a stifling heart as his figure barrier out from the sanctuary of the Watchers, Anna and Noah doing the same as they saw the entity was intent on wiping out everyone. One, CHRG, oh, bellowing cry erupted out as Imperials of all ranks also rushed forward, not even considering their lives as they went to defend their homes. Merely a princess that ran away from home, perish for me and maybe I'll drop your corpse in your CLU.S.Ter as a gift. Meanwhile, the entity called out powerfully as a shining light blasted out of her hands. It was filled with the immense power of the Tao of Vitality as it aimed to kill towards Anastasia. The three middle-tier galaxy-rank summons around her bellowing out as their bodies shimmered with multiple skills, preparing to intercept as they would rather sacrifice their lives than see their master hurt. Off in the distance, Alexei the Imperial Adjudicator had a despairing expression as power bubbled forth from him, and Anna had already condensed scorching plasma around her as it went to cover her in a purple-blue majestic armor, her speed nearly meeting her half a step into the galaxy. Realm Father, as she went forward valiantly, the power of the vector controller shone once more as it would truly grow to be powerful. Its user simply had to be given the time. In this despairing situation where a strike from the entity thundered forth and many beings went forward to defend with their lives. Time seemed to be going extremely slow for Noah as his eyes looked around, and he didn't have to wait too long as in the next instant, it felt like space and time had come to a halt. A moment after, an aged voice filled with solemnity and ancientness resounded out in the ears of every single being there. What made you bold enough to make a move against the holy princess of my expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter? RUUUMBLE, an appalling aura descended, out of nowhere. An enormous figure appeared as it cast a shadow over the shattered boundary of the Nexus galaxy. It didn't cast a shadow because of its sheer size, but simply because of its power and grandeur as it seemed bigger than anything here. From this shadow, the only thing the eyes of the many defenders could see was a claw, an enormous and appallingly vibrant dragon's claw. Feeling this oppressive power in the descending claw, the entity's eyes squinted tightly as her essence moved. Let's go back merely minutes prior as we gain a better understanding of how things came to be. In the vast dark universe, one could spend months and years traversing it from one side to another as they went towards specific locations. It depended on their mode of transportation how fast they could travel, as well as their own power. In the past days, a particularly powerful collection of beings were traversing wide distances of the dark universe, and these beings were powerhouses of the expansive dragonclos. Uester, this party only consisted of 5 beings: 3 shockingly gorgeous women, a middle-aged man, and an old man carrying a glimmering cane as he seemed to be in his last stages of life. Yet among all the beings in this party, this old man seemed to be the most powerful one, as the very space around him trembled when he moved. These beings were from the expansive dragon Clu.s.ter, and they were currently moving in the chaotic void on the back of a particularly colossal animus summon. This ancient power had always been on the lookout for a particular being, using the bloodline of this being in unique methods to garner her location the moment she utilized something unique to horror. In this case, they targeted the use of her summons as the identifier, where the moment one of them was summoned they would be able to pick up the signal of her location if they were lucky enough. Such a thing was exactly what happened a few days ago when the signal of a particular Aurora Galaxy dragon was picked up, and a party gad set off from the expansive dragon Clu.s.ter to follow it right away. But the distance was truly too massive, and it came from a faraway location where they didn't have portals set up that could help them traverse such a distance with ease. If things went as they should have, it should have taken them weeks to arrive where the signal was. At that time, they would hope that the being they were trying to find had not moved, or they had to spend even more time searching for her. This brings us to the current moment where this party was moving through the dark universe in haste, calculating that the distance they had left should take them another 3 weeks before they could arrive. Yet on the chaotic void they were traversing in, these powerful experts were suddenly swept up in a spatial storm that they didn't even get a chance to stand against. This spatial storm warping them from their location to an entirely different one in a matter of a millisecond. The moment this party reappeared, their spread out and alarmed senses picked up a familiar aura and shocking words that caused the man at the very forefront of this party to smile with a cold expression. As the eyes of the old man behind him lifted up lazily at the same time, nearly a princess that ran away from home, the words of the entity had rang out in their ears as the middle-aged man at the forefront turned towards the old man, this aged being nodding with lazy eyes as his boisterous voice that resounded throughout the Nexus galaxy was heard next. What made you bold enough to make a move against the holy princess of my expansive dragon Clu.s.ter? Thrum, with his words, a horrifying pressure that descended towards the entity was accompanied by the claw of the animus summon. This party from the expansive dragon Clu.s.ter was riding through the chaotic void, this claw glimmering with an immense light of a vibrant galaxy as it tore apart space while descending. Directly coming in contact with the cold-faced entity as in the next moment, a horrendous impact was released as even experts felt their blood boil as if their very cells were about to burst. Chapter 722 Powerful, Bohem. 2 dreadfully powerful forces collided near the shattered barrier of the Nexus galaxy as the sheer impact and pressure alone pushed everyone nearby back while coughing blood. Others directly vaporized from the impact as it was simply that horrendous. Why would an unaffiliated entity be bold enough to attack the holy princess of my expansive dragon Clu.s.ter? Have we not shown our might well enough over these last thousands of years? The boisterous and calm voice resounding out got the attention of many to look at where the enormous claw was coming from. The figure of a colossal dragon over 1,000 meters in size finally showing itself grandiosely as one could observe a manifested galaxy rotating powerful over its body. SHA, the powerful entity that had blocked the dragon's claw also appeared below it from the shattered space as one could see her arm trembling, the skin on her hand ruptured in multiple places as bloody bones protruded out. The gaze of this entity also climbed up the body of the enormous dragon as her eyes honed in on the figure standing majestically atop it. The one speaking with a resonant voice was an old man carrying a glimmering cane, and beside him stood a valiant-looking middle-aged man with 3 veiled women behind them. The middle-aged man has a cold look as his eyes did not even glance at the entity, but they were locked onto the figure of Anastasia not too far away. His eyes weren't actually happy or joyful, but his cold look carried a trace of anger as he called out, "Little sister, you have brought me many troubles over these past years." A voice of authority and elegance, a reprimanding voice of an older brother toward his little sister. Yet, Anastasia had a saddened look at the appearance of this being as she sighed with unknown grievances, waving her hands as her 3 injured animus summons turned into streaks of light and disappeared into her origin. The pair of brother and sister then looked towards each other, while the entity and the old man with a cane atop the enormous dragon also locked eyes with each other. A cold atmosphere permeated as these powerful auras oppressed everyone in the nearby region. Meanwhile, Noah was looking at all of this with shining eyes as he read over the identities of the party and of the enormous animus that was the mount of the party brought forth by Deus Ex Machina. starry behemoth Tarragon, ultra-rare, an archaic animus currently at the peak-tier galaxy realm, Rudolf Frederick Windsor, a being currently at the peak-tier galaxy realm. As the next ruler of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter, his fate is bound to the lives of uncountable trillions. Old Man Khan, a being holding the title of an entity, currently at the peak-tier galaxy realm. Proficient in the Tao of summoning, he commands multiple. The identities of the immediate three beings were read by him as he was shocked by their identities. One was a genuine entity, the other was the brother of the esteemed Anastasia, and the animus was a pet under the command of the terrifying being that even by his system was known as Old Man Khan. Truly terrifying figures had been brought forth by his casting of Deus Ex Machina, the entity that clashed with the powerful claw of the starry behemoth Tarragon looked towards Old Man Khan without saying any words, her body rapidly healing as she seemed to be thinking. Meanwhile, Old Man Khan floated off the dragon as he went towards the entity, his aged voice ringing out as it commanded to be revered. "What's wrong, little one? Cat got your tongue?" His voice was that of someone with very little worries, as if he was simply strolling through the meadows at this moment. His air of calmness even made the female entity eerie as she finally opened her mouth. "I am not here for her, just the galaxy she resides in." Her voice was calm and measured as the aura of the Tao of vitality bounced off of her rapidly. The cane of Old Man Khan tapping the starry space as powerful fluctuations erupted out every time. Old Man Khan nodded at the words of the entity as he continued floating towards her. Doing something that normally no summoners would do, leave the side of their pets as they went forward themselves. His eyes seemed to be barely open as Old Man Khan floated until he neared the position of the entity, coming to float just a few inches away from her as he looked into her wrathful face while lazily speaking out. "You say that, but your strike was directed towards the holy princess to kill. So I want to ask you, little entity, Thrum." While being just inches away from the powerful entity, Old Man Khan continued to speak lazily and domineeringly as if the event in front of him was no threat at all. "Are you going to choose to run like a cornered dog, or do I have to butcher someone here today?" Domineering. Powerful, the old man that seemed aged and seemingly waving through the starry space as if he could be blown away at any second. This old man stood directly in front of the entity that came down to bring destruction to the Nexus galaxy as he asserted his dominance in a shocking fashion, yet his words seemed to hold utmost authority as the entity the old man stood in front of only looked towards him with trembling eyes. She then looked towards the enormous starry behemoth Tarragon behind this old man, and then closed her eyes to hide her unbounded wrath as she remained floating in the starry space. Noah and the others looked at this scene with stupor as their eyes were truly open today. This terrifying entity had come into the novice galaxy screaming bloody murder as she domineeringly shattered its boundary and killed many beings, and this same being was being stepped on by an old man that she couldn't even give off the domineering reply she was uttering to them before. How the tides could so easily change. How the power could so easily shift. Well, do you want to be a dead dog or an alive one? The domineering old man voiced out again as it seemed his words and energy weren't even worth being spent on the enemy in front of him. The entity's body shook, her eyes opening with a dangerous light as in front of this old man. She backed away. Both were given the title of entities. Yet she was the one that backed away. This was because she had years of fighting for survival in the dark universe, and she had honed terrifying senses that told her exactly how to move if wanted to keep her life. This old man in front of her could summon multiple animus just as powerful as the starry behemoth Tarragon that had injured her with one strike. This wasn't to mention the power of the old man himself, who shone with an abundant aura of the Tao of summoning, so the entity swallowed her pride as she moved away, her trembling wrath held within as she had to give up on something as precious as a page of ruination, whatever treasures the inhabitants of the Nexus galaxy stole from her. She knew they would all be taken by this newly appearing force as she didn't even have the chance to fight for it, so she pulled back to avoid a deadly fight as she trusted her senses. At the same time this was occurring, the middle-aged man that had called Anastasia his sister was moving towards her while not even glancing at the enemy entity that was warping away in defeat. "You will be coming back with me today, little sis dash." The words and body of this middle-aged man, Rudolf Frederick Windsor, came to a halt as his eyes picked up another figure behind Anastasia, a girl that had been rushing towards her when the attack of the entity was first released. Her veil had been torn off by the terrifying impacts of the attack, and her crimson-colored hair and drop-dead gorgeous face that was the exact replica of Anastasia was laid bare for all to see. As Rudolf saw this scene, his expression twisted as his body began to shake, his eyes looking towards his sister incredulously. "What have you done?" An authoritative voice that demanded answers regarding out. A terrifying aura of a ruler descending on the surrounding space as shocking events just continued. The entity that came seeking destruction was running with her tail between her legs, An appallingly powerful old man appearing with his summon at the peak of galaxy as the future ruler of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur came to pick up his sister. Noah watched all of these events with shining eyes as he awaited the developments, with his heart set more on the soon-to-come notifications of his protagonist trait being completed as soon as the Nexus Galaxy deemed his mission successful and granted everything to him. Chapter 723 Invitation to an Ancient Power. Abruptly, Rudolf Frederick Windsor waved his hands as a dark mist spread out from him, covering his figure and the figures of Anastasia and Anna in a blink as all those watching could not hear or see anything happening within this dark mist. Inside of it, Rudolph's expression was livid as he stared at his sister. "You had a child, Un." Anastasia nodded with a calm expression as she pulled Anna close, this imperial princess looking over Rudolph, who should have been her uncle with careful eyes. The future ruler of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur looked over the figures of the two women multiple times, his authoritative voice ringing out again. And this time with murderous intent. The father, dead. Silence overtook the surroundings as the anger in Rudolph's eyes shimmered even more. He was about to erupt when the melodious voice of Anastasia rang out with calmness. "I will come back with you." Willingly at that as I play the role I ran away from. Her words calmed the wrathful eyes of Rudolph greatly as she continued. "All I need from you is an assurance to protect this galaxy that I made my home these past years, and to guarantee the safety of my daughter when we return." Anastasia's gaze was filled with conviction when she said this, Rudolph glancing towards her with glimmering eyes as he replied, "Even if she is from a dead unknown toad. Do you think I would not value the life of my own niece?" His words still contained anger and authority, but a hint of cunning flowed through them as many thoughts crossed his mind when he looked at Anna. His sister did not have any weaknesses before, which was why she was able to do what she did in the past. Yet now, as long as she is from you, she is of the bloodline of the great sage Windsor. Nothing can change that. His words were filled with mystery as Anastasia nodded, the sadness within her eyes immeasurable as Anna saw this and adopted a strong expression, speaking out for the first time to this powerful being that was her uncle. "We do not wish to return, you can see that. You would force your own sister." Her words weren't respectful one bit as Rudolph had thought many things while calming down. The wrath he showed before wiped away and hidden within as he calmly spoke while looking over his niece. "This involves things you do not understand, my dear new niece. Things that are even out of my control. This involves the wills of two ancient powers, the wills of hegemonies that cannot be denied. Rumble, your mother has denied it long enough, and she now has to accept her role, with the repercussions that come from it." His face shone with royalty as he made his stance clear, looking around them as he scrunched up his nose and continued, "Let us make haste back home. The fringes of the dark universe hold nothing for us." His hands waved towards Anastasia and Anna as the mother held her daughter's hand and went towards Rudolph. From the cloudy mist surrounding them, a path was made as it led towards the head of the enormous starry behemoth Tarragon, where three veiled women were standing, the bodies bowing to Anastasia as they called out respectfully, "Holy Princess, Thrum." Hearing these words caused an unknown light to shine in Anastasia's eyes, landing on the head of the Tarragon as they looked to the starry sky where the dark mist was dispersing, seeing the faces of Imperials and other inhabitants of the Nexus Galaxy that didn't dare move a muscle in front of the recently arriving overpowering auras. Anastasia gave a cursory glance towards the Imperials as she didn't even focus on the face adjudicator that she had sent a telepathic message to for him to move back and distance himself from her. She then landed her eyes on the confident face of Alexander as she thought for a bit, speaking towards her brother once more with a calm expression. "During my time here, I took in Anna's friend as a disciple. He's someone with immense talent as he comprehended the Tao in a day and was capable of summoning an ultra-rare summon." Her words caused the heads of the three veiled women to shift as Rudolph Frederick Windsor squinted his eyes towards the figures of Imperials, these eyes shining with light as well sensing for the aura of the Tao. They came to land on Noah, him. He stroked his beard thoughtfully as he waved his hand, a triangular crystal medallion that shone with a red luster appearing as he spoke. "Even if he has stepped on the path of the Tao of summoning, he still has to go through the proper channels to join my expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. This will give him the right to seek entrance as a Tao disciple." Waves of spatial fluctuations erupted out as the triangular crystal medallion appeared in front of Noah, the voice of Rudolph appearing in his mind soon after as he changed his expression. "This is the tool that will guide you to my expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. Make your way there and show this as you will be tested to prove your genius. And you might just be able to join an ancient power." Rumble, the voice was filled with power as Noah humbly nodded, Rudolph looking towards Old Man Khan, who was also returning atop the starry behemoth Tarragon after making a genuine entity turn tail and run. The future ruler of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter then gave a thorough look to the many inhabitants of the Nexus galaxy as his eyes contained deep disdain and arrogance, waving his hands as they were about to leave when Anna's strong voice came out. I also want my maids who have been with me since young to come, Maya and Raya. She spoke to her uncle like this was a must, as the devilishly gorgeous imperial princess was not awed by his might one bit. Rudolph glancing towards her and seeing her strong expression as she nodded with a smile, attendants are not bad. With such words, Maya and Raya that were looking towards Anna with watery eyes from the distance soon appeared above the head of the starry behemoth Tarragon. Rudolph then glanced towards Old Man Khan as he gave a command, per my sister's words, we shall bring this little galaxy under our protection. The words seemed simple, but Old Man Khan nodded while opening his lazy eyes and tapping his cane on the space beneath him. Immense essence erupted out as a red light shone, an insignia forming outside the boundary of the Nexus galaxy that represented one word: expansive. This was a word containing authority and backing of an ancient power, where any powerful entities that passed through this galaxy would know that it was under the protection of the ancient power residing in the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter. Anyone that went against this authority and did anything to the inhabitants of this galaxy would face the full might of this ancient power. With this action, the Nexus galaxy had shockingly weathered through a catastrophic event, many beings not knowing that the person responsible for things playing out this way was none other than the protagonist that had cast Deus Ex Machina. Chapter 724, a completed protagonist trait. The hearts of many beings were heavy as they had just undergone too many abrupt events in the Nexus galaxy. The Imperials watched on with shocked eyes as an extremely powerful starry behemoth Tarragon shimmered with a grand manifested galaxy, this enormous dragon laying its eyes on the Nexus galaxy once more as its figure began to disappear in front of their eyes. On top of it, Anna was the only one looking back at the Imperials as her gaze landed on the body of Alexander, her mouth moving as she whispered a telepathic message to him, I better see you soon. Who knows, maybe even in this situation you can. Her last words were left unsaid as she shook her head, turning her gaze away as the starry behemoth Tarragon disappeared. Nobody on top of it spared another glance at the Nexus galaxy. Even Anastasia, forcing herself to keep her head forward as she did not want to be seen turning around, she left behind a saddened Imperial adjudicator who had been receiving telepathic messages from her this entire time for him to not make a move, this father having been forced to watch his wife and daughter taken from him right before his eyes while he could not do a single thing. The sense of powerlessness and defeat he felt was only expressed the moment when the figures of the powerful personages disappeared, his knees falling down in the starry space as his ashen face was filled with perspiration. His body shook as he clenched his fists, some of the nearby Imperial rulers and Imperial lords approaching him as others worked to provide order and oversee the repairing of the boundary of the Nexus galaxy. Aboard the enormous starry behemoth Tarragon that had just left the Nexus galaxy, Rudolph was looking at the expansive chaotic void as he telepathically communicated with Old Man Khan. There is a mysterious force or being connected to that galaxy. That spatial storm that swept us away, even with our power, for us to be taken there just in time to save the Holy Princess and the rest of them. We need to keep a lookout for who was behind it. Old Man Khan opened his eyes into slits as he nodded. The emblem showing our authority was cast down by me. I'll be able to keep my eyes on it for the next 1,000 years. This hidden talk continued in the minds of these powerful experts as beside them the Holy Princess had already begun to adopt a cold demeanor as she brought her daughter close, these drop-dead gorgeous women having telepathic communications of their own as a mother prepared her daughter for what was to come. For a trip that would take weeks, the party made their way back to the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter as their mount pierced deeper into the dark universe. Meanwhile in the Nexus galaxy, the distraught Imperial adjudicator adopted a fierce expression as he turned towards the body of Alexander. He went towards this newly crowned Imperial ruler with sharp eyes as he nearly bowed his head while sending him a message. When you make your way toward the expansive dragon close in the future, please watch over Anna. His words were filled with emotion as this ruler nearly bowed his head to who should have been another one of his subjects, but he saw Rudolph hand Alexander a crystalline medallion as he knew Anastasia must have spoken about his genius and wanted to recruit him. Noah nodded with a serious expression as he affirmed he would do all he could, the Imperial adjudicator staring at him briefly before he moved away to work with the other Imperials to repair the portion of their shattered galaxy. At this same time, the clone of Alexander in the central realm of the Nexus galaxy received a message, our deal can be considered to be complete. Rumble, The words of the Nexus Galaxy were followed with an eruption of essence, Noah's eyes shining as he very quickly switched the position of his main body and clone in order to bring the true body of Alexander that would be receiving something grand without picking up the attention of anyone. The main body of Alexander appeared in the central realm as he stared at the obsidian core, the eruption of galactic essence rushing directly towards him right away as he was bathed in a gorgeous rainbow of colors. The conditions to grant the full protagonist trait have been met. Essence overflowed as Noah closed his eyes and bathed in it once more, this being his second time where he completed a shocking trait that would forever change him. The galactic essence flooded towards him for a few minutes as it inscribed something deep in his soul, the essence of the universal laws also being sucked in as they were forced to adhere to the shocking qualities of this trait. The Nexus Galaxy did not know this, but far off in the distance multiple light years away, the Novice Galaxy was utilizing the rule-defying capabilities of the Ruination Core through the connection of Noah and Alexander to make sure this trait completion truly granted. Noah all it could as the universal laws went forward to bring it to completion. The trait has been successfully completed. The erupting essence around Noah died down as he opened his eyes, a sharp smile appearing on his face as he glanced towards a blinking trait in the stat panel in front of him. Protagonist, you are the protagonist. To live up to such a title, abilities worthy of creating a true protagonist are granted. As it is a culminated trait, it has different stages that each have their own abilities. This trait has been fully unlocked at this moment. Abilities: Eyes of Truth, Photographic Memory, Memorable Visage, Blind Luck, Plot Armor, Chosen Extras, Deus Ex Machina, Chosen One, Save Point, Protagonist's Bookmark. The trait he transmigrated into the Nexus Galaxy for was displayed in a stellar style in front of him as 3 new abilities were unlocked. He also knew that the surprises did not stop there, and that the extent of the previous abilities would have also been enhanced. An example was his Eyes of Truth ability, where he should not be able to glance at anything as he saw the full truth, with no issues of suddenly seeing undecipherable symbols as secrets were kept from him. He looked forward to using this ability the most on a particular set of rare items that even entities were fighting for, but before that, he wanted to affirm the uses of the 3 new abilities. His eyes looked over the 3 as he chose the last one that was undecipherable before, the one that read, Protagonist's Bookmark. Protagonist's Bookmark. A true protagonist has their trials, but they also have their moments where they shine with blinding power. To further create a truly powerful protagonist, the last ability of this trait makes the holder of it capable of bookmarking the characters that they previously came in contact with. To those bookmarked, the protagonist can descend onto their body without their knowledge as he becomes able to assimilate into them for a period of 1 minute. In this period of time, the protagonist can choose to focus on a specific area such as experiences, laws, realm progression, deus, everything that the bookmarked character has accomplished as the protagonist can rapidly raise their law progression or learn a new law, gains years of experience. Enhance their understandings of realms, enhance their understanding of a current Tao, or step on the path of a brand new Tao that the bookmarked character is adept on. Only a previously met character that the protagonist saw with their own eyes can be bookmarked, and a 30-day cooldown exists before the ability can be utilized again. Noah read over the description of the ability multiple times as he didn't even have the words. He was truly speechless at this point. Chapter 725, A True Protagonist. The last unlocked ability of the protagonist trait was truly something. Noah himself had to read over it multiple times just to be sure he understood everything about it. This trait is unlike any other ones I've granted before, and I have a feeling that I would not be able to grant it to anyone again no matter how much I try. As for its uses, I'm confused as to why the universal laws even allowed it to be birthed and come to fruition. The voice of the Nexus Galaxy rang out in his mind as it commented on the impossibility of trait, Noah only giving a light smile as he continued to look at protagonist's bookmark. The core of it was the fact that he could select someone, or the so-called term of bookmark them, as he could descend onto their body without their knowledge. He could then choose from a variety of options to benefit from, with his mind already thinking of the esteemed characters of Rudolph and Old Man Khan that he had met just a few minutes ago. If he could bookmark one of those characters and be assimilated into them for just that 1 minute, what percentage of advancement would be shown in his Tao of summoning if he focused to experience their comprehension of it while the skill was active? This single thought buzzed through his mind as he made a note and planned, his gaze going down to the other 2 new abilities as his expectations were driven insanely high. First up was something he was very knowledgeable in when he played games in the past, a feature that you could use with your character that saved all your progress for you to load it up whenever you wished. It was Save Point. Save Point. the protagonist can utilize this ability at any point in time, allowing them to establish their origin and soul into a unique spacetime continuum that they can return to if their life is ever at the point of being taken away. Right before the time of death, this skill will automatically activate if there is a save point available, preventing the death of the protagonist as they are brought back in time. Aside from the automatic activation right before death, the protagonist can also choose to return to a previous save point at any time they wish. This ability has a cooldown of 30 days. Well, his eyes shone at its details as while he was taken down a notch by the continuing cooldowns of the abilities, he just gained yet another powerful life-saving measure that would guarantee his life in the near future. His eyes then landed on the last ability that was purely termed Chosen One. Chosen One, the protagonist is meant for something greater, and they must play a central role in the designated area they currently reside in. The current holder of the protagonist trait is in the Dark Universe, thus in this area, they will find that their movements are inadvertently mixed with the major forces of the universe as they always end up the center of all problems, as well as the solutions. With this ability, as long as the holder of the protagonist trait doesn't fall off a cliff and die, all they would need is time as they somehow become embroiled into every major event as they play the role of the Chosen One. The singular character that will always be there to prevent disasters and save the day. Yet another ridiculous trait showed itself in front of his eyes as he didn't even know how to feel at this point. All of the abilities he continued to find in the protagonist trait gave such unique and shocking abilities that when looking at them, he nearly began deluding himself into thinking he was truly the main character of some story. He had to shake his head as he erased this thought away, thinking that he was entertaining himself too much with such a thought. Him? The main character of a story? It was only something he thought in passing as he smiled at the thought. If he truly was the main character of a story, he would want to be one that was overly powerful and bulldozed over every obstacle in front of him. He wouldn't be struggling as Noah had been struggling over these past months, but as he looked at all of these abilities, he could genuinely say that in terms of his trait, he had become a true protagonist on this day. He didn't even know how to compare the grandness of the protagonist trait with his infinite mana trait, or it seemed the both of them excelled in certain aspects. But if he had to choose which one he considered of utmost importance, he would still say it was his infinite mana. This was because his infinite mana trait stayed at the core of everything. Whatever he wanted to do, he needed mana. Even the protagonist trait could only be utilized because he had unlimited mana due to the high energy requirements of its abilities. But the survivability aspect that the protagonist trait granted, it was just utterly ridiculous. Pulling his thoughts away, he looked at the other factors of the protagonist trait while the process of rebuilding continued in the Nexus Galaxy. Aside from the new skills, there was also the enhanced version of previous skills that Noah simply loved. One of these was the fact that for the two abilities of Plot Armor and Deus Ex Machina, their cooldown had reduced to 21 days instead of 30. The rest of the prior abilities simply got enhancements in their effects as Noah actually looked at the complete form of Eyes of Truth with the most anticipation. This was because with this, he would never come across any unintelligible words when he glanced at anything in the future, and he wanted to start with the main treasure that had made many things possible for him, the treasure that he could only glean a small and simple description of in the past as his eyes burst just from looking at it. In the Novice Galaxy, the body of Noah opened his eyes as he also saw the same descriptions of the protagonist trait as Alexander, his body warping away as he appeared deep in the central realm of the Novice Galaxy near the glimmering obsidian core. Today, he would gaze his eyes upon something grand once more. Chapter 726, The Dreadful History of the Tools of Ruination. The Novice Galaxy knew Noah's purpose the moment he appeared as from its mystical obsidian core. The red and black shimmering ruination core that looked like a small square item with numerous holes appeared. The last time he gazed at this, his eyes had ruptured as he only got a paragraph of a description. But with the completing protagonist trait that enhanced his Eyes of Truth, he should be able to know everything about this mystical treasure. Rumble, his eyes shimmered with intense multicolored lights that went on to shine on the ruination core, a blinding light erupting out as in the next moment, multiple enormous text boxes appeared in Noah's vision. These text boxes all gave information on the ruination core, and all that Noah could say at this time was that the information he got was too abundant. His eyes honed in on the first text box as he began reading, intent on finding out what this ruination core truly was. Ruination core, third, a tool of extreme power that more often than not invites destruction to its user. Capable of interfering with the universal laws themselves, it is a tool of ruination that has multiple counterparts spread out across the dark universe. A special constitution is required to wield tools of ruination. When all the tools of ruination are gathered, the dark universe will be returned to its natural state. The information found on this ruination core is too vast, and has been categorized into multiple parts. Excerpt I History, Excerpt 2 uses, Excerpt 3 Locations of other ruination tools. Normally, Noah would simply read for himself as the rest of us read a summary, but this was such important information in history as it had to be experienced firsthand for one to truly understand what meaning it held. While being alarmed at the abundance of information, Noah proceeded forward as he wanted to learn of the history of this item first. Excerpt I History. This ruination core is a tool of power and destruction that came from a stupendous and naturally formed cosmic treasure. It cannot be utilized by normal means as it requires a specific constitution in order for it to be utilized by beings. Entities such as galaxies in a universe are capable of utilizing some of its functions as when separated. The tools of ruination more than likely see cores of galaxies as their home. When it comes to the constitution required to utilize it, a being needs to have the fully formed prime laws of their universe, light, dark, fire, water, earth, and air, within their origin. This constitution is termed the universal origin physique, something achieved very little times over the eons as its creation was truly too hard. A single ruination core is only capable of residing in one of the mastered law origins within the universal origin physique. Were the being capable of locating the remaining 5 ruination cores and combining them into each of his law origins, this being shall be capable of bringing down ruination. To understand the concept of ruination, one must understand how it came to be in the first place, as well as what caused the splintering of the cosmic treasure that made way for the formation of the 6 ruination cores. In the past, the complete cosmic treasure was not able to be wielded by the beings that obtained it. These beings were termed sages, entities that were capable of surpassing the boundary of the galaxy realm as they achieved accomplishments that very few experience. When the cosmic treasure was first located, it passed through the hands of multiple sages and great sages, these powerful beings not being able to utilize the treasure until all of them combined the power of their realms and comprehensions and laws and daos in order to put it to use. When the sages and great sages of the dark universe began to utilize the cosmic treasure, they found to their shock its stupendous uses that made way for great advancements in their comprehensions and realms, as well as the capability of the treasure to affect the laws and daos of universes. During this long-forgotten era of eons past, it went under a particular name that only the topmost beings knew of. The era when the sages and great sages of the dark universe began to utilize the cosmic treasure that would later fracture into ruination cores was known as the Primordial Era. During this primordial era, the dark universe, like many other universes, was connected to the primordial cosmos. It was a period of grand advancements and flourishing as with the use of the cosmic treasure known as ruination, the dark universe was able to elevate its status as it produced many more sages and great sages, where some beings even began seeing the path past it. With this treasure, traversing through laws was easy as learning the lesser and grand daos became a walk in the path, where a few powerful great sages even stepped on the path of cosmic daos. Yet, this was also the time when other universes of the primordial cosmos found out about the cosmic treasure, as well as what the dark universe had been able to do with it. This finding would be the cause of a dreadful war that brought with it horrendous results. Noah's body was trembling unconsciously the more he read on, the information contained within this single ruination core being simply too overwhelming. The content he was reading from it did not even feel like something he should be able to read, and it was only made possible by the newly enhanced eyes of truth as it truly gave him utterly everything. He could not tear his eyes away as he continued to read. The war brought forth for the stupendous cosmic treasure known as ruination was true to its name. True and appalling ruination spread through the primordial cosmos as the war waged for hundreds of years, and its flames only spurred even greater on the 999th year. This was because even while facing the might of multiple other universes, the dark universe had actually managed to remain standing strong in the primordial cosmos. This fact only caused even more universes to turn their attention towards them as their enemies only increased, more and more coming to understand the terrifying effects of the cosmic treasure as a major portion of the primordial cosmos set their eyes on the dark universe. It was at this time that the sages and great sages of the dark universe felt themselves to be at the edge of a cliff. Even while continuing to use the cosmic treasure to produce more sages and enhance their understanding in the daos and laws, the swarming of multiple universes was gradually overwhelming them as they were left with very few options. At this stage, the great sage that had stepped on a cosmic Tao came forth. this great sage proposing a shocking solution that would stop the war with the other universes as well as grant them the freedom to continue advancing and learning more about the cosmic treasure. What this great sage proposed was for them to use the terrifying power of the cosmic treasure to break off the dark universe from the primordial cosmos, forever separating them in this primordial era as they used the power of the cosmic treasure to hide themselves to never be found by any forces from the primordial cosmos. The solution seemed very viable, and the many sages moved forward with enthusiasm to see if they could make it possible, but what they didn't know was the fact that this action would affect too many things, that this singular action would set the dark universe on a path of destruction and ruination, on a path that it was still headed to right now. As he read on, Noah's body had stopped shaking as it was his eyes that trembled, but they didn't tremble in shock or surprise, they were trembling from ever-rising and propagating anger as the content he read next was one that birthed immense wrath and devastation from the depths of his heart. The information was simply too much. Chapter 727 I shall usher in the winds of ruination. In the novice galaxy, a single being was unveiling shocking truths that very few knew about in the vast dark universe. His unveiling was only made possible because of the completion of a ridiculous trait, but it was made possible nonetheless as shocking information was shown clearly in front of him. The ruination cores actually stemmed from the cosmic treasure, ruination, that the sages and great sages of the dark universe utilized to make grand advancements. This cosmic treasure was also the reason for other universes of the primordial cosmos to aim their blades towards the dark universe, the single treasure plunging the primordial era into chaos as many forces fought for it. The shocking event that brought an end to it was something that was due to the actions of the sages and great sages of the dark universe, where they utilized the cosmic treasure to carry out a drastic measure. Noah's eyes were continuing to burn with ever-increasing anger as it soon became unbounded wrath the more that he continued to read the excerpt I history that was visible to his eyes. Excerpt I history. The great stage that had stepped on the path of a cosmic Tao led the way as all the sages and great sages of the dark universe were brought together to make their wish into a reality. All of them used their power and strength to connect to the cosmic treasure. Ruination, as they carried out an action that eventually led to the shattering of the treasure and the creation of the ruination cores such as this, in order to escape from the ever-increasing forces of multiple universes fighting for their cosmic treasure, the sages and great sages of the dark universe chose to cut off their universe from the primordial cosmos as they forever disappeared from it, those wishing them harm never being able to find their universe ever again, but to successfully sever the connection of an entire universe from the primordial cosmos. A sacrifice was required. The only one that knew of this was the great sage that had embarked on a cosmic Tao, all the other sages having no idea until when the process began. They felt their very own life forces being drained on top of their mana as they tried to power up the cosmic treasure and grant their wish. To power up the cosmic treasure, the life forces of all the powerful sages and great sages of the dark universe were eaten up, where the only one remaining alive was the great sage that had begun it, this being giving the last command before his soul perished for the firmament of the dark universe, for the separation of it from the primordial cosmos. The wish of this great sage and all the other sages was actually granted as the cosmic treasure performed a measure nobody in the primordial cosmos had seen before, where the enemy universes found to their shock that where the dark universe used to be had suddenly become empty. They found to their shock that throughout the entire primordial cosmos, the dark universe had disappeared overnight. Towards this action, they could only despair as they gave up on the stupendous treasure they never even held. This was because within the primordial cosmos, those qualified could easily travel among the different universes, but nobody had been able to ever leave the primordial cosmos. When a universe disappeared for the first time in the history of the primordial cosmos, waves reverberated throughout as many would forever search for a truth that they would never be able to find. The moment that the cosmic treasure completed its grand task of separating an entire dark universe from its cosmos, cracks spread throughout it as the task was simply too much, and there was no master to control it. This caused for the cosmic treasure to splinter as from it, the ruination cores were born. Yet, this cosmic treasure seemed to have a form of consciousness as during the time it shattered, it created a book that displayed some of its mysteries, a book that might make it possible for beings of the dark universe to be able to utilize the ruination cores in the future. This was how the Book of Ruination came to be, with the impact from the birth of the ruination cores flinging the pages of this book across the vast dark universe. On these pages were a variety of mysteries, but the core treasures that remained were the ruination cores. These ruination cores spread throughout the different parts of the dark universe, the history of what they just carried out being something very few knew as all those involved had fallen, all the sages and great sages of the dark universe perished from this single action, only some of their descendants left behind in ancient powers having some residual knowledge of this shocking history as time passed. But what the sages of the dark universe did not know by carrying out this action was the fact that one could not simply separate a universe from its primordial cosmos. The primordial cosmos could be compared to a body, where the many universes within it made up its organs, bones, muscles, fingers, and toes. Cutting off an organ or removing it from the main body would only mean there was destruction waiting for it. This was the point that all the sages and great sages had missed. The cosmic treasure stayed true to its name as the last action conducted by it truly brought about ruination. Cutting off a universe from its primordial cosmos as all that was left for it was apocalyptic ruination. Thrum. Noah could feel his heart aching as he read on, this being the source of his ever so rising wrath. The sages and great sages of the dark universe had actually condemned all of its inhabitants to certain death. They had played with forces outside their understanding as they all perished. And they went further on by dooming an entire universe. Fools, chapter 7:28. I shall usher in the winds of ruination. 2. Fools, he bellowed out as his heart truly felt stifled, everything he had been working for all this time seemingly being for naught. From the blue planet he came from until this point he was in right now, he realized that he had never escaped the apocalypse. He was in it then, and he was still in it now as undoubtedly, the dark universe was headed towards its own destruction. Who knew how long it would be, who knew how many days or months or years were left? All he knew was that everything and everyone within it would all perish and die, no matter what he did. He would die. The dark universe was headed towards destruction the moment the sages carried out their actions, what they thought was them saving their universe being the thing that utterly and ultimately set it on a path of ruination, exactly what the name of the cosmic treasure was, ruination. The splitting of the dark universe from the primordial cosmos was like cutting a leaf off of a tree. This leaf was bound to wither and die in a matter of time. Such a thing was exactly what was happening right now, where the dark universe was a cut leaf that was already withering and would soon turn into nothingness as everything within perished. No matter what Noah did, he would be perishing along with it too. This was the reason for his immense wrath. It was because of the stupidity of the sages and great sages that did not know what their actions fully did, and for the greed of the other universes of the primordial cosmos that cornered them in the first place. Fools, he bellowed out again with immense rage as beside him, even the core of the novice galaxy could not comment. Minutes passed as he simmered in rage, continuing his viewing of the description of the history portion of the ruination core. None of the details changed, but a single paragraph was all that remained in the end as he forced himself to read it. If the cosmic treasure known as ruination is reassembled once more by a being with the universal origin physique, a possibility exists to undo what had been done in the past. For this to be brought to fruition, the ruination cores have to be gathered as once more since the time of the primordial era. Ruination shall be brought forth once more. Rumble, with a wrathful mind and a shaking heart, Noah read the last few words over and over again as amidst his red eyes, a brilliant light began to shine. There were still many things he didn't know, but the shocking history of the cosmic treasure known as ruination was displayed in front of him with clarity. Aside from the portions that induced his anger, the last paragraph was one that gave hope amidst the dark tunnel of the apocalypse. The action that the sages and great sages of the dark universe had taken on the past, there lay a possibility to reverse it, the leaf that had been cut off the main tree of the primordial cosmos. There lay a possibility to stitch it back before it withered and died. Calming his rage, Noah looked at these words as his expression hardened, his thoughts moving as an immense choice lay in front of him. He only hesitated for a total of 5 seconds, and he then made up his mind, just 5 seconds, and he made the decision that was true to him. He would not simply lie down as he waited for the eventual destruction of the dark universe that was torn away from the primordial cosmos. This was not like him. Instead, he would give it his all to change it, as the task in front of him was extremely grand. If he undertook it, it would give him the sole responsibility for the lives of an uncountable number of beings. But it would mean the entire dark universe would not perish. To even begin doing all of this, he had to not only collect the remaining 6 ruination cores, but complete all of the 6 law origins of light, dark, fire, water, earth, air, as he used them to hold a ruination core each. Once he achieved this, he could possibly reverse the actions of the sages and great sages of the dark universe, but it would mean he would bring forth ruination once more, the cosmic treasure that caused all of this. He had to bring it back in order to change the fate of the dark universe. To save the dark universe, he had to bring down ruination, an extremely heavy burden to shoulder. But as he looked inside his origin and saw the swirling law origins, He affirmed that he was one of the very few, if not the only one, capable of even shouldering it. So he steeled his heart as his face rose. He glanced away from the panel that showed the history of the Ruination Core as his eyes locked to the floating obsidian core that was the Novice Galaxy. In front of this galaxy, his wrath transformed into extreme calm as he uttered what seemed like ramblings, with his voice growing louder and firmer each time. Ruination, the sages and great sages of old all perished from this single treasure, and I will bring it forth once more. I will do it. I will collect all the Ruination Cores as I set us back on the right path, as I rejoin the dark universe with the primordial cosmos. I shall usher into this universe, ruination. Essence raged all around him as in this area that was thick with universal law essence. It seemed to have become particularly active as it raged around him vibrantly. His words seemed to have evoked some sort of change as all sorts of universal law essences surrounded him, his image becoming extremely imposing as amidst his chilling calm, his rage still remained at the ones that had caused all this. On this day in the Novice Galaxy, a shocking vow was made that would forever change the direction of utter annihilation of the dark universe. Chapter 729, The Disgusting Effects of a Ruination Core. As Noah made a grand vow, the universal law essences around him raged as if they agreed with his choice. His image at this moment being extremely eye-catching as he looked like a grand existence that released an extremely oppressive pressure. This was very hard to describe as Noah wouldn't normally release such an oppressive demeanor, yet his mind was gradually being forged and changed as he experienced shocking adventures and truths that he never thought possible. His eyes carried a trace of coldness as extreme calm settled in, his fiery gaze going back on the Ruination Core still floating in front of him. To begin his mission, he had to first start with the Ruination Core in front of him. He waved his hands as he pulled the panels of text boxes containing its information, moving from the history portion and into the uses. Excerpt 2 uses. When it was a full cosmic treasure, the uses of ruination were vast. After splintering into 6 ruination cores, each one carries a number of uses that relate to laws, daos, and miscellaneous affixes that the holder of the ruination core can set. To be considered a holder of a ruination core, one must have the universal origin physique with all 6 laws, light, dark, fire, water, earth, air, mastered before even one ruination core can choose a law origin as its home. When a single ruination core has been successfully equipped, the user gains the ability to choose one of the following effects to be inscribed on their soul. Only one effect can be selected per ruination core. Ruination core affixes, laws, 10,000% comprehension assimilation to the law of life, 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the law of death, 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the law of fate, 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the law of chaos. 10,000% enhanced effects, defensive offensive auxiliary, to the law of death, 10,000% enhanced effects, defensive offensive auxiliary, to the law of life. Ruination core affixes, daos, 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the Tao of summoning, 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the Tao of vitality. 10,000% enhanced effects, defensive offensive auxiliary, to the Tao of macrocosm. Ruination core affixes, miscellaneous, 10% chance to smite enemies for 10,000% ruination damage when you hit them. Slain enemies explode into crystallized blood orbs that enhance physical constitution. 10,000 to all damage, 10,000 to defense, 10,000 to attack and cast speed. Damage dealt to enemies increases by 10% for every enemy near 50 meters of you. Noah's cold gaze only had slight shaking as he remained cold, his mood heavily being changed by the shocking truth he just found out that he would have otherwise been jumping for joy while raucously laughing at. The boosts he could choose from by equipping a single ruination core. His sharp eyes honed in on the fact that he could only choose a single effect affix to attach to himself once he equipped the ruination core. But a single effect was more than shocking enough, as it could enable him to advance through a single law or Tao at 10,000% speed than normal, or enhance the effects of those laws or Taos by the same percentage. This wasn't to mention the shocking effects of the miscellaneous affixes that numbered over 100. Just the first few he saw showing something extremely twisted, like having a 10% to smite enemies for 10,000% ruination damage when his attacks reached them. This was truly ridiculous. Such were the ruination core's effects when utilized by a being. Such was the effect of an item capable of twisting universal laws, but for Noah to equip this item, he needed to master 6 laws. Fire and water were already at 100%, with earth and air currently at 99%. Only light and dark each had about 20 to 30% remaining before he could max these as well. Seeing the stellar floating ruination core in front of him, his mind was made up as he sat down right away in the central realm. He wasn't the only one, as all his clones and Alexander and all of his clones in the Nexus galaxy also took their positions. As today, he would completely master all 6 laws. The way he went about this was, of course, by doing something that nobody else could do. He began by activating each of the techniques to cultivate the laws of light, dark, earth, and air that had not yet reached 100% completion. As after these law techniques were activated, the 2 trees within his origin thrummed as they also began trembling, rumble. The dense universal law essence converged around him as he didn't just cultivate the 4 laws he needed to master at this moment, but all the laws that had not reached 100%. As the dense culmination of life and death essence roiled around him and swirled into the trees of life and death, reeing. All of these laws being cultivated at once caused a sense of resonance as the ultimate laws increased the speeds of all other law comprehensions, the effect of the endowment he had cast in the novice galaxy also going along to achieve a rapid cultivation pace. But this wasn't all. There was also another thing he could now utilize which caused a vibrant reaction when cultivating laws, and it was the Tao. His calculative mind moved as he also activated Tao of Summoning Traverser. A majestic swirling descent of the Tao appearing above each of his bodies as the law essence around him only became wilder. As this shocking cultivation session began, he did not even wait a minute before the 99% in the laws of earth and air reached 100%, only the laws of light and dark that had a bit over 20% remaining. Today, he would not move or do anything else until these laws hit 100%, and then he could equip the Ruination Core, as he would gain a shocking tool to quickly traverse through laws and Taos, or simply choose one of the more shocking affixes that were termed miscellaneous. Chapter 730 Master the Laws and Equip. As Noah went about mastering his laws, the infinite realm of the novice galaxy was particularly boisterous. Right before Noah had left with all of his clones to begin cultivating, he had told all of his important people about the truths of what occurred with the Celestials, his entrance into the Nexus galaxy, and much of the things that had recently occurred as he granted them knowledge of galaxies and expanded their views. After they received this information, their hearts only ached for more power, as in a matter of a day, multiple infinite realm beasts that were in the same generation as the Emperor Penguin reached the Nebula realm, the harbingers of sin, making the greatest progress, as all of them chose not to chase the impossible dream of grand completion, choosing to break through into the black hole realm the moment they amassed a few thousand stars within the nebula. The Inquisitor Athena, Steel Mikhail, Kazuhiko, Barbados, all of these beings made advancements as their power exploded. This created multiple experts in the novice galaxy, as even grander things were in play. This was because there were thousands of skill books obtained from the siege of the Burning Domains galaxy for them to choose from, as well as the skills that Noah had placed in the library feature of the Infinite Realm. The most important ones and the ones that made the Harbingers make a line towards the Grand Library where they could obtain these skills today were the Tao of Summoning Traverser and the Animus Summoner Trainer. This was because Noah planned to create his own powerful force of beings that had already begun embarking on the Tao early. Where they would obtain this shocking inheritances in the near future, Noah would create another skill that was similar to that would allow his people to begin summoning and training their very own animus pets after they begin gaining understanding in the Tao of Summoning. This would create for a shocking force to begin budding in this unknown corner of the dark universe, in the central realm of the novice galaxy. 2 days passed. During this entire time, immense amounts of mana were constantly used to keep the techniques of law cultivation active, Noah being constantly surrounded by swirling colors of law essence as he advanced minute by minute without a pause. After 2 days, the laws of light and dark, while being enhanced by various factors, finally came to completion, Noah actually obtaining 100% in all 6 laws required to be considered someone that held a universal origin physique, WAA. At this moment, a unique phenomenon occurred as around Noah's expansive quasar, one could see the vibrant law origins of light, dark, fire, water, earth, and air in the form of swirling nebulae. These swirling nebulae shone with splendor as they actually resonated with each other. Faint blue lines that went around Noah's expansive quasar, forming to connect each of these nebulae together. Outside, his body was being elevated in the atmosphere as the universal law essences seemed to be cradling him, welcoming the first ever being with a universal origin physique since who knew how many eras. A magisterial sight of his body being set down like a delicate object occurred as the vibrant lights around him died down, his eyes opening with blazing golden lights that made him seem like a feral archaic being. Checking his body, he nodded in satisfaction as he considered it acceptable, even feeling that it was slow as he hoped he could finish everything within a day, but it took 2 days. If the genius of even ancient powers heard his thoughts, they would explode with jealousy. As even beings like them took years to make the progress that Noah could make, the moment he completely mastered the 6 laws, his eyes went towards the ruination core that had been floating near the obsidian core of the novice galaxy. His shining eyes looked towards it domineeringly as he waved his hands towards it, this shocking treasure that felt oppressive to him before seeming docile as it began to float towards him. Are you sure? Even the novice galaxy was hesitant after it found out of the history of where this ruination core came from, of the cosmic treasure known as ruination that caused all of this. I've never been so sure in my life, Rumble. With a steadfast gaze, the square-shaped red and black ruination core touched his chest as it felt like searing hot metal, passing through his physical body as it delved into his origin and hung atop his luminous quasar. It seemed to be deciding exactly which law origin among the 6 it wanted to go to. A red light shining from the many small holes of the square-shaped ruination core as it then turned into a red streak of light that shot towards the light law origin. Thump! It smashed into the origin with fervor as it vibrated rapidly, going into the center of the swirling nebula of the law of light as it began to spin in a smooth motion. Every time it spun, a red light would be released that went on to shine over the law origin, this light encompassing more and more distance as the seconds passed. Every time the ruination core finished a rotation, the red light ed over more of Noah's origin as it went on to cover over the other law origins and eventually covered all of his quasar. If a person then looked at Noah's body, they would begin to see it shining with a brilliant red light that shone with an oppressive air. His shining eyes filled with calm as he sensed an unknown sense of power spread through him. At the same time, he saw glimmering red words appear in front of his eyes: ruination core successfully equipped. Which affix would you like to equip? With a calm expression and eyes blazing with intense light, Noah looked through the hundreds of affixes as he made numerous calculations for his plans. Chapter 731, A Shocking Event. Across the dark universe, there were a variety of powers spread throughout where CLU.S. Tiers of experts were collected. There were also lone entities that traversed the dark universe as each of them moved with their own aims. On this day, across multiple locations in the dark universe, multiple beings were alerted of something shocking. The first one was an entity we mentioned before, one that already held a page of the Book of Ruination and even later went into a super black hole that held terrifying gravitational forces that even affected entities to obtain another one. At this time, this entity was moving across the chaotic void as his face changed, bringing out the 2 pages he held as he saw they were shining with a brilliant red light. A being with a universal origin physique has actually come to be, he was mumbling incredulously as he stared at the 2 pages from the Book of Ruination. If one recalled, the Book of Ruination was something that came to be when the cosmic treasure itself was sundered apart, being something that the treasure itself had done to leave knowledge behind future generations to have a chance of using it or even possibly piecing it back together. The first page that this entity held was one that held an enormous amount of information on a being with a universal origin physique, and the second page that he had obtained from the supermassive black hole actually had explicit details of some of the history, enlightening this entity some more as he understood more than others on exactly what this phenomenon he was seeing currently meant. With their arrival, our universe will one more begin shifting into a new era as we prepare. The gaze of the entity shone with light as he wasn't the only one with these thoughts, multiple other beings facing similar situations through the dark universe. One was an ancient power of high stature that actually had its experts holding on to a ruination core since ages past, and someone that was watching over their treasure vault sensed that for the first time ever, the ruination core had began vibrating as it shone with an immense red light. This alerted many powerful experts and entities, each of them trying to figure out what it meant to no avail. They didn't know that this was the same time that Noah brought in a ruination core into his body, his universal origin physique letting him equip a terrifying tool that only a galaxy had been able to use up till now. Aside from the previously mentioned ancient power, others just like it experienced similar phenomenons, as some of them held pages from the Book of Ruination, with others being lucky enough to hold on to a ruination core themselves that they didn't even know how to use. In the expansive dragon CLU.S. A powerful entity rose from his post deep in the core location of this ancient power, grabbing a communication medallion as he sent word the moment he saw the brilliant red light shining from their treasure vault. Pass word to the Holy Emperor, something has happened to the tools of ruination. Also tell the Holy Prince Rudolph to make haste. Rumble. In another location, an area of the dark universe where CLU.S. Tiers of quasars were actually rotating near each other. At the center of these rotating quasars, a being with a cold demeanor and a small body was calmly floating, the aura of a grand Tao swirling around her as her eyes opened briefly while she waved her hands, causing an appearance of a ruination core that was shimmering with red light to appear. You little shit. I carry you all this time and find nothing, and now you're shining for what reason? Ha! A voice of extreme coldness rang out from this being that held power which in no way matched her body. The swirling essence of the grand Tao she released being enough to suffocate any peak-tier galaxy experts. In another location, the entity that had just run with her tail between her legs after facing a terrifying old man Khan was traversing through the chaotic with a disgruntled expression. Her face then abruptly changed as she waved her hands and took out her page of ruination, her eyes shining as she gritted her teeth. If I had another page, I would be able to understand more. Rage filled her heart as she thought of all the beings that stood against her recently, swearing to take her revenge the moment she made a breakthrough, as she would make them all pay. Being like her and even the old fogies of ancient powers all reacted in similar ways on this day. The reactions of the tools of ruination across the dark universe sending waves. Simply put, a change occurred on the dark universe on this day as many powerful beings were alerted. Meanwhile, the person that caused all of this was sensing the profound strength of his body as he continued to stare at the blinking text box in front of him. Ruination core successfully equipped. Which affix would you like to equip? A question that seemed so damn simple and yet was so extremely difficult at the same time. But Noah knew his next step, so he moved with conviction. For him, the immediate things he considered he had to get done were his laws, and it was because he held a shocking one of the pages of the Book of Ruination that told him how to begin assimilating all of them once they are fully comprehended. This assimilation bringing about something grand, he had a hunch at what exactly it would bring forth, or he thought at the end of the assimilation he would be gaining a grand Tao, or even more likely, a cosmic Tao. Rumble, just the mere thought of it caused waves of essence to erupt out as he made his mind. He had many tools to use in his hands as he currently focused on the affixes of the Ruination Core, and the ability of Protagonist's Bookmark, Chapter 732, Affixes and Bookmarks. When it came to which affix he would choose, it actually went hand in hand with how he wanted to utilize Protagonist's Bookmark. This ability would allow him to descend into the body of a being he had seen before as he gained a minute to make a choice on exactly what he wanted to learn. There were many paths he could choose to take for Protagonist's Bookmark. He had met multiple shocking individuals in the past few weeks that each held their own uniqueness, and he had many options to choose from based on how he wanted to move. He could choose the bookmark Old Man Khan, Anastasia Frederick Windsor, or Rudolph Frederick Windsor as he increased his comprehension in the Tao of summoning greatly, moving past the abysmal number of 0.008 as he possibly gained entire percentages. Or he could choose to bookmark the entity that had been getting slapped left and right from the burning domains galaxy as he obtained yet another Tao vitality. There was even the animus summon of Old Man Khan, the peak-tier galaxy realm starry behemoth Tarragon, who, like the Void Serpent or the colossal Helios Leviathan that Noah had summoned, they would unlock and start comprehending their own unique Tao when they reached the upper rank of galaxy. The starry behemoth Tarragon that he had seen was actually proficient in the Tao of the Void, as it was the reason that it became the mount of Old Man Khan while traversing the chaotic void. Thus, he had many choices as he could choose to enhance or embark on new Taos, but he actually was not keen on choosing any of them. As he made his calculations, he knew that the thing which would bring him immediate boost in strength and further help him set up his plan for how to move in the future, it actually dealt with things considered lesser than Taos, and it was the laws. He wanted to first completely comprehend the universal laws as he embarked on finally assimilating them according to the techniques described in the Page of Ruination. With this, he could step on the path of possibly obtaining a cosmic Tao from the combination of all universal laws, and he would only have to wait a month before he could use Protagonist's Bookmark to enhance or obtain something else. Yet, he also knew that obtaining another Tao had a stupendous supplemental effect, or when he obtained the Tao of Summoning, he was able to advance through the laws much faster. His eyes shone as a solution appeared in front of his eyes, and it was the entity from the Burning Domains galaxy. He would use Protagonist's Bookmark on this being not purely for the Tao of Vitality, but for her mastered and assimilated law of life. He was planning on spending the first 50 seconds of the Protagonist's Bookmark on heavily enhancing the ultimate law of life, and the latter 10 seconds on her comprehension of the Tao of Vitality, so that he could simply step on this Tao and gain its initial supplemental effects. 2 prizes for a single bookmark. He chose to heavily start by enhancing the law of life as he knew it would cause a chain reaction with the remaining laws, this law influencing the speed of the law of death and all other laws as they would be caused to rise, and in a matter of days, he saw himself completely mastering all the remaining universal laws, an extremely domineering thought, but would he be able to achieve it? He had the laws of life, death, karma, space, and time as the only ones left to master. Karma was already at 71%, while space and time had already gone over 80%. Life was at 33% with death at its 16%. He wanted these numbers to change rapidly in the coming days as he sat himself down and closed his eyes. the first thing he did was send his attention into the ruination core as he chose his affix for now, something he could change whenever he wished as long as he provided enormous amounts of mana, but since he only had a single ruination core at this time, he could only ever have one affix at a time. This would change the moment he set off to find more ruination cores, and he knew where all of them were through. Excerpt 3 locations of other ruination tools. Shockingly, his next target that was the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur that actually held a ruination core. But he placed all these thoughts aside for now as he chose his first affix. Affix selected 10,000% comprehension assimilation to the law of life. Rumble. The unique light of ruination descended onto Noah as he closed his eyes and reveled in it, his thoughts moving forward as his will cast another skill, protagonist's bookmark. The target was the entity from the Burning Domains galaxy that Noah had enraged before, the same being that was proficient in the Tao of Vitality after finishing fully comprehending and assimilating the laws of life on Earth. It wasn't mentioned before, but the name of this entity was Nirnasha. Nirnasha of the Old Plains. The moment that Noah cast protagonist's bookmark, with this character as the target, he felt a part of him leave his soul and origin as he instantly shot out of the novice galaxy. The speed being nothing he had ever come across before, as in just seconds, he crossed who knew how many light years across the chaotic void as the next time he blinked, he saw the illusory figure of himself already descending onto the familiar body of the entity Nirnasha. This being was currently moving through the chaotic void to who knew what location, and she didn't notice a single thing as another being shockingly descended and assimilated into her very origin, all of her secrets laid bare. As Noah could gain access to everything, the moment he descended into her body though, a timer appeared on the corner of his eyes that read 60 seconds, which went to 59 right after. His thoughts moved fast as while he adapted to the feeling of assimilating into the body of another being. He directly searched for and selected the comprehensions of this being's law of life as he wanted to make them his own. His mind felt like it was receiving disjointed information that should not have been his, but his eyes began to shine as he collected all of it into a bundle of light that shone with a green luster. These were the comprehensions of an ultimate law that an entity had spent years to cultivate, and he was learning them with ease as at the same time he had the shocking effect of 10,000% comprehension assimilation to the law of life active. This would create for a shocking phenomenon as he did something nobody else in the dark universe could do. He was about to comprehend an ultimate law and master it in a stupid amount of time. Chapter 733. Why not master an ultimate law in minutes? The seconds dwindled down as Noah utilized protagonist's bookmark to obtain the comprehensions of the ultimate law of life, all of them being condensed into a bundle of light that stuck very close to his soul. During this time, the entity Nirnasha continued on her journey across the chaotic void as she didn't feel a single thing, the ability that Noah was utilizing being that ridiculous. When time dwindled down and it neared 10 seconds left, Noah quickly switched his thoughts as his will said to now focus on another aspect of this entity, their comprehension of the Tao of Vitality. In the next second, an even more vibrant verdant ball of light began to form around Noah's soul, its brightness being 10 times that of the ball of light that represented the law of life comprehension. This ball of light formed rapidly as the seconds passed, the timer that Noah could see in the corner of his eyes hitting 0 as his soul felt a pull back towards his main origin, just like that the first, protagonist's bookmark, was used. Quick, efficient, with the target not even knowing that anything had happened, yet, Noah's soul traversed the chaotic void at shocking speeds while returning to the novice galaxy, bringing with it 2 balls of light that represented something grand. One was much smaller than the other, but its brightness outshone the former dominatingly as the both of them returned with Noah's soul and delved back into his main origin. BZZZT. The instant this happened, Noah felt like his brain was being split apart as hundreds and thousands of years' worth of comprehension poured into him, yet his gaze was calm as he took all of them in. As for what happened next, we have to dissect it piece by piece. Even though it happened simultaneously, there were actually only 2 pieces: the law of life and the not yet learned Tao of Vitality. We will start with what occurred the moment that the large ball containing the comprehensions of the law of life entered and merged with Noah's soul and origin. Right before this, the percentage next to the law of life was at 34%. Another thing to keep in mind was the fact that at this moment, Noah had the affix of 10,000% comprehension assimilation to the law of life active. This, paired up with him already having active the techniques to cultivate the Tao of summoning, the laws of life, death, space, time, and karma, all of these factors went together to cause an unbelievable sight that had never before happened in history. The moment the comprehension of an entity that had mastered the law of life entered his body, Noah's shining eyes saw that the percentage jumped from 34% to 55% in just a second. Yet, the ball of green light had not even been halfway absorbed as it continued to sink into his origin, this percentage shooting up even higher as within his origin the primeval tree of life was shining with a shocking asunder as it grew and branched out rapidly. The other laws he still had not mastered, especially death in particular, as it reacted with the ridiculous percentage jumps of the law of life. All of these laws had also begun rising at rates much faster than before, another second, and the law of life was at 70%, 80%, 95%, 100%, purely nonsensical. One must know, this was an ultimate law. Others took hundreds of years or even thousands to fully comprehend it, yet Noah had pumped it from 34% to 100% in a matter of seconds. Of course, this didn't just happen magically. It was due to the ridiculous 10,000% increased comprehension of the law of life granted by the Ruination Core, as well as the comprehensions of an entity that had mastered this law herself. The 10,000% increase amplified the gained comprehensions crazily, as it was the main reason this percentage shot up to 100% in mere seconds. When one looked at it from this perspective, it would be weird if he didn't master the law after all these factors. Vibrant essence swirled as he looked like a black hole swallowing everything around him, even his infinite mana being utilized to make up for the difference that the universal atmospheric essence could not provide because of the speed he was absorbing essence with. Noah's dark hair flailed grandly as his emotions didn't even flutter after fully comprehending an ultimate law. His mind already moving towards the second piece of information we have to cover, which was the Tao of Vitality. The smaller but even more luminous ball of light had also descended into his origin as he felt a majestic force from it, his thoughts quickly moving towards the Ruination Core as he gave a command: remove the 10,000% comprehension assimilation to the law of life, affix, and replace it with 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the Tao of Vitality. That rumble, his infinite mana leaked out without reservation to make this possible, a high mana usage of the Ruination Core that would drain even sages, with every use being nothing to him, as easily switched from one affix to another. One may not be able to truly grasp just how much mana was utilized, even as we reference how sages would be drained with a single use of a Ruination Core at this moment, but when we delve into the stages after Galaxy, this idea would truly be cemented. But at this moment, the focus is on the verdant ball of light that represented the Tao of Vitality. The moment the affix was switched and this ball sunk into Noah's origin, all colors outside of his body changed as they were bathed in an intense green light. The central realm he was in, where he was very close to the obsidian core of the Novice Galaxy, the verdant green light even covered this expansive realm as the behemoths and infernals within it trembled at the aura of a Tao that was descending down with fervor. The mystical swirling essence of the Tao descended down Noah in droves as the simple 10 seconds from protagonist's bookmark, where he focused on the Tao of Vitality of the entity Nirnasha, gave him comprehension in the Tao of Vitality as the percentage very quickly passed even his previously learned Tao of Summoning. Chapter 734, Merely Laws and Taos. When it came to the Tao, one could say with confidence that the difficulty for it exceeded the laws by multiple times. One had to put in 10 times as much effort and have genius talent just to take a few steps in the Tao. This could be seen with how even Noah only had 0.008% in the Tao of Summoning after he first got exposed to it. Yet on this day, the small verdant ball of light that represented the comprehensions of the Tao of Vitality from the entity Nirnasha, as well as the affix of 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the Tao of Vitality of a Ruination Core, Noah watched with luminous eyes as a single number appeared in his stat panel, and it continued to rise until it reached 5%. Only 10 seconds of descending and assimilating into an entity through the protagonist's bookmark had given him 5% in a lesser Tao. Of course, this percentage was only made possible because of the affix of the Ruination Core as well, but made Noah think of many things. He only allocated 10 seconds of the bookmark to the Tao of Vitality, and it had granted him 5%. If he allocated the full 60 seconds, that theoretically meant he could advance in this Tao by 30%, which meant just 2 more bookmarks, 2 more months when considering the cooldown, and he could fully comprehend a Tao. Who could do such a shocking thing other than Noah? Who could even imagine such incredulity? The same concept would apply to the Tao of Summoning, where if he used the protagonist's bookmark on Anastasia, Rudolph, or Old Man Khan, just a few months would be enough for him to fully comprehend this Tao. When he did that, the type of power that his summons would be able to show would be something simply ridiculous. His face remained impassive as he simply nodded at the progress, staying steadfast as the moment he saw the verdant ball of vitality disappear and he finished absorbing all the fruits of the now on cooldown protagonist's bookmark. he then turned his eyes towards the laws of death, space, time, and karma that were bubbling with essence while also advancing. These laws were progressing at fast speeds, especially the law of death, with the completion of the law of life that still had its primeval tree of life vibrantly sprouting leaves and cascading its effects of enhancing others' laws down on Noah's origin. Noah's thoughts moved as he utilized immense amounts of mana once more to replace the affix of vitality on the ruination core. As this time he placed the affix of 10,000% comprehension assimilation in the law of death. He actually planned to cycle through the affixes of death, space, time, and karma as he used this period of enhancement from the completed law of life and the swirling majesty of two Taoists to prehend all of the universal laws. He ridiculously wanted to comprehend all of the universal laws in one swoop as he finally embarked on assimilating them with the method shown on the page of the Book of Ruination, as he stepped on the path that would grant him a cosmic Tao whenever he finished assimilating all the universal laws. Such was his sight and plans at this moment, and he carried them out without hesitation. Rumble, the affix of the law of death, was placed as this law began to go towards completion at even faster speeds. In the coming days, Noah would switch it to karma, space, and then time as he cultivated all of these laws to 100%. A day passed, 3 days, 2 weeks. Shockingly, Noah remained steadfast for 2 weeks as he fully comprehended one law after another, switching from one affix to another in the ruination core. After death was completed, he targeted karma, with the laws of space and time finishing last on the 14th day as brilliance shone out. This was a brilliance of all the law essences of universal laws swirling around Noah. It was a multicolored luster of immense proportion as he looked like a precious treasure that was glowing on all sides. Within his origin, his manifested quasar thrummed with power as surrounding it were the law origin nebulae of light, dark, fire, water, earth, and air. Within his origin and soul, he could also see the illusory particles of ether and chaos, fate and karma lines, as well as the fabric of time and space. There was also the even more vibrant trees of life and death that had thick roots entangling themselves within Noah's quasar. All universal laws, fully comprehended, dense vibration spread out with Noah at the very center, a cylindrical light that seemed to be welcoming an archaic being shooting out from him and into the skies. This gorgeous show of colors continued for a few minutes before Noah opened his eyes once more to rejoice with a unique sense of power flowing through him. His luminous eyes glanced around him as even he had to take a pause, the truth of what he had done just now settling in his mind. He had actually gone ahead and fully comprehended all of the universal laws after he first embarked as a rank F hunter just a few months ago, less than a year since he began rising through the realms of power, and he now stood at this position. Who could claim to be able to do this? Who could claim such ridiculous advancements? He was such a ridiculously shocking genius that he could stand atop the geniuses of ancient powers and have them grovel below his feet. There were sacred things that many people could not even hope to master multiple of them. Yet to Noah, he could say they were merely laws and Taoists. Rumble, the domineering thought only made Noah's demeanor more vibrant as his body was still surrounded by colorful swirls of essence. Moving on to his next goal as his hand waved forth and brought a page from the Book of Ruination appeared in front of him. Chapter 735, Begin Assimilation. What exactly was the assimilation of laws and Taoists? It was the act of becoming one with the laws and Taoists after one had comprehended them, the act of fusing these concepts to their very beings as they wielded shocking power. Of course, to Noah, it meant being able to deal even more horrendous damage or obtaining ridiculous defense. The page from the Book of Ruination in front of him detailed a lot of things, but it focused on the act of assimilating laws. It talked about a unique method of assimilating all laws, and even discussed about other methods of assimilation that would provide different results. Like the previous ruination tools, this page had sections that were filled with unintelligible words before, but the upgrade in Eyes of Truth with the completion of the protagonist trait made it so that Noah could see all of this information. The excerpt of this page talked about a method where one could assimilate together the laws of the 6 elements that granted Noah the universal origin physique: light, dark, fire, water, earth, and air. The result of assimilating these laws together granting the grand Tao of 6 elements. Yet Noah breezed past this information as he cared not for assimilating laws into a grand Tao, his eyes searching for the information he truly wanted as he found it soon enough. When all universal laws are assimilated at the same time, a cosmic Tao lost in time can be brought to life, a Tao that one needs if they truly want to be able to utilize the cosmic treasure that birthed the ruination cores. When one fully assimilates all the universal laws, the cosmic Tao of ruination will be born. The technique that allows one to combine all their laws and assimilate them as one is termed the primordial universal alignment. And it uses the laws as the base in order to bring forth the Tao of ruination when the assimilation is complete. Numerous bundles of information entered Noah's mind as soon enough, and absolute skill was clearly displayed in his stat panel, a technique that assimilates all learned universal laws simultaneously, refining the origin and soul of the user as the insights and comprehensions of the laws are forged into them. As the task of the ability is truly grand, only those at the level of great sages are capable of providing the essence required to activate it and keep it active for a few minutes before they have to regenerate their reserves. Noah's heartbeat could be felt with extreme clarity as he read over this information. The fact that the primordial universal alignment was such a high-level technique that only great sages had enough mana to utilize it for merely a few minutes made him laugh. With his infinite mana, he was planning on activating this stupendous ability at all times as he passively assimilated all the universal laws, seeing exactly how long it would take him before he could fully assimilate them as he gained a cosmic Tao that nobody else could even dream of achieving right now. Without a second delay, the primordial universal alignment technique was cast for the first time, and shockingly the last time, as Noah would not initiate its activation ever again. He would always keep it active until his goal was achieved. The moment the skill was cast, his quasar felt a unique sensation as he felt all the law essences inside him to have been provoked, each of them vibrating as the tout 10 million fate and karma lines, chaos, and ether particles, nebulae of light, dark, fire. All of the law essences were pulled towards his vibrant quasar as they infinitely neared it. The trees of life and death that were already within the quasar were even more vibrant, their leaves turning illusory as they seemed to be ever so slowly merging with the surroundings. This was assimilation. All the learned laws that Noah learned being pulled towards his origin and soul as in time, they would fully be incorporated into him as he could utilize them with such ease as if they were his own limbs. The power of any skills and abilities of laws would be enhanced by ridiculous degrees when one became assimilated to them, and now Noah had embarked on this path. He monitored his origin as he saw a new section appear on his stat panel, one that showed the arduous road ahead of who knew how many months before he would achieve his goals. Universal laws assimilation, 0.00006%, a decimal percentage with many zeros that caused his heart to ache, with this number actually only being this high. Because he still had the affix of 10,000% to the comprehension and assimilation in the law of time active, since this was the last law he mastered, even while enjoying the 10,000% boost in the assimilation of just a single law. The number was still rising abysmally as Noah saw among all of the slowly assimilating law essences, the law of time was fusing at 100 times the rate that other laws were fusing at, but just this number would still cut down what might have taken him years to accomplish. In possibly just a few months, as whenever a law was fully assimilated, he would switch to another affix, OOM. The essence around him gradually calmed as he nodded while breathing out, seeing everything going smoothly as stepped towards the obsidian core of the novice galaxy while feeling like a new man. In the span of just over 2 weeks, he had accomplished a great deal of things as his power was enhanced greatly. And yet he still had many things to do. He still had to summon another animus pet from the body of Noah, train the colossal Helios Leviathan to grand completion of the low-tier galaxy realm, get ready to embark for the expansive Dragon's CLU.S.Tour where multiple goals coincided, as along with joining an ancient power and expanding his knowledge of the numerous powerhouses of the dark universe, another ruination core resided within this ancient power. There were many more things he had to do in addition to the aforementioned tasks above, but the mission in front of his eyes as he strode towards the obsidian core of the novice galaxy was a simple one, with powerful entities and unknown ancient powers that hold legacies of the foolish sages and great sages as our potential enemies. We have to strengthen ourselves even more so that no random being can just stride in and destroy everything we have built. Rumble. His voice was calm as his steps were light, his eyes shining with a multicolored light as he came within a few inches of the obsidian core of his home galaxy, something that in the past gave him immense pressure. He looked up at this core as he stayed shocking words. I think the time has come to fully fuse my infinite realm with your core, to elevate it to the stage of a galaxy as we can finally use its features to create something grand. Chapter 736 Upgrade the Infinite Realm. In the central realm of the novice galaxy, Noah spoke with a calm expression about something monumental, a task that would produce a shocking reality that not even those who currently own spiritual lands could believe to be possible. He spoke of fusing the infinite realm to the novice galaxy, of upgrading this treasure that began as a spiritual land into something that could be called a galaxy. One must think back and recall that in the beginning there was only this small spiritual land that was a floating landmass in the northern region of the beast world, a mere floating landmass that had unique uses, the same location where an arrogant emperor penguin led thousands of beasts. This floating landmass went on to become a world. And even further on to become a realm. Now, it was actually a possibility for it to go into the stage of a galaxy. Who could have thought this possible? Who could have imagined such grand advancements of something so minuscule? If we can utilize the features of the infinite realm, of the portability of it and the ability to fuse with other entities, I don't see why we can't form a moving galaxy that slowly gobbles up other galaxies, creating a power no less than these ancient powers waiting for us out there. Rumble, a grand goal and aspiration. A domineering thought that would even cause sages and great sages to tremble. This was inevitable. The voice of the novice galaxy rang out after a few seconds as it understood the gravity of the situation. For the novice galaxy to fuse with the infinite realm, its core had to be eaten up and assimilated by the core of the infinite realm, and this process would be very unique as both of these entities already shared a connection with each other. Thus, their fusion should not pose too much of an issue. And when it came to the infinite realm itself, the requirements to upgrade it to the next level have long since been met as the infinite realm beasts rose from star forging all the way up to black hole at this time, the only thing needed being the core of the next stage this realm would want to achieve. Then let us not waste any time. Rumble. Waves of essence erupted out as within this same ancient grove where the core of the novice galaxy resided. The archaic blue door that represented the gateway into the infinite realm floated peacefully. If one recalls, Noah had dragged this blue gateway into the celestial realm weeks ago as his infinite mana trait was brought to completion after the novice galaxy formed a line of connection that shot into the gateway to reach the infinite realm. This time around, something even more dangerous and grand would be occurring as within the ancient grove of the central realm where the obsidian core of the novice galaxy resided. This obsidian core began floating towards Noah as he held it delicately in his hands, and then walked through his realm gateway. The core of a galaxy was extremely delicate, and Noah had to be careful to not even make grand spatial movements with it, as even passing through the realm gateway was risky, but this occurred without any issues as in the next instant, Noah appeared above the skies of the infinite realm. The moment he appeared, the voice of the infinite realm rang out in his mind as even its coldness seemed to contain a hint of excitement. Is it truly time, Master? Since the requirements are met and we have a galaxy core, let's upgrade to the next tier. Noah nodded his head as a mystical light began to converge around the obsidian core of the novice galaxy, this core then being pulled towards the central continent as it was there where the fusion of realm and galaxy would occur. The influence of the infinite realm expanding to cover an entire galaxy. This wasn't like the previous upgrade of tiers when a core of a world had to be sacrificed in order to proceed. This time the core of the novice galaxy would be assimilated into the core of the infinite realm as the two became one and the same, the product being something that nobody could have imagined. Such a task was nearly impossible to do, especially when it came to the master of the infinite realm being capable of providing the essence required to carry out the fusion of a galaxy. Yet when it came to Noah's infinite mana, such things were purely useless. The moment the core of the novice galaxy disappeared into the earth of the infinite realm, a wave of essence reverberated out as the inhabitants within felt a grand change. The newly risen black hole experts from the ranks of harbingers left their abodes as they spread their senses out, their eyes very soon locking towards the outline of Noah in the skies while they sensed the vibrations that had begun to spread out across the entire infinite realm. In the minds of all these harbingers of sin, only a single thought singularly passed through them: just what ridiculous thing is he doing right now? A question on everyone's mind, and a grand sight for all to see. It was a grand sight that would not just be experienced by those within the current infinite realm and novice galaxy, but also a show that could be seen by any nearby entities within a range of a few light years. This was because the mana that was going to be consumed in order to upgrade the tier of the infinite realm and fuse an entire galaxy with it was truly monstrous. What occurred in the next few minutes could only be considered a fantastical sight that very few would ever come across in all their lives. A sight that would take an uncountable number of pages to describe but could be summarized in a few sentences. It was a gorgeous show of colors as in the skies of the infinite realm. Its master was required to provide the mana to catalyze the fusion as from him. A blue light began to leak out. The shimmering blue light of mana only further brightened his figure to those glancing up towards him, their hearts beginning to thump with unknown feelings as they saw a majestic image of a being erupting out with an immense aura, tendrils of blue lights leaking from his eyes as his body shone with even more blue L.U.S. Through all of this essence flowing down towards the infinite realm endlessly. It was a magisterial sight as Noah looked like an ancient being from ages past, his face expressionless as his eyes blazed out with tendrils of blue light. Chapter 737, My Infinite Galaxy. In an unknown corner of the dark universe, a galaxy was undergoing deep changes as a brilliant blue light spread out from a certain realm and went on to cover everything in sight. This was the same galaxy that had undergone life essence endowment as its atmospheric and universal law essences were boosted to great degrees, and now a mystical light of pure mana spread out across all of corners and grooves as the master of an infinite realm wished to connect this entire galaxy into his realm, making it something he controlled. Such actions, though, required immense amounts of mana that would not leave the hands of a normal being, but would instead be seen from powerful entities that were in the peak-tier galaxy realm that had lived for tens of thousands of years and had built up great mana reserves. So when an ability or skill was used that utilized such high levels of mana, its brightness and pure oppressive pressure could be felt a few light years away. As Noah let his mana flow freely to fuse the cores of his infinite realm and novice galaxy together, there actually happened to be someone passing a few light years away from the discrete galaxy, this being turning his head towards this direction with shining eyes. Coincidentally, it was the same entity that was traversing the dark universe for the pages from the Book of Ruination, the same one that currently held 2 pages and was looking for the esteemed being that had successfully established a universal origin physique that could utilize the tools of ruination. Let's see which guy is being so flashy. This time, this entity went towards the powerful aura of mana being utilized, making way towards the novice galaxy rapidly. Meanwhile, Noah oversaw the process proceeding smoothly as his mana grandly washed over the entire galaxy, his origin feeling a unique sensation as he was connected to both the infinite realm and novice galaxy before their fusion. If he were to close his eyes and describe what was happening, he would draw the novice galaxy to be a circle as right at the center of it. His infinite realm had placed itself as it utilized his mana to release numerous strong lines that connected everything within this galaxy to itself and kept it together. At this point, the entire galaxy seemed to be vibrating with the gorgeous light that Noah released as it neared completion. Those in the infinite realm who could see the scene only looking up in unbounded shock and incredulity. Within the past infinite realm, the beasts that were naturally born within from the dense condensation of essence were bubbling with essence as they found their realms to be breaking through with the influence of the place they were tightly connected to being elevated even higher. Raa! Ra! Raa! The piercing cry of an emperor penguin could also be heard as it made an even smarter use of this opportunity while sensing the bubbling essence in its body, waving its flippers as it went on to hug cores at the ranks of black hole and quasar that Noah had given out to them to increase their realms. The arrogant penguin hugged these cores as it began to absorb them in conjunction with the enhancing of his realm that came with this phenomenon. Its stage in the realm of black hole began to be elevated rapidly as it wanted to see if this opportunity could be used to break into quasar. There was no worry about something like grand completion, so what prevented this majestic penguin from using the opportunities provided to it to advance forward, in another region? The terrors that were the original protectors of the galaxy were gathered together as the planetary-sized Cthulhu spread out its senses with a somber gaze. Many emotions seemed to be rolling through its mind as the other 3 terrors also glanced towards it, their thoughts being something that only they were privy to. Yet the process that was taking place was nearing completion as the brilliant blue light of mana flashed out even brightly to announce the completion. Rumble, the whole galaxy seemed to pulse and tremble with power as the raging essences gradually died down. Outside of the galaxy, if one was looking at its boundary, they would be able to notice the transparent barrier to turn into a brilliant hue of blue, its thickness beginning to increase by multiple hundreds of miles as it seemed like an endless fortress wall. Inside the galaxy, dense atmospheric essence was running rampant as Noah's eyes opened to look at the results of the actions he had taken today. He looked at the used-to-be infinite realm that was now fused with something even grander as a voice rang out in his mind. The fusion and integration of a galaxy has successfully allowed the tier to be elevated to 12, with the current stage being that of a galaxy. The voice was feminine while holding a hint of excitement, Noah picking out the mechanical qualities of both the novice galaxy and the core of the past infinite realm in it. He nodded his head at the voice as his gaze swept out across the realm he was in and saw through the boundary to glance at the millions of stars outside of this huge galaxy. Even the starry space shimmered with intense light as his body still had a glimmer of a shining blue light bouncing off it, his heart feeling extremely full as what he accomplished today was out of his wildest dreams. As his eyes gazed upon this new galaxy, he spoke as a deep and sonorous voice rang out throughout the past infinite realm and extended to the hundreds of thousands of miles nearby, a voice filled with strength and regality that could be heard by experts and lowly rank F beings alike. My infinite galaxy, RUUUMBLE. His words seemed to usher its full completion as a light shined out brightly, announcing the arrival of something shocking that would make waves across the dark universe in the coming future. It was the coming of the infinite galaxy, and the many possibilities that it came with. Chapter 738, My Infinite Galaxy. 2. In the new central realm of the infinite galaxy. This wondrous realm that was the source of the spiritual land that later became a spiritual world and realm was currently the location where the core of this galaxy now resided. The many inhabitants within this central realm did not even know what to make of what had just occurred, but those who knew Noah as well as some of his secrets could not help but tremble when they heard his resounding words that reverberated throughout the realm. "My infinite galaxy, Ruumble," his words shook them to their core as they realized the shocking meaning of it when it related to Noah and his infinite realm, and they realized this ridiculous guy had truly done something crazy. Barbados was among the many that were looking towards Noah in stupor. Her small figure crackling with deathly essences over the past weeks as her strength increased, her curves had only become more prominent as her expression was much too vibrant for the necromancer that rebelled on destruction. Currently being at the realm of Black Hole, her power had grown greatly as her undead legion grew ever so larger. This force being enhanced even further as she had placed all her focus and skill points on elevating the Archlich skill tree that Noah had left behind in the library of the infinite realm. All this time, she had been telling herself that she was surely getting closer and closer to him in strength, that she was only a rank behind where he was and she could confidently stand beside him again while raising her head high. Yet as she sought his image as he looked like an archaic creature out of primordial times while he was apparently fusing the infinite realm to the novice galaxy, she was finally able to admit something to herself that allowed her to feel as if shackles were lifted from her heart. This guy was not someone she should even think of matching or standing next to on an equal level. But she realized that she did not have to be in the same realm as him or be as strong as his in order to confidently stand beside him, nor should she change how she acted towards him because of his continued elevated position. This thought caused her to feel immense weight lifted off her shoulders as while she gazed at the image of Noah still glimmering with blue light. Her face regained the same mischievous smile and coldness that Noah had first seen when he met her in the lost world of Atlantis, her small body shooting out towards him as she shouted out grandly while leaving all reservations behind. "Little fish, THRUM," in the state of awe-filled stupor that everyone was on at that moment. The figure of Barbados streaking across the shimmering skies and diving into the wide chest of Noah was imprinted on the minds of many, far off in the distance. Adelaide was being held back by the Shadow Guard Knight as she looked like she was about to pop off, Elena nearly shooting off blood spears with her eyes as even further away, the Inquisitor Athena had a forlorn expression. At this scene, the tendrils of blue light shooting off of Noah gradually faded as he looked down towards the Barbados that was hugging his chest as hard as she could. He raised his hand as he patted the head of this curvaceous necromancer as his heart calmed down, bringing to a brief stop as he took in the accomplishments of what he did. To go from where he was to his current position was truly a thing of wonder that deserved amazement from all angles. In the next instant though, the smile he had on his face was wiped away as his eyes squinted, his own senses and the infinite galaxy feeling a terrifying aura of strength wave over them as outside of the blue boundary of the galaxy, a huge being with the oppressive aura of an entity had appeared. This was the same entity that had sensed the profound fluctuations of mana from a few light years away. Coming to this location to check it out, as to his shock, he found out that it was merely a galaxy, yet this galaxy carried a unique sensation as it had qualities he hadn't come across before, and his expression changed heavily as while his aura spread out, it caught on to the image of a single figure as this entity sensed something shocking within this being. This, he called out incredulously as inside his personal isolated space where he kept his items and treasures, he felt the 2 pages from the Book of Ruination trembling as his own power that swept over the galaxy saw a shocking image on the being he locked in on. It was the image of 6 swirling nebulae that represented the universal origin physique he had only read about, as well as the even more shocking item he had only heard about actually dwelling within one of these law origins, a ruination core. Faced with this situation, even the entity couldn't help but fall into a stupor as the being he was searching for with all his heart had ridiculously appeared right in front of him. Yet on the other side, Noah wasn't feeling the same way as the moment he felt the aura of an entity that seemed multiple times heavier than even the entity Nirnasha, while also feeling the trembling of the tools of ruination he had on himself. He made a move right away as he knew he could not deal with such a powerful entity at this moment, so he wasted no time as before he could even look at the new features of the infinite galaxy. He used size regulation, paired up with immense mana to cause the enormous size of the entire galaxy to instantly shrink down, leaving the watching entity with even more shock as he observed the galaxy with the length of a few thousand light years incredulously shrink down so damn rapidly that it barely became a speck in the chaotic void. Instantly, the entity then felt waves of spatial fluctuations as he called out hurriedly, "Wait," but it was to no avail as Noah, who knew the dangers of powerful entities, especially one that seemed multiple times more powerful than one that he previously met, he instantly teleported away after he shrunk and anchored an entire galaxy onto himself. Not wasting a single millisecond with the foreign entity, the entity looked forth incredulously at this sight, not even knowing how to move as his face soon turned into anger and frustration. He was right there. The being he was searching for this entire time, the answer to everything he wanted, had just stupidly slipped past him the moment he was found. Aside from this, he was even more shocked by the methods this being had utilized, being able to actually control an entire galaxy into a minuscule size as he teleported with it. This was something that even this thousands of years old being had never come across before. Meanwhile, spatial fluctuations erupted out on the other end where Noah had made his destination. His figure appearing in the chaotic void near the Nexus galaxy as his eyes landed on his next target while he reflected on what just happened. Chapter 739, Spiritual Galaxy Management. In the chaotic void not too far away from the Nexus galaxy, Noah gazed far away as he thought about the recent situation. His mind moved rapidly as he realized that the entity wasn't randomly pulled towards his infinite galaxy, and that it was very likely that his high usage of mana that could rival and surpass those in the galaxy realm was the thing that alerted this entity. Realizing this, Noah made sure to plan to mask both himself and the galaxy whenever he carried out grand moves like this in the future so that he wouldn't draw too much attention to himself. Noting this, his eyes landed on the shimmering galaxy he had miniaturized in the palm of his hand as many thoughts crossed his mind, even after he just used enormous amounts of mana to utilize the features of this unique treasure that were now applicable to something as grand as a galaxy. Noah didn't think much of it as it required basically nothing from him. But the possibilities themselves were huge when one remembered exactly what features were present in the previous infinite realm and even the past spiritual land. All of these features were now present in this shimmering galaxy in the plan of his hands. Can you imagine the stage you would have to be to accomplish what Noah was doing now? To literally hold a galaxy within his hands? Such a thought brought a smile to his face as he then glanced towards the faraway Nexus galaxy. Within this galaxy, the body of Alexander had warped in the central realm he had been invited to before as he went forth to bring a proposition, as Noah shared the same soul and it was just another one of his bodies. His eyes saw an imaginary scene where Alexander arrived in the central realm as the obsidian core of the Nexus galaxy looked towards him questioningly, but Alexander's words were simple as he smiled and said, "Do you want to be a part of something larger? To guarantee the life of all the beings in this galaxy as you don't even have to worry about entities." Alexander had begun using honeyed words with the core of the Nexus galaxy as Noah planned to fuse this galaxy into his infinite galaxy first. He would then move on to the stellar sky galaxy and the few other galaxies that were under the influence of the Imperials as the task ahead of him was insurmountably large. When it came to fusing more galaxies though, the task would actually be very easy to do as the cores of galaxies were nothing but logical beings. The moment that Noah revealed the nature of the infinite galaxy, as well as the nigh impossibility of killing the owner of it, these logical entities would be going against their very nature if they did not make the decision to be fused into his galaxy. The only thing left to do after giving them the offer is sharing memories with them as they confirm the truth of Noah's abilities and the unique features of the infinite galaxy. Noah also stared at the character shimmering faintly outside of the Nexus galaxy, the character that read expansive which Old Man Khan had laid down before he left. His eyes shone as he knew that while it might have seemed like a form of protection due to Anastasia speaking out, it was more than likely also possible to monitor the large movements of the Nexus galaxy with it, but it didn't give Noah any worries as he planned to cast covert skills the moment the fusing was about to occur. This expansive character floating in the chaotic void only being able to observe the disappearance of a galaxy thereafter, as Noah waited for the eventual results from Alexander's task. His eyes turned down to the stat panel as he viewed the past, spiritual realm management, that was now, spiritual galaxy management. Spiritual galaxy management, infinite galaxy 12, beasts, FXXX, AXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, SXXX, Epic XXX, Legendary XXX, Mythical XXX, Phantasmal XXX, Transcendent XXX, Saint XXX, Void XXX, Soul 1 224, 274, Domain 324,827, World 66 924, Star Forging 13,247, Nebula 828, Black Hole 23, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora, Sheelan's Cold Stone, Resonant Ochre, Arctic Flora, King's Collard, Athermire, Phantom Mulberry, Firestarter, Frigid Apple, Fate's Orchard, Chaotic Amaranth, Ether Infused Willow. Available for planting, immemorial dragon fruits, mythical fruit of life. Features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, unlocked, law space, unlocked, blacksmith's forge, unlocked, division, unlocked, alchemy hall, unlocked, library, unlocked, world integration, unlocked, realm gateway, unlocked, pocket realm, unlocked, assimilation, unlocked, trait. Blessing, unlocked, Tao birth, locked, upgrade conditions over 100,000 assimilated galaxies. The beautiful set of words that displayed a summary of his infinite galaxy were clearly displayed as he gave a light smile. The thing one would notice first would be the number of beasts, especially those in the nebula and star forging realm that now existed within the galaxy, due to the high number of cores that Noah provided as well as the recent upgrade of tiers. Many of the naturally born beasts of the infinite galaxy experienced great progress as the number of nebula rank experts towered over 800. This number was really eye-opening when one realized that the past novice galaxy had only had a few nebula rank experts that could be counted on one's two hands, and now with Noah's influence there were hundreds in just a matter of months. Aside from this shocking number, there were also the unlocked features as well as the upgrade requirement into the next stage, which actually required 100,000 galaxies to be fused into the infinite galaxy. This was the reason why Noah had already gone ahead and began discussing with the Nexus galaxy, as he knew he had to truly make an effort in the days to come if he wanted to accomplish this. With all future galaxies he wanted to take under his banner, he would have one of his clones constantly make way through the dark universe as more and more galaxies were taken under his banner. When the time came for him to actually have the requirement of fusing 100,000 galaxies, he believed the infinite galaxy would be grander than even the domains of the ancient powers. Chapter 740 Fuse with Nexus. Noah's eyes honed in on the newly unlocked features as grand thoughts crossed through his mind. Assimilation. Existences of similar nature can be assimilated into the infinite galaxy as the bounds of its expansion are only limited to the capabilities of its master. As long as the other party is willing, assimilation is as easy as can be. Trait blessing. The master of the infinite galaxy can choose to awaken the traits of the beings dwelling within. Traits are specific to the beings themselves and the tier cannot be chosen by the master of the infinite galaxy, this concept remaining fairly random with higher chances for greater tiers being attributed to the fate of the being. As traits require the very essence of a galaxy and this infinite galaxy has a master, the mana of this master will be exchanged for the required galactic essence needed to awaken and develop traits. Use sparingly, as if too many traits are granted at once, the user can face mana depletion as their core dries out and dissipates. The features were stupendous, to say the least. Assimilation was very straightforward as Noah only gave it a few glances, but it was trait blessing that made his eyes shine with splendor. Such an ability seemed to come just in time when it came to elevating the strength of all the beings in the infinite galaxy, or if he wanted them to be comparable to beings that had been living in the domains of ancient powers. Mass strengthening them all with traits was definitely a way to go about it. He glanced over the details as he felt the only way to truly satisfy his heart was to see its effect right away. Bringing his palm up as he let the miniaturized infinite galaxy float in the chaotic void, his eyes then honed into the central realm of the infinite galaxy, the one that used to be known as Infinite Realm, where his home and most of his people were located. Just to test, he focused on all the remaining harbingers of sin that had not unlocked their traits yet, as well as the high-tier beasts of the infinite galaxy. Rumble. He then cast the trait blessing ability as his eyes observed a curious sight. All the beings he selected had begun to shine with a dense blue-silver light, each of them looking blankly in space a moment later as they most likely saw a notification pop up on their skill panel about a trait. Such a scene would have left anyone with shock, yet Noah had done it so nonchalantly as he merely nodded while seeing the happiness spread on the faces of the beings he chose. These traits would greatly enhance their strength, and Noah as the infinite galaxy master could freely awaken the traits of the beings dwelling within it. So what prevented him from putting out that classification that he wanted to awaken the traits of all beings within the galaxy right away? He had the mana to do it. So why not? This grand thought entered his mind briefly before his shining eyes had to look away from the miniaturized infinite galaxy and stare towards the Nexus galaxy. At this moment, he looked over to this galaxy as in its central realm. Alexander had finished discussing with the core of the galaxy. As things went as expected, this logical entity went with the path of being assimilated into his infinite galaxy. With a knowledgeable nod, Noah floated towards the boundary of the Nexus galaxy as he floated only a mile away from it. He then took the infinite galaxy in his hands as he let it freely float in the chaotic void. If he wanted to be showy, he could have expanded the size of the galaxy back to its light-years distance before he proceeded with the fusing of another galaxy, but even while miniaturized, the fusion would occur without any issues. In the effort to also hide from prying eyes and the shining expansive character floating in the chaotic void, the body of Alexander in the central realm of the Nexus galaxy breathed out as he clasped his hands, casting some not-so-recently utilized Blood World and World Veil. If one recalls, these were abilities stemming from the vampire progenitor bloodline that created a huge circular barrier and cast a veil on a world where nobody could see nor feel what was happening inside even when spreading out their aura. Such skills were normally employed at the level of worlds, or even just a few meters of miles to just surround an enemy. Yet Noah was using them now to hide the happenings of entire galaxies. Essence surged silently with the casting of the covert skills. Very little fluctuations resounded out as from the body of Alexander. A transparent red circular tinge that smelled of tangy metallic odor erupted out. It covered the central realm in less than a second as it spread out even further. Enormous amounts of mana pumped into it as it was covering millions of miles instantly. The sheer grandness of this could not be expressed more as very soon the barrier and veil covered a light-year's worth of distance, and in a matter of minutes went on to cover the entirety of the Nexus galaxy's thousands of light-years size as it simply expanded a little more to cover the body of Noah and the miniaturized infinite galaxy outside the boundary. With the spread of these skills, of course the powerful beings of the Nexus galaxy felt it, but the core of this galaxy itself sent the Imperial Adjudicator a message to make all Imperials stand down as they prepared to enter into a brand new age. An age where they were joining hands with powerful beings that were doing things which should not have even been possible. With the proper skills in place and all the pieces together, the fusing of galaxies would take place as enormous amounts of mana were utilized, never again powerful entities being able to pick up signals of Noah using horrendous reserves of mana unless he wished for them to. Such was the stage where we have arrived. Fusing actual galaxies as the being in question could even cause it to miniaturize and hold a galaxy in the palm of his hand. After this fusing of the Nexus galaxy and carrying out discussions with the natives to bring order, Noah still had many things to do on his plate as he was already on his way to reducing his workload and make his way towards the expansive Dragonclose. This would of course be achieved by the hundreds of thousands of skill points that had spilled past 1 million after his siege, as well as his skill trees. Chapter 741 Make way towards an ancient power. From the siege of the Burning Domains galaxy, Noah had truly gained much, as one of the biggest things was his skill points. To understand their scale at this moment, we must take a look at his stat panel that was also filled with gorgeous numbers and percentages. Noah Osmont, titles: Infernal Lord, Variant, Controller, All Laws, Traits, Infinite Mana Protagonist, Dows, Dow of Summoning 0.1%, Dow of Vitality 5%, Bloodlines. Vampire Progenitor, Primeval Tree of Old Yggdrasil, Matured Stage, Primeval Tree of Death, Matured Stage, Ether Particles is 10 million, Karma Lines, 10 million, Fate Lines, 10. 000,000, Chaos Particles, 10 million, Origin Cores, Light 10, Dark 10, Fire 10, Water 10, Earth 10, Air 10, Domains, Life, Death, Ether, Karma, Fate, Chaos, Light, Dark, Space, Time, Fire, Water, Earth, Air, Vitality, Quasar, Focus, Infinity, Strength, Quasar, Laws, Life 100%, Death 100%, Ether 100%, Karma 100%, Fate 100%, Chaos 100%, Light 100%, Dark 100%, Space 100%, Time 100%, Fire 100%, Water 100%, Earth 100%, Air 100%, Authorities, Life Lord, Death Lord, Ether Lord, Fate Lord, Chaos Lord, Karma Lord, Space Lord, Time Lord, Light Lord, Dark Lord, Flame Lord, Water Lord, Earth Lord, Air Lord. Skill points: 2,537,246, a gorgeous set of 100% all around. A beautiful and round 10 million on laws. Such a sight would cause one to tremble with joy, as the happiest one for Noah was the number displayed next to the skill points, 2,537,246. This number had shaken Noah's heart as he nearly had the thought of simply moving galaxy to galaxy and laying siege to everything on sight. But he wasn't a common mass-murdering protagonist, was he? Unless he was provoked and it was a war for survival, he would not go out of his way to hurt those not aiming for him or those who were not oppressing others. But the number of skill points was truly eye-opening, as he had many ways to utilize them. One of the biggest was of course the advancement of his skill trees, where he could comfortably consume the skill points to max the proficiencies of his skill trees and elevate them higher and higher if they were rising too slowly, even with the help of the clones utilizing their skills. there was also the creation of a skill that could do the same function of summoning animus pets for his people, as well as a few other skills Noah had in mind himself. But the first task was the upgrade of his skill trees that had fallen far behind, as he was now relying on powerful animus summons, with his focus on the skill tree of the Blood Lord, that granted him the versatile clones. Then there were the skill trees of fate and life he wanted to focus on, a large number of skill points being required to pump them from their current levels all the way to Quasar. Vibrations of essence were ringing out in the chaotic void as near the light-years distance where the Nexus galaxy used to be, only vast emptiness could be seen along with an enormous moving fortress that towered over 10,000 meters large. This was the colossal Helios Leviathan, the animus pet that Noah had now trained up to the peak of the low-tier galaxy realm. Having a manifested realm, this Leviathan had grown ever so increasingly larger as it literally seemed like a moving fortress. Atop this Leviathan, Noah was laying on his back while glancing at the never-ending chaotic void that would make any normal being have an existential crisis. Beside him, the figures of the large void serpent, three-legged fate crow, Oraculothorax, and Calamity Bear were sitting around while glancing towards their master with shining eyes of amazement from his recent actions. Noah was thinking about a lot of things at this moment, his mind wandering from the coming apocalypse of the dark universe that could arrive in a day or in 10,000 years, as well as the many unknowns of what he would be able to accomplish as he stepped towards a grander stage. As of right now, he was already taking the right steps as the fusion of the Nexus galaxy into the infinite galaxy had already completed successfully, where he was now lying on the back of the colossal Helios Leviathan while staring out towards the chaotic void while fiddling with the infinite galaxy in his palm. Inside of it, Alexander was meeting with the Imperial Adjudicator and the Quasar-ranked experts that came from the Nexus galaxy, all of these beings having now heard messages from what used to be their galaxy. As they were told of the situation, they could only accept it with incredulity, as thereafter there would be a lot of discussions on how to manage and rule the light-years worth of distances that would increase in the future with every assimilated galaxy. We didn't need to spend entire pages discussing the interactions of these characters as well as their discussions, simply knowing about it in passing being enough, as our focus lies elsewhere. Above the Helios Leviathan, Noah breathed out as he let the preceding discussions and management of the infinite galaxy be taken care of by his other bodies. His own gaze landing on his stat panel as he went to his skill trees. While he made his way towards the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, he would be bringing up some of these skill trees as well as creating new skills. During this journey, he would be stopping at numerous galaxies for the purposes of assimilating them into the infinite galaxy, and as Noah's main body took care of organizing the skill trees, his clones would have the job of the galaxy fusions, with one clone taking the time to be with his subordinates and the body of Alexander working to manage and relegate positions to manage the infinite galaxy. With the tasks being divided and clearly defined, he set off right away as a silver light covered the enormous body of the colossal Helios Leviathan. The entire party of Summoner and Summons disappearing as their first target on the trip was the Starry Sky Galaxy. After this galaxy was assimilated, they would make way towards the nearby galaxies under the influence of the Imperials as the journey towards the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur went underway. During all of this, our focus remains on Noah, who had spent multiple skill points to open up the path of the Blood Lord, skill tree to the Quasar realm. Chapter 742, a skill tree at Quasar. The skill trees that Noah held were many, and as he had an overabundance of skills, he wanted to focus on a few specific ones that he would fully utilize, and they would go further to support him as he gradually changed his battle style. At this current moment, his combat power was enhanced the most by the animus summons, the terrific pets that held powerful bloodlines and rarities that could be brought to grand completion in a matter of hours. Every day he was refining the bloodlines of these pets, where all of them would be awakening into their hidden bloodlines when they stepped into the peak-tier galaxy realm. This meant that he would have a genuine golden crow instead of the arrogant chicken, and a powerful creature with a rare bloodline even in the Animus universe, the Jormungandr. We also have to mention the Calamity Bear that holds the bloodline of the archaic Void Calamity Millennium Bear, as well as the latest Animus pet Noah had summoned, the colossal Helios Leviathan. This was the one that Noah was keeping a close eye on, as it was already at the low-tier galaxy realm, and the moment it entered the stage of peak tier it would awaken the bloodline of the variant bloodline of the Royal Helios race that actually grants it understanding in the Grand Tao of Macrocosm. Aside from this animus pet becoming exceedingly powerful, Noah could also get his hands on a Grand Tao through Protagonist's bookmark. Even with all of this, Noah still had one more chance to summon an animus pet, as both the bodies of Alexander and his own had reached the Quasar realm. and he planned to summon this one as he made his way towards the expansive dragon Clu.s.tur, so while keeping the terrifying possibilities of the animus summons in mind. Noah would raise skill trees that could further explode his power in theirs as he created something that even future entities would be fearful of. With this in mind, he began by upgrading the skill tree that had focused on him and made many things possible, where he later planned to delve into the skill trees under the laws of life, death, and fate that he used man's skills of to enhance his animus summons during the siege of the Burning Domains galaxy. What he focused on first was more for himself. It was the Blood Lord skill tree being brought to the Quasar realm. Quasar, Blood Lord, 45/45, Fledgling Blood Ancient, 75/75, Fledgling Ancient, 100/100. Abilities include Ancient Essence, 5/5, Clone Master, 5/5, Blood Magic Support, 5/5, Galaxy's Favor, 5/5, Ancient, 125/125. Abilities include Ancient Fortitude, 5/5, Blood Scion Support, 5/5, Ancient Ruler, 5/5, Death Law Enhancement, 5/5, Ancient Terror, 150/150. Abilities include Ancient Terror Form, 5/5, Blood Fantasy, 5/5, A Dance of Blood, 5/5, Blood Sacrifice, 5/5, Void Terror, Blood, 175/175. Abilities include Clone Enhancement, 5/5, Void Physique, 5/5, Blood Realm, 5/5, Void Displacement, 5/5, Void Devouring Blood Terror, 200/200. Abilities include Void Form, 5/5, Blood of the Void, 5/5, Devouring Void, 5/5, Unbreakable Void Body, 5/5, from the world rank that the Blood Lord skill tree was left at. It was brought up to the Quasar stage where the additional line of the skill tree for the Star Forging rank was known as Ancient, the Nebula rank was known as Ancient Terror, the Black Hole rank was known as Void Terror, Blood, and lastly the stage at Quasar had a tree with the name of Void Devouring Blood Terror, Clone Enhancement. The user can summon an additional clone as they are further enhanced, being able to display 120% of the power of the main body. This skill was stupid enough as it actually granted 20% more power to his clones, being a nonsensical thought that caused him to shake his head as he thought he should just sit back and let his clones do all the work since they can display even better combat power than him. Apart from this, there was also another skill related to clones when the Bloodlord skill tree reached the rank of Quasar. It was the ability known as Void Clones. Void Clones, apart from increasing the limiter of clones by 1 and bringing it to 4 summon clones, this ability grants the unique attribute of the Void to all clones as they gain 50% damage reduction from all sources while in the Chaotic Void. The unique composition of their body also allows them to rapidly regenerate and heal from deadly injuries while in the Chaotic Void. This ability made it so that Noah could summon a full lineup of 4 clones, or one had to simply double that number when they brought his identity as Alexander into the picture. Such a reality of 8 clones and 2 main bodies was fearful when one truly thought about Noah's abilities, yet at this moment, he was just thinking of the many different tasks he or the clones could take as he moved with such efficiency that even sages would be in envy of. Aside from the skills dealing with clones, many others were support abilities that further enhanced the skills in the Bloodlord skill tree by percentages or granted him a new form to take, an example being Ancient Terror form. Similar to the Cthulhu form or the E-Void form of the Quasar-ranked Void Devouring Blood Terror skill tree line, there were even more useful skills like Void Displacement that actually allowed Noah to move through the Chaotic Void with ease. This ability granting his 100% movement speed as the Bloodlord skill tree went towards the route of a creature that made the Chaotic Void its home. Devouring Void was an attack ability that devoured everything within a mile radius, even the Chaotic Void itself. This skill was just one among the many attack or support skills that Noah gained from taking the Bloodlord skill tree all the way to Quasar, THRUUM. At this moment, Noah raised his head up as he saw their first stop of fusing the stellar sky galaxy was successful, his new clone holding on to the miniaturized and ever-expanding infinite galaxy now beginning to make his way over to the Sanguine galaxy and the remaining galaxies that were under the influence of the Imperials. This meant Noah was free to forge ahead to the expansive dragon Clu.s.tur while continuing to expand his skill tree and create new skills, leaving many of the tasks he had to do to his clones. He sat atop the colossal Helios Leviathan as the fortress-sized Animus summon streaked across the Chaotic Void, multiple days passing and going in the darkness. Chapter 743, Skills and Skill Points. Meanwhile, a day had passed as Noah traversed the Chaotic Void and came across absolutely nothing. His clones continued their work as they split into multiple directions in the Chaotic Void of the Dark Universe to see if they could discover more galaxies, one clone carrying the infinite galaxy as he carried out the fusions. As the number Noah needed to fuse into his galaxy was 100,000, he knew he had a lot of work to do. Other clones were moving throughout the infinite galaxy as its features were explored further, as the features of blacksmith's forge and alchemy hall were used to produce splendorous treasures and items. Yet the attention of the main body was currently placed on skill trees and creating new skills, as an ability that he had placed in skill creation would be taking 500,000 of his over 2 million skill points. It was a skill he was waiting to create before he summoned his next animus pet, and also a crucial skill he wanted to place in the library feature of the infinite galaxy for his people to study. It was a skill that made one capable of summoning animus pets, one that didn't require the use of the absolute skill that could not be copied into the library feature like he already had the Tao of Summoning Traverser skill that allowed one to step on the Tao of Summoning, and the Animus Summon Trainer that allowed one to train summons, but he didn't yet create a normal skill that his subordinates could use to actually summon animus pets. Thus, the product called Ancient Animus Summoning came to be. Simply replacing archaic with ancient, the change of this ability lied not in the name, but in the description that Noah specified that got its cost to run up to 500,000 even after he made some revisions. This high cost meant that it would not only be effective for his subordinates, but also something he could use to continue summoning high-rarity pets in the near future. Ancient Animus Summoning, May 5th. All one needs is minor proficiency in the Tao of Summoning, and they can call forth the rare creatures from the Animus universe. This ability allows the user to call forth summons of rare rarity of above, where a common rarity would be an impossibility and the chances of summoning ultra-rare and prismatic animus summons are slightly increased, you see? It was a truly wondrous ability that still cost 500,000 skill points even after Noah rephrased it from being able to summon only ultra-rare pets and above while giving a 50% chance to summon a prismatic animus. THRUM essence waved out atop the body of the colossal Helios Leviathan as Noah gave the go-ahead for the skill to be created, the clone who was carrying the infinite galaxy acting as the intermediary to inscribe this skill into the library feature, as it could not be used by his subordinates. When it came to who could actually utilize it, as it required someone to have stepped on the path of the Tao of Summoning, it was actually the Imperial Adjudicator being the first one aside from Noah in the infinite galaxy to gain initial understanding. This being was already thrumming with emotions after losing his wife and daughter, and the moment he had access to Noah's Tao of Summoning Traverser. The Adjudicator, who was already in a forced contract with an Animus Summon, finally sensed the Tao of Summoning, in the past few days, the other ones to gradually gain initial understanding and have a percentage of 0.000% in their stat panels were some of Noah's harbingers of sin, the Emperor Penguin leading the way once more in an arrogant fashion, as he was also on the cusp of breaking through into the Quasar realm after being power leveled with cores. This meant that at this moment, some beings in the infinite galaxy could begin summoning animus summons. In Noah's mind, the skills he created were much better than even the ones that the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur provided, and this was shown from the fact that many of his people were already stepping on the Tao in a matter of days. When one also thought about the effect of skill points on the Animus Summon Trainer skill tree that allowed a being to contract a pet a level above him and increased effects of refining their bloodline and enhancing their realm, they would realize that Noah was fostering a fearsome power that could grow to rival these so-called ancient powers rapidly. This was because his subordinates did not necessarily need to be strong themselves, as advancing through the realms and learning laws might be time-consuming and hard, but summoning and training pets was bound to be a really fast process to great strength as long as they could keep training their realms and bring them into grand completion for each stage. This would not be too hard to do, as one of the features of the infinite galaxy was its abundant essence, as well as the medicinal herbs and fruits of this unique spiritual galaxy that could be eaten or refined into pills, or even the alchemy hall feature that allowed Noah to form pills to quickly help a being regenerate their mana and health. If his people could train their summons while utilizing the resources of the infinite galaxy and simply pop mana recovering pills every time they were drained, having experts with multiple summons with manifested realms would not be too hard. When that happened, nobody could call Noah's subordinates weak characters that contributed nothing and simply leached off of him. In the infinite galaxy, the Imperial Adjudicator and Emperor Penguin were the first to rush into the library to obtain the Ancient Animus Summoning technique, as they tried their luck right away. It was bound to be an exciting few days for the inhabitants of the infinite galaxy, and the same applied for Noah, as he would actually be first to utilize the Ancient Animus Summoning technique to summon the last pet he could summon at the Quasar realm, with an ability that increases the chances of summoning ultra-rare and prismatic pets being given to him who had only been summoning pets of that level. Does it not just guarantee him prismatic pets when he summons anything in the future? THRUM, his eyes unknowingly shot out golden beams of light as he prepared for a future where even ultra-rare pets were not a possibility for him. Chapter 744, A Holy Princess is returned home. In the vastness of the dark universe, one could cross its expansive chaotic void and spend days and weeks before they came across anything. In the past weeks, the party of Holy Prince and Holy Princess of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter was returning to this ancient power in haste while standing atop a starry behemoth Tarragon that was being controlled by a fearsome entity, Old Man Khan. This party was finally nearing their destination, only being a few minutes away from entering the controlled domains of the expansive dragon close. Yet at this time, the face of Old Man Khan rapidly changed as he brought the starry behemoth Tarragon dragon to a stop. What's wrong? Rudolph, who was standing majestically up front, looked towards the powerful entity seriously as he asked. Old Man Khan's eyes were cloudy as he seemed to be confirming something, uttering out shocking words that even caused the nearby Anastasia and Anna to stand up in shock. The little galaxy that Anastasia was residing in has disappeared. What? How? Anastasia and Anna looked forth with anger as they shouted out. Old Man Khan looking languidly at them as he spoke slowly. The character I left behind to oversee the galaxy only observed a single being warping near the boundary of it. A unique veil then erupting from within the galaxy itself and wrapping around it entirely as all my senses were cut off into it. When this veil disappeared, there was only a tumultuous chaotic void as the entire galaxy was gone. Old Man Khan's words were calm, but he still seemed unsure of himself as the sequence of events did not make sense and were too shocking. Rudolph heard the words as his eyes squinted, glancing towards their goal far in the distance as he spoke. So there was an entity connected to that galaxy, one powerful enough to ensnare us into a spatial storm from far away to force our hands on his behalf, and also powerful enough to warp an entire galaxy. Might it be an entity proficient in the grand Tao of void space? The words caused Anastasia and Anna to look towards each other in stunned silence as they knew nothing about a spatial storm, Old Man Khan only replying that he wasn't sure. Rudolph then turned towards his sister as he said calmly, I kept my promise to you and left behind our will to protect the galaxy, but whatever protector it had has taken it after you left. This is out of my reach. His stoic words caused the expression of Anastasia to change, her eyes blazing with anger as she pulled Anna close. This imperial princess was still in a stupor as she thought about her dad, not knowing the status of his safety as they were unsure of exactly what had happened. The image of a genius friend she had made also popped in her head later as she sighed with anger and frustration. Meanwhile, the starry Tarragon behemoth had continued forward under the command of Old Man Khan, this party entering the domains of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter as a grand sight opened itself in front of their eyes. When coming in contact with the space under the control of an ancient power, one would first notice the sheer grandness of it as the domains of these powers spanners hundreds of thousands of light years if not millions. A galaxy could span a few thousand light years, which meant that within the scope of an ancient power, there were numerous galaxies contained within, each with their own uniqueness. The sight in front of Anna and Anastasia was the shimmering appearance of the boundaries of two galaxies, their figures seeming extremely minuscule due to their size, as the starry behemoth Tarragon did not even glance at these galaxies and simply passed through the space between their boundaries. Around this area, unique vessels and the figures of many beings that seemed like grains of sand in a vast desert could be seen stationed near the boundaries of these galaxies, all of them bowing respectfully when the party atop the starry behemoth Tarragon passed across the chaotic void. Rudolph remained with the same expression as his voice rang out with slight vigor and majesty as they entered through the outer perimeters of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter. I welcome you back home, my dear sister and niece. THRUM. His words were followed with the starry behemoth Tarragon moving past the first two galaxies at great speeds as they seemed to have broken through a veil, the darkness of the chaotic void seemingly no longer existing as a brand new space opened up in front of them. Anna's eyes reflected the shimmering colors of light as she saw that all around them, one could see the outline of multiple galaxies CLU.S.Ter very close to each other, all of them arranged in a circular location as they seemed to be orbiting a single area at the exact center. To even see the sheer grandness of this, one had to actually be an entity that could spread their aura out for a few thousand light years distance. They would be able to see the stupendous CL. Asunder of galaxies that went into making the name of this ancient power the expansive dragon CLU.S.Ter. When it came to the part of the dragon, this was much more clearly seen as the thing that the many galaxies were all CLU.S.Ter around, the thing that was the culprit in illuminating the surrounding chaotic void and making it seem like a brand new world, was an enormous draconic outline that seemed over 1,000 light years long, surrounded by many galaxies. It was actually a huge realm. That was displayed outwardly like a world, its shape in the form of a huge dragon that was over 1,000 light-years long. This draconic-shaped realm shimmered with different colors at each body part. Its pairs of wings alone shimmering with red luster as they held atop them who knew how many trillions of beings. The light that took away the darkness of the chaotic void came from this dragon-shaped realm that was the location for the core powers of the expansive dragon Clu.S.Tur. It was the home that Anastasia had been raised in. It was the expansive Holy Land, shining splendorously in the chaotic void as it purified away the darkness with immense light, and being surrounded protectively by numerous galaxies in all directions. The party had arrived at the expansive Holy Land as a lost holy princess was brought back home. Chapter 745, Fast as F. As one party arrived in the magnificent expansive Holy Land that was surrounded by a CL. Uster of galaxies, another one was still making its way atop an enormous colossal Helios Leviathan that rumbled through the chaotic void. Atop the Leviathan, Noah's currently some anonymous pets were training as the future Jormungandr had abyssal shimmering eyes while facing a fiery gold chicken and tanky calamity bear. CAA. A cry resounded out as the fiery golden flames of the three-legged fate crow descended onto the enormous serpent, the calamity bear looking down like a king as its paws spread out wide to give a hug of life and death. THRUUM. At that moment, the body of the future Jormungandr shone with a dark luster as the flames lost their effectiveness, and its serpentine body that was about to be constricted by the hug of the bear vibrated as it expanded even further and broke through the restrictions. The fiery golden chicken squawked at this as its golden beak rose to the skies, letting out a complaining voice thereafter as its three legs jumped up and down. No fair. Your bloodline is much higher than ours and we can barely touch you. Why don't you match Big Bro Leviathan? Scared, the enormous serpent was quiet as its eyes squinted, its forked tongue coming out its mouth as it seemed to be looking at this squawking chicken like a delicacy. The eyes of the chicken shook at this as it ran behind Noah while raising its voice even higher. Master. Look at this guy, he's licking his lips again and looking at me like a meal. He doesn't respect this golden crow one bit. Noah smiled at the shenanigans of the pets as he pacified them, their nonchalant demeanors helping him escape the doom and gloom of an unknown apocalypse. He stroked the golden feathers of the chicken as he calmed them down. The variant oculothorax was sitting off to the side as its proficiency was in soul damage, its golden eye simply blinking as it watched everyone else. All right, come to a stop for a second. Let's add someone else to the family. His eyes were followed by a shining light from the summons atop the Leviathan, while the Leviathan itself had its voice thunder out thereafter. Already capable of summoning another one of us at your stage? Truly a mysterious master. Rumble, the voice of the colossal Helios Leviathan caused fractures in the chaotic void as Noah only smiled, waving his hands grandly as he cast his recently self-created skill, Ancient Animus Summoning. Crack, a rift opened up in the void as it spread out rapidly, this one being a distinctly golden red color unlike the rift caused by the that Noah received from Anastasia. His self-created, Ancient Animus Summoning, was much better, with no chance of summoning common pets as it even increased the chances for ultra-rare and prismatic summons, so when Noah cast forth the ability, he was already expecting another prismatic pet, and nothing else. The rift opened up wider and wider. The colors of gold and red making it seem as majestic as something could be as its size spread out to be slightly larger than the colossal Helios Leviathan. Noah expected an enormous creature that caused the very void to tremble, but in the next instant, a black flash was the only thing he saw as his eyes barely followed it, the next second his eyes meeting the golden blue of a foreign creature that was an inch away from him. THRUM, waves of essence spread out as the rift closed, Noah's eyes opening wide as the pet that popped out was nearly 2 meters, its face feline as its dichromatic eyes shone luminously while staring at Noah. The speed of this creature shook Noah as he didn't even see it before it appeared in front of him. And he quickly released the archaic contract to bind the creature to him. A bright light shone over both of their bodies as an illusory runic symbol imprinted deep into their souls, a contract being formed as the eyes of this creature shone with an interesting light, mercurial obsidian panther, prismatic, and animus summon at the low-tier galaxy realm. It is a unique species with the bloodline of the noble Black Panther clan of the tempestuous realms of the animus universe. Its proficiency lies in quickness and speed that can even rival beings of higher stages as its deadly claws deal even more dreadful damage, with the laws of space, time, and air being mastered. This mercurial obsidian panther has already embarked on the lesser Tao of Alacrity. Further enhancing its speed, yet another shocking summon at the rarity of prismatic, yet another at the low-tier galaxy realm, SHIA. the extremely dark obsidian panther seemed to be blending into the darkness of the chaotic void as his figure could only be seen as an after-image of a black flash, its body actually appearing in front of the void serpent, three-legged fate crow, and all the other summons as it gazed upon them up and down with shocking speed. Interesting, it spoke with an excited voice as instantaneously it appeared inches away from Noah again as it showed off ridiculous speed that easily bested anyone here, multiple beings just like me and a master that seems weaker but not really. Good. Let's have some fun. What are we doing now? We're going somewhere, right? We must be. This area of the void is too bleak and boring, so we're heading into primal lands? Or chaos galaxies? Wait, no, let's go explore a shattered grotto. The words of this obsidian panther shot forth like a barrage of bullets as it didn't stop for even a second, its figure continuing to flash around the Leviathan as it said different things to every being it came across. Yet another unique summon had joined Noah's party as he was more than a week into his trip towards the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, his shining eyes looking over this new pad as he gave a command to recall all the other summons. Thrum! All the animus summons returned as only the obsidian panther was left, its golden blue eyes shimmering as it blasted off words once more. Oh, were they slowing you down, master? I got you. I'm one of the fastest animus summons you will come across. I'm fast as... Chapter 746, Let me save my progress. Noah's trip towards the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur became extremely fast after using the obsidian panther as a mount. The mercurial obsidian panther had extremely dark fur that shone with a bright luster, its figure streaking across the chaotic void as it melded into it seamlessly. A trip that should have taken another 2 weeks was actually cut down to one, the treasured medallion that Rudolf Frederick Windsor had given Noah, telling him he would arrive in the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur in just a few hours. In the past week, many changes had occurred as Noah advanced another 2 skill trees into the Quasar realm, while he also brought his obsidian panther into the grand completion of the low-tier galaxy realm. The power of the speedy summon was enhanced even more as when it came to the skill trees, he purposefully stopped at advancing 2. This was because each skill tree came with a large number of skills, and he wanted to focus on a few powerful skills he could utilize every time in battle, so that the repetition of him having hundreds of available skills and yet utilizing very few of them didn't repeat. He reflected back to how he had mostly utilized the abilities of the Law of Faith and Life in his previous battles, choosing the skill trees of these 2 laws to be brought up aside from the Bloodlord skill tree. He very much wanted to touch other skill trees like Archlich Arazon, as his heart always beat faster whenever he set his eyes on an enormous undead legion led by a dreadful lich. He set this aside for later, where he would simply observe the sight when Barbatos brought it up to the Quasar realm in the near future. In the near future, he planned to send down Barbatos and the other powerful beings on his infinite galaxy to farm some skill points and finally utilize their skills in life and death battles in the Burning Domains galaxy. There were still 2 low-tier galaxy fiends left behind within this galaxy, with many more at lower ranks spread throughout the wide galaxy, as even Noah did not have the time to take down all of them in less than an hour. So he planned to let his people descend onto this galaxy as he left it alone for them to gain skill points to quickly advance their skill trees. Having descended and assimilated into the moving entity Nirnasha, he knew that there should be no problem with this being popping back up in the Burning Domains galaxy. In this manner, many skill trees that even Noah didn't get a chance to play with would quickly be brought up to Black Hole and Quasar. As for Noah himself, he was very content with the abilities of the upgraded, Incandescent Emperor, skill tree and the Primeval Tree of Life, many support skills coming to be as the newer offensive skills had even stupider percentage increases. He looked forward to seeing these skills in action while he summoned numerous pets on whatever enemy decides to stand in his way. SHA. The obsidian panther streaked across the chaotic void thunderously as Noah had to grab its silky fur just to hold on, very quickly nearing the coordinates that the treasured medallion he was given indicated. Only minutes passed before he began sensing the life force of beings, his eyes landing on 2 galaxies near each other as many small figures and vessels were passing between their boundaries. Currently, he had the face of Alexander, as this was what he would use in the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, and it was also the face that Anna and Anastasia were still familiar with at this point. He came to a stop as he neared his target location, his shining eyes glancing towards his trait as he looked at one particular ability within it before he proceeded any further. He was glancing at the protagonist trait as he first saw the abilities of Protagonist's Bookmark, Deus Ex Machina, and Plot Armor had already finished their cooldowns as nearly 4 weeks passed since he last used them, 2 weeks passing while he mastered all laws and another 2 weeks passing on his trip towards the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. this meant that he could enter this ancient power without any worries, but he wanted even more assurances, as at this moment, he was actually looking at the save point ability that he had yet to use. This ability allowed him to return to a previous time point if ever he faced a situation where his life was on the line, with the ability activating by itself anytime an attack strong enough to kill him appeared. He could also activate it himself to return to any previously saved time point, as at this moment, he wanted to do just that. Beforehand entered into this unknown ancient power that held terrifying entities among their ranks. He wanted to first save his progress. Save point, THRUM, essence erupted out silently as a unique essence covered Noah, most of it wrapping around his origin and soul protectively as it looked like it was cradling something extremely precious. This essence made Noah feel extremely comfortable, as if nothing in the world could hurt him, nodding his head in satisfaction as he waved his hand to recall the obsidian panther and continued to fly towards what would be the entrance into the expansive dragon close. Just the entrance was actually an area that was surrounded by a galaxy to its left and right, the procession of beings moving in the middle of these two boundaries before they could fully lay their eyes on the shocking expansive Holy Land. Halt, as Noah neared, a thunderous voice traveled in the chaotic void as he was brought to a stop, the source of the voice appearing in front of him as a humanoid being appeared in front of him. This being was humanoid, but Noah's eyes shone as he saw that the head and upper body was that of a dragon. In front of him, a being of the exalted dragonoid race of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur had appeared. I do not sense an identity medallion on you. Are you a guest? The thunderous voice resounded out once more as Noah observed this dragonoid to actually be at the quasar realm, the even more shocking thing being the swirling essence of the Tao of summoning around him. Noah nodded at his words as he waved his hands, causing the medallion that Rudolf Frederick Windsor had given him to appear. I was given this medallion by the Holy Prince Rudolf himself. Rumble. His words seemed to carry weight thereafter as the demeanor of the quasar-ranked dragonoid changed, his eyes squinting as he nodded and spoke carefully. A qualification medallion to fight for the chance to be a holy descendant of our expansive dragon CLU.S. Cho. Follow me. Noah gave a bright smile as he nodded, floating behind the dragonoid as he finally stepped into the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. Chapter 747, Fathers and Daughters. In the infinite galaxy, a ruler was in the mystical space looking down on a multitude of stars and hidden realms of what seemed like a galaxy, and yet this galaxy seemed never-ending as it spanned endlessly in all directions. This ruler was of course the fearsome imperial adjudicator who ruled the Nexus galaxy and even took multiple other galaxies under his rule. Yet in the past few days, this same imperial adjudicator found himself questioning life and whether it truly had meaning, as his entire worldview was shattered. A being that he thought to be a genius of his galaxy turned out to be something purely ridiculous, someone that his own galaxy worked with to bring out an unbelievable event to fruition. Before the event, the imperial adjudicator was actually in a depressive mood as he thought about his wife and daughter, sensing his own powerlessness as he simply watched as they were taken in front of his eyes. Previously, he had made Alexander promise to take care of Anna whenever he made his way towards the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur. But that was only a desperate father using all means available as he thought about his family. He didn't really think Alexander would be able to make much of a difference even when it came to Anna, much less Anastasia. Yet now, ridiculous, his voice thundered out as in the starry space he was in, he wasn't alone as not too far from him, a sparring battle was going on that involved creatures nobody would have expected to see. The imperial adjudicator was watching the sparring of multiple animus summons that were the pets of beings at lesser realms than him, where even he had a new animus pet to his that shone with a regal countenance. Raa. Ra. Raa, the shout of a boisterous emperor penguin that was riding atop a WIRM water dragon could be seen as he tangled with a valiant dark-skinned woman backed by a six-winged humanoid creature that released a shocking golden light. The shout of a dark swordsman also resounded out as he led a Hellion bull to smash into an enormous panda that was being ridden by a vampire queen. That's right. The imperial adjudicator was shaking his head disbelievingly at the sight of multiple animus summons in the infinite galaxy, something only made possible because of the being that made this infinite galaxy come to life, the being he only thought to be a small genius. In less than 2 weeks after the fusing of his Nexus galaxy with this force, Alexei found himself stepping on the path of the Tao as he found other beings with even more talent than him do the same, terrifying strength being displayed as his wise eyes saw something many other people didn't see. The imperial adjudicator's eyes saw things in the span of a time period, and as he looked at the terrifying rate of growth that this new force he was a part of had, his despairing heart when it came to his family actually became bright again. He knew that with the shocking and fantastical things he was seeing right now, It was actually possible for him to bring back his family in just a few tens or hundreds of years, as he expected this force to grow into something rivaling ancient powers in that period of time. Yet, even at this juncture, the imperial adjudicator didn't truly understand the new force that was led by the enigmatic Noah Osmond, as he gave them tens or hundreds of years to grow into the same level as ancient powers that controlled the dark universe. To Noah, even a few months was too much time. Rumble, in another location, a father was about to meet his daughter after many years, as the atmosphere was actually not jovial, but rather oppressive. Deep within the expansive Holy Land, a gorgeous holy princess walked through the fantastical palace with the demeanor of an untouchable fairy as she went towards a certain area. It had been a few days since she had returned, and only now was she walking towards a certain place to see someone. Word of the return of the Holy Princess had made their rounds across the expansive Dragon's Clus. A unique atmosphere descending down as this signified too many things, but Anastasia ignored all of this as she moved forward steadfastly. She passed through the mystical halls that were actually cloudy, as they were filled with dense atmospheric essence that coagulated in the surroundings. Anastasia only spent a few minutes before she passed through an archway that led into a paradisiacal garden, this garden being empty of everything but a single being that stood in the middle of it while staring at the overabundance of rare vegetation growing all around. The man standing within the garden had a simple white robe, his built body being seen clearly, even though he looked to be past his middle age, as one could describe the aura he emitted with a single word: powerful. "Father," Anastasia called out shyly, as even her voice had a slight tremble. The elegance she normally showed not being present, as she seemed like a simple daughter coming back to her father after she was caught doing something wrong. The being who was called out to, the Holy Emperor, turned towards Anastasia as a smile could be seen on his face, his body instantly warping at her position as he used his white hands to stroke the crimson hair on his daughter's head. "Little Anna, I heard you've actually given this old man a granddaughter." Anastasia nearly choked as she felt the strong hands of the only figure that caused her fear, as she felt immense love and affection from his words that she nearly jumped into his chest. Maybe things had changed? She entertained a thought she thought to be impossible as she looked at her father that was looking at her lovingly, her words barely coming out. "Yes, Anna's been looking forward to meeting you and Mom." She spoke slowly as the Holy Emperor nodded, his voice resounding out once more. As the moment it did, Anastasia gradually felt the tone of the voice change. "Good, I want to see my granddaughter as well, but..." Rumble. Immensely powerful and domineering waves were released the moment his but ended, his smiling and loving gaze instantly disappearing as the majesty of a ruler filled with regality took its place. "But you, as a holy princess of our expansive Dragon's Clus. Abdicated your duties as you believed your happiness was more important than the blood, sweat, and tears that multiple entities in the past sages have put in." Anastasia looked up towards the expression on her father's face as her heart trembled. None of the love and happiness she saw prior was present, only an impassive countenance as a resounding voice continued. "Even though you are my daughter, your identity as the holy princess comes first, and you ran away from your duties when you were needed most. You have sorely disappointed me." Anastasia. Rumble. Anastasia shook as she couldn't even look in the eyes of her father anymore, the coldness within it chilling her heart as she felt immense pain. "A heart-wrenching scene. Because of your weakness, countless deaths have befallen our people, and now the task that you ran away from will have to fall on your own daughter." "No." Anastasia's knees gave out as despair descended in, but only the cold countenance of a ruler with too many things on his shoulders met her gaze. Two fathers and daughters across multiple locations. One was hopeful just to get back to his daughter and hold her again, another had reunited with their daughter, as even though they loved each other very deeply, they were bound by even larger responsibilities that greatly strained their relationship. Chapter 748. Wanting to be a holy descendant. "You can't, she has nothing to do with this." Anastasia looked towards her father like he was a foreign being, her heart tearing in pain at even the thought of Anna going through something that even she ran away from. Yet the Holy Emperor of the expansive Dragon's Clus remained impassive as his expression was stout, even though one could see deep in his eyes there was also a tinge of pain. But this hidden emotion was quickly suppressed as he continued. "All of the major ancient powers are aware that cataclysm is coming, and only the strongest will survive. Many have already begun forming connections as they share the knowledge of their sages and great sages. Around us, all we have are enemies, as the aileron race of the primal winged expanse are our only allies." Rumble. His words carried immense weight as he talked of another ancient power. His words resounded as Anastasia trembled at the memories that returned at the mention of these beings. "The ailerons are an extremely proud race, your actions of deserting their aileron prince nearly breaking apart thousands of years' worth of work. But just like you, the prince of the primal winged expanse sired a child, a son. So the joining of the two powers by blood will resume through this. No, father. She has nothing to do with this. I will do it. I will marry that winged bastard and complete the pact set forth, but Anna cannot be thrown to them. She is your granddaughter, please. Anastasia went towards her father as she clutched onto his robe pleadingly. Her knees on the floor as the regal majesty she always had was gone. You are a holy princess, and you had your duties. As your daughter, as someone of my blood, she will also have to bear some of the responsibility and duty. Let her know of this. The voice of the holy emperor continued to resound, getting softer near the end as the coldness contained a hint of sadness. We are rulers. We have countless trillions to think about. We have the legacies of sages that sacrificed their lives for us to live on. I cannot let down my forefathers, even if the happiness of my family is the price to pay. This is final, and cannot be changed. Both of you will make yourself present during the Holy Descendants selection tomorrow to officially announce your return. With these words, the Holy Emperor remained in this garden no longer, his figure disappearing as all that was left behind was a distraught holy princess that looked forward with an ashen and pained expression. She felt utter and extreme weakness as even with her rank at the middle tier of Galaxy Realm, even with her grand completion pets, she still could not do a single thing to get what she wanted. When it came to ancient powers holding legacies of fallen sages and great sages, holding entities of powerful strength and even hidden beings approaching the strength of sages themselves, she was utterly weak, and to be weak in this era was a sin in another location within the expansive. Dragon close. Uester, Noah was stepping in as his eyes absorbed all he was seeing in a stellar fashion. After passing the two boundaries of the galaxies, the true expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur opened up in front of him as he saw the outlines of numerous galaxies that shimmered with immense light, all of these galaxies surrounding a single area that rejected the darkness of the chaotic void and released stupendous brilliance. The dragonoid he followed made his way towards this shining area, the place known as the expansive Holy Land. As Noah passed many unique beings and vessels along the way, his eyes shimmered with the red light from Eyes of Truth, as he already began absorbing immense knowledge about his surroundings, as he was confident to be more knowledgeable than even the natives here in a matter of time. You're lucky coming in around this time, with the monthly test for beings wishing to be holy descendants actually taking place tomorrow. The quasar-ranked dragonoid spoke as they neared the draconic-shaped expansive Holy Land, Noah's shining eyes glancing towards him as he asked, anyone can apply for the test, mostly, but only those receiving recommendations can be tested, and even fewer meet the standards set forth by the Holy Emperor. Here, the quasar dragonoid entered a certain quadrant of the enormous draconic-shaped expansive Holy Land, the singular small area of this enormous 1,000 light-year area seemingly like a huge world of its own, as this particular section contained numerous portals that shimmered with a mystical light. Locations like these were abundant in the Holy Land, causing for easy movement across its large areas instantly with the use of these portals. Noah followed the dragonoid across multiple portals as they delved deeper into the Holy Land. He came across many scenes and beings, finding that the distribution of humans and dragonoids were half and half, but the humans seemed to hold much more of a high standing within this Holy Land, which could be explained by how the current ruler was of the human race. There was a deep history about the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur and its ties to dragons, where even to this day much of the animus summons of the powerful beings of this power were dragons. Noah thought about all of this in passing as he took in the fantastical sights of this Holy Land, truly earning its name as it actually neared his infinite galaxy in terms of atmospheric essence. Even Noah did not catch the arrogance of his thoughts as he compared his growing infinite galaxy to this Holy Land, as the figure of the dragonoid he was following finally came to stop as they came through one last portal. The area they arrived in looked like a world of its own, where Noah knew they were actually in the head region of the expansive Holy Land that was shaped like a dragon. In this area, there weren't any magnificent houses or vegetation, but only a single structure stood tall in this entire land that was as large as a world. Noah could only describe this structure as an extremely oversized coliseum, his aura covertly spreading out as it did not encompass it even after seconds passed. This is where the Holy Descendants selection will take place tomorrow, the expansive coliseum. Simply show them your medallion as you will be added among the list of contenders. Oh, and the selection this time is somewhat special as we celebrate the return of our Holy Princess, where even the Holy Emperor will be coming to grace us with his presence during this selection. The voice of the dragonoid carried immense respect and reverence as he said this, Noah pulling his eyes away from the fantastical-looking coliseum that he counted over 1 billion seats in as he paid attention to the words of the guide. Oh, he had just arrived, and he had already caught on to clues of the taken Anna and the Holy Princess as he would actually be seeing them in just a few hours. As for the Holy Descendant selection, it was bound to be glorious, as within this expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur, he planned to go wild. Chapter 749, A Galaxy Grows, Extras Talk. In the infinite galaxy, progress was proceeding at such a stupidly rapid pace that someone sleeping for a few hours would wake up feeling weaker as all others were advancing that crazily. Currently, a particularly arrogant penguin was continuing to train with other harbingers of sin, these beings utilizing the skills Noah put in the library to step on the path of the Tao of summoning with ease, as they also obtained their own animus summons. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin that had utilized the previous upgrade of the infinite galaxy to push himself to the edge of the quasar realm and had now successfully stepped in it, this penguin could now summon 3 animus pets. WYRM Water Dragon, I choose you, the penguin shouted out grandly as a blue shimmering WYRM erupted out with a roar towards the enemy, which at this moment was a cold-faced Barbados who held an entire undead legion behind her. By her side, the abyssal lich that was from Noah's skill tree could be seen. Multiple abyssal undead already summoned around her, as on top of all of this an aura of the Tao swirled around her as she summoned a 20-meter beast. Roar, it released an even more powerful roar, as unlike the rare rank WYRM Water Dragon that the Emperor Penguin had released, Barbados was actually one of the only beings aside from Noah in the infinite galaxy to be lucky enough to obtain an ultra-rare pet. It was actually an ultra-rare skeleton king, Barbados having such an affinity with undead that even her summon matched it. The petite necromancer jumped on the shoulder bone of the skeleton king as her eyes honed dangerously on the Emperor Penguin, giving a command to the undead as a shocking battle ensued. Scenes such as this were abundant in the infinite galaxy. The harbingers doing their hardest to train as the beasts of the infinite galaxy were actually the ones showing the greatest progress with the nature of the infinite galaxy. There were now hundreds of beasts that had begun embarking on the Tao of summoning at the Nebula realm, each of them heading into a time-space as they trained their summons to grand completion when they came out just days later. When it came to the galaxy itself, the stellar sky galaxy had also been assimilated along with the sanguine galaxy, Noah's clones making their way into the chaotic void as more galaxies would soon be assimilated, individuals such as the guide of Noah's homeworld, Sophia, along with the first infernal lord, and beings like the Imperial Adjudicator were the ones continuing to oversee the ruling of the billions of stars as they worked with the previous leaders and rulers of these galaxies. Ever so rapidly, the infinite galaxy continued to grow as the rise of the beings within was even faster than Noah himself expected. In the expansive Holy Land, Noah was in the region where the head of the draconic-shaped mystical land was located, in the world-sized area where the expansive Colosseum took up a lot of the space. This enormous Colosseum was the biggest that Noah had ever seen in his life, just the seats of the Colosseum alone being over 1 billion. It of course had elevated sections where those higher on the social strata resided, and a grand area where the ruling force of the expansive dragon CLU.S.Tur would be staying atop of whenever a grand occasion came along. On the sides, huge illusory screens could be seen as they would display the events happening on the floor of the Colosseum clearly for all those watching. Currently, the expansive Colosseum was bustling with activity as the over 1 billion seats began to be filled up. Beings from multiple galaxies who afforded the right to attend this month's special Holy Descendant selection, filling the metaphorically and nearly literal world-sized Colosseum, under the guidance of the Dragonoid, Noah showed the medallion he received to the beings in charge of the selection, being admitted as one of the participants in this month's Holy Descendant selection. Thereafter, he was directed into a grand hall beneath the Colosseum where many beings like him waited. It was a truly privileged place as servers could be seen walking around the wide hall with refreshments that shone with essence and providing foods glistening with phoenix oil. Beings of all shapes and sizes could be seen as a majority of them were humans, with a quarter being of the Dragonoid race. As a singular thing was clear on each of them, they were each proficient in the Tao of summoning as swirls of the Tao essence hung around them. Noah could sense about 50 or so beings who seemed like participants, each of them carrying an air of pride and strength, while being served delicious wines and foods. These beings waited patiently to show off their pets and power in the hours to come. Each of them was an expert in their own right, and they held their heads high with pride from either the rarity of their pets or the fact that they had summons with powerful bloodlines. As always, our lone protagonist was standing by his lonesome in this new land, his figure that of a confident human that always had a slight smile on his face. He was currently observing all of the beings around him with eyes of truth as he listened in on their conversation to learn more about his environment. Did you hear about Master Zachary of the Whitesnow Galaxy? He's probably one of the biggest contenders this time around, as he apparently summoned a rare 3-eyed phoenix, off to the side. A wide man gulping down a phoenix leg gossiped as he talked to a quasar-ranked man in front of him. Master Zachary? Humph, you've obviously not heard that the summoning prodigy will finally be joining the competition this time around since the Holy Emperor is making his appearance. What? The mention of a particular being got the eyes of many worried just from a mere mention. Someone called the summoning prodigy that was well renowned in a few galaxies, but had yet to join the whole descendants selection to be considered a holy child of the expansive Holy Land that was the core of the expansive. Dragon Clu. Wait, that's him. As soon as his name was uttered, many beings were actually able to locate him as the eyes of tens of experts ranging from nebula to low-tier galaxy turned towards a particular direction. There, a middle-aged man was sipping his drink calmly even with all the gazes towards him, his eyes languid as those watching could sense the powerful aura at the low-tier galaxy realm, as well as the dense swirling essence of the Tao of summoning. They say his first 3 pets were all rare, and the one he summoned the moment he entered low-tier galaxy was actually ultra-rare, a monstrous genius. A commotion was raised as this being became a heated topic, while he himself simply sipped his drink while smiling, as if none of the happenings here were worth his time. He seemed to have just come here to take the spotlight for the whole selection, as all those participating with him would just be points of comparison. After all, who among them could compare against 3 rare pets and an ultra-rare one? What they didn't know was that in the next few hours, all of them were in for a grand show as they were truly shown what rarity one's pets should be if they wanted to hold their heads high. Chapter 750, a special Holy Descendant selection. In the expansive Holy Land, it was even more bustling than normal as many qualified beings went towards the Dragon Head to observe the Holy Descendant selection. This time around, it was an extremely special one as the Holy Emperor himself would be attending. A grand occasion being announced as it coincided with the return of the Holy Princess Anastasia. Rumble, unique waves of essence swirled around the expansive Colosseum as the over 1 billion seats were soon filled up, auspicious clouds forming atop the wide Colosseum as there were simply too many beings with the swirling essence of the Tao in this single location, causing for unique atmospheric phenomena to form. Within this expansive Colosseum, there was an elevated area designed to be the location where important personages sat, and this place was set apart from the similar 1 billion seats where all others were situated. With extravagant seats and a rich atmosphere, this was the location where the powerful beings that were the strength of the expansive dragon close Uster began to appear. There is Holy Prince Rudolph. My gosh, look at his peerless gaze. Who's that beside him? Could it be? The discussions were abound as the noise made from over 1 billion beings gathered in one location was something shocking to experience, but they watched the exalted seats above them to be filled with esteemed personages as the image of Holy Prince Rudolph Frederick Windsor became apparent. Near him though, many honed their eyes on 2 veiled women as they had many ideas that should be the missing Holy Princess Anastasia, but who is that other woman beside here? Who knows? We should be happy that the Holy Princess had been found and returned to us. Just her presence is. Fanaticism and reverence were all that the beings felt when they looked up the Windsor royals that ruled over the expansive dragon Clu. This was a generation that had ruled in the past thousands of years, taking the reins of the powerful dragonoid rulers over 10,000 years ago as they elevated the status of the human race higher in the expansive dragon Clu. In the elevated square-shaped area of the Colosseum that these royals were situated at, many could see the guarding holy descendants that surrounded the area on all sides, as well as the archaic-looking chair at the very center that was currently empty. This was the seat the fearsome Holy Emperor would be taking. All other seats being occupied at this moment as everybody waited for this being to make an appearance. ROAR, at this moment, a dragon's cry could be heard as from the skies above the expansive Colosseum, a powerful aura at the peak of the galaxy realm descended. On the many illusory screens spread throughout the expansive Colosseum, the image of the source of this dragon's cry was clearly displayed as many beings drew in their breaths. It was a fearsome dragon that had 6 heads, each of the shimmering with a different color as on top of one of them, a majestic man with a shining pristine white crown could be seen. This man actually stood on a powerful animus summon at the prismatic rank as it released a grand aura that took the breaths of everyone away. This was one of the few prismatic pets under the expansive dragon Clu. One that was being controlled by the Holy Emperor himself as it appeared below him to assert a profound dominance. The Holy Emperor himself was decked out all in white as he exuded power and elegance. The dragon below him that released an aura more powerful than many entities that Noah had met before carefully carrying this being as it could only act as a mount at this moment, one of the heads of the 6-headed dragon. that the Holy Emperor stood on extended slowly towards the area where the Holy Children were located, this being stepping onto it grandly as silence descended onto the expansive Colosseum, over 1 billion beings. And not a single one uttered a word with the entrance of this being. He had a light smile on his face as his feet landed, the enormous six-headed dragon disappearing into a light that dove into his origin, all of the Holy Children on the stands and the over 1 billion beings rising so that they could bow towards him. This was deep reverence that they all felt towards this ruler, reverence that was deep-rooted in their hearts from this being that reigned over them for the past thousands of years. The eyes of many looked towards the exalted stand where the Holy Emperor, Prince, and Princess were located, their eyes seeing even the veiled Holy Princess Anastasia standing up to bow, yet in the next moment, their eyes constricted as they saw that unlike all of them, a single being did not even bother to stand up and give respect to the Holy Emperor. Rumble, gasps could be seen as the eyes of many honed in on this being that was situated to the right of Holy Princess Anastasia, her veiled gaze seemingly only looking forward as she didn't even bother to stand up. Even the Holy Emperor looked towards her as unlike the wrath many beings expected to see, a wide smile appeared on his face as he walked towards this being. His daughter had turned to her right as she nudged the veiled being to rise, but she stayed situated on the seat adamantly as she chose to still not to give respect to the most important personage of the expansive dragon close. Esther. The Holy Emperor walked towards her with a warm smile as many people held their breaths for what was about to happen. This ruler coming in front of this veiled woman as all the illusory screens of the expansive Colosseum showed the scene of him using his hands to lift her veil while he uttered shocking words, "My granddaughter, let this old man see you, buzzz." Shocked silence descended throughout the Colosseum as when the silence was lifted, crimson-colored hair overflowed as the exceedingly and impossibly gorgeous image of a woman in her prime showed itself. Many people had to pinch themselves and run their essence throughout their bodies to make sure they weren't dreaming. This image of a shining fairy gracing them with their presence nearly sucking their souls out. This was especially so since the being called the granddaughter by the Holy Emperor was actually staring towards him with a fierce expression, her eyes carrying a hint of anger as she showed not even the littlest respect. "As fierce and beautiful as your mother," the Holy Emperor voiced out again as he smiled, many people glancing at the nearby Anastasia as they drew in cold breaths while realizing many things. During this time, many of the watching beings missed a crucial feature when they glanced at the veiled Anastasia as their attention was drawn simply to her presence. If one looked closely, they would be able to notice shimmering gold circlets that wrapped around both her hands. To others, they only increased her beauty, but on the Holy Princess herself, they felt like chains as this was something her own father had placed on her after her return so that she would not so easily disappear again. The circlets were a special item that had a very specific purpose, and they escaped the attention of all beings as the proceedings continued. Only the hands of Anastasia herself could feel how heavy they were as her saddened gaze was hidden beneath her veil. At this moment, the Holy Emperor turned towards the over 1 billion beings as his face appeared on all the illusory screens of the expansive Colosseum. "My people, welcome to this grand occasion where we celebrate the return of our Holy Princess Anastasia, as well as the introduction of my granddaughter Anna. RUUMBLE. Waves were sent with his words as in a grand hall of the expansive Colosseum. Noah was looking at the illusory screen displayed to the contenders as the image of the Holy Emperor switched back to the gorgeous Anna that he knew as the Imperial Princess. He smiled as he saw this scene, his mind working rapidly as he already saw his ticket to quickly insert himself in this ancient power as he elevated his strength and looked for the ruination core hidden within.